Chapter 1 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 1 1883 to 84. Regina. It was a glorious morning in the early part of July, 1883, when I left the Windsor Hotel in Regina and started to walk the 2.5 miles of rolling prairie that intervened between the hotel and the barracks of the North West Mounted Police, some of the roofs of which were distinguishable in the distance. Regina had been selected by Lieutenant Governor Edgar Dewdney as the capital of the North West Territories, and had been christened by Her Royal Highness the Princess Louise, whose husband, the Marquis of Lorne, was then Governor General of Canada. The Mounted Police had been ordered to make Regina their headquarters, and the transfer from Port Walsh had not been quite completed at the time of which I write. In order to facilitate the housing of the police in their new home, a number of so-called portable buildings had been shipped in from Eastern Canada. These had been made in sections and were readily put together on the spot. Needless to say, they were cold habitations, and every room on the ground floor required to have a stove to itself. The prairie was carpeted with wild roses. For a time I tried to avoid stepping on them, but they were so plentiful that the avoidance of them became irksome, and I hardened my heart and walked on. I found the officer in command to be Superintendent William Herchmer, known all over Prince Rupert's Land as Colonel Billy. Whence he derived his title of Colonel I do not know, but he assumed it, and it stuck to him. I sought him out and reported my arrival, and he took me round and introduced me to the other officers in the post. These were Dr. Jukes, the senior surgeon of the force, Inspector P.R. Neal, the supply officer, and Inspectors A.R. MacDonald, Griesbach, and A.B. Perry. The latter had served a short time in the Royal Engineers at Chatham, but the atmosphere of the School of Military Engineering seemed to have proved uncongenial, and he had returned to his native country to accept a commission in the North West Mounted Police. The Commissioner of the force, Colonel A.G. Irvine, was not in Regina at the time of my arrival, and as he had more room in his quarters than he absolutely required for himself, I was installed therein for the time being. Having with me a folding bedstead which I had used in the Ashanti campaign of 1873-4, and a light kit, I was easily housed until my quarters should be ready for occupation. Inspector Neal was married and comfortably settled, and he and his wife were kind enough to ask me to take my meals with them, which I was very glad to do. The empty shell of a house, a story and a half high, was placed at my disposal, and I was invited to partition it off to suit my convenience, which I did. Carpenters were at once set to work on it, and 2 rooms were added downstairs, which made it a sufficiently commodious and convenient habitation. Seeing that there was no rent to pay, and that the government provided stoves, fuel, and light, I considered myself supremely fortunate. After a few days, the Adjutant Superintendent John Cotton arrived, and general orders then announced the appointment as Inspector of R.B. Deane, Esquire, although my credentials from Ottawa showed that I had been a captain in the Imperial service. The Mounted Police Force had been in existence for 10 years, and had not a standing order or regulation of any kind. I was expected to remedy this defect, and as I had been for 5 years adjutant of a division of Royal Marines consisting of 3,500 non-commissioned officers and men, besides officers, and had served afloat and ashore for close on 16 years, it was child's play for me to draft regulations for a little force of 500 men, when once I had become acquainted with the conditions of life and service in the country. Regulations were needed badly enough, but what was more urgently required than anything else was the driving power to compel the wheels of the machine to turn smoothly. I had been told in Ottawa that I should find the Mounted Police an armed mob, and I certainly discovered them to be so. I spent the best part of the months of July and August in Regina, trying to teach the hay leg, straw leg business to some recruits, and when the comptroller visited the post towards the conclusion of that interval, he said that he noticed an improvement in the bearing of the men. At the beginning of September I went to Toronto to fetch my family, who were installed in a house there, and brought them all westward early in the next month, wife, 5 children, and a domestic servant whom we had found in Winnipeg. A telegram from T.C. Patteson to Mr. George Stephen, President of the Canadian Pacific, now Lord Mont Stephen, expedited the transmission of the car containing our household goods, and we soon settled down in our new home and awaited the advent of our first northwest winter. The first line of study that it was incumbent upon me to take up was obviously that of the criminal law. I was familiar with military law, and it was fortunate that I was so, for there was no one in the country, either at the bar or on the bench, who knew anything about it, and it devolved upon me, a few years later, to teach the Supreme Court of the North West Territories the true relations between itself and a court constituted by the Mounted Police Act. The particulars of this will be found under the chapter entitled Mounted Police Law. The study of the criminal law that we were to administer in the country was at that time a little complicated, for only certain statutes were in force in the North West Territories. Having ascertained from Colonel Richardson, the senior stipendiary magistrate, which those were, I was set to work to epitomise them into the form of a manual which a constable could carry about with him, so as to inform himself as occasion might require. Colonel Richardson was very kind, and devoted several hours to going over my work with me, and to making corrections and suggestions. I studied also all the police manuals which I could procure, the principal ones being those of the Royal Irish Constabulary and the Melbourne Force. In this manner I spent the winter of 1883 in equipping myself for my future duties, and the time was well spent. So far as any idea of a constable's manual was concerned, the police department at Ottawa had no interest in nor sympathy with any such project. My manuscript was promptly consigned to a pigeon-hole, where it remained until a sympathetic fire came along some years later and made an end of it and of other records in the departmental building at Ottawa. I next turned my attention to the problem of standing orders, which were very urgently needed, and with that object in view I studied all the literature that I could procure. I have already remarked that, however desirable regulations might be, it was equally desirable that there should be some driving power which would keep the machine moving, and an illustration of this may be offered. One of the officers stationed at headquarters had been detailed for railway duty, and in pursuance thereof he used to travel on a pass, and to talk mysteriously about the people with whom he used to come in contact, and so on. After I got to know him better, he told me that he did not know what his duties were, and that he had never received any orders on the subject. To my knowledge, he never made a report, and his chief object in life seemed to be to buy scrip cheaply from the half-breeds. He had begun to acquire 1,000 acres of land in Manitoba, and thought of little else. I do not know what good the purchase did for him, for when he died he did not leave a penny. Presumably he bought more land than he could pay taxes on, with the consequence that in time it was sold to cover the arrears. This is an apt and true illustration of the go-as-you-please manner in which the Mounted Police Force ran itself in the year of our Lord 1883. In April 1884 the Commissioner appointed a board of officers, of which I was one, to formulate a single rank drill for the force and to draft standing orders. The drill was soon disposed of, and then glances of inquiry were cast at me. If I asked if there were any means of ascertaining the contents of the Commissioner's office, as there was necessarily therein a certain amount of material which would have to be worked into standing orders, and this ought to be at our disposal, it seemed that there was no way by which we could obtain the required information, and I therefore said that I did not see how we could make any progress. The board died a natural death then and there. The Commissioner, who had been to Ottawa during part of the session, returned on Good Friday and announced that I was to be promoted to superintendent, and appointed adjutant from April 1st. The appointment, however, did not actually reach Regina until May 14th, and on that day I took charge of the Commissioner's office. The staff consisted of Staff Sergeant W. H. Irwin, now Clerk of the District Court at Lethbridge, and Sergeant, now Superintendent, Rutledge. The care and attention which my predecessor had not bestowed upon his office were evident by the fact that there was not even an index to the correspondence, and it was necessary for us to sort and examine the entire contents of the office, and to make a correspondence register as we went along. This gave me the opportunity that I was looking for, of finding out what orders there were for incorporation in my new work, and although the operation exhausted several weeks, the time was not ill spent. The lack of a correspondence register explained some funny little dockets, with which the table in the Commissioner's office was covered. These were all neatly folded up, with labels describing their contents, and an India rubber band around each of them. When the office was properly fitted up, I asked the Commissioner if he had any objection to my removing his treasures piecemeal and answering them. There was no very great difficulty in so doing, although I was a stranger to the country. One docket, I remember, related to a claim made by an old widow at Battleford, whose oat crop had been trampled by some police horses which had broken through her fence. I recommended payment of $100 to settle her claim. Another prolific source of correspondence were the numerous claims made by men, when taking their discharge from the force, or compensation on account of having received some injury while in pursuance of duty. One docket related to a claim for $5,000 made by a non-commissioned officer, and it caused us a great deal of trouble to hunt up old ration returns and such like documents to find out where he was on certain given dates. There was nothing on record to show that the so-called injury had ever been reported at the time, and this obviously called for a remedy in the future. In the Royal Navy, I knew that when a man was injured on duty, he was given what was known as a hurt certificate, and I made provision that, in cases where a man was injured in the force, a board of officers should be immediately convened to take the evidence of the persons cognizant of the facts, and to give an opinion in accordance with that evidence. That settled the question. Another source of acrimonious correspondence was the question of discharge by purchase, which had never been either recognised or in contemplation, for the simple reason that it cost the country so much money to bring men into the West, that the least return the government could expect was that the men should serve the term of 5 years for which they had engaged. However, so many men claimed that recruiting officers had led them to believe that they could buy out if they did not happen to be satisfied, that I introduced a system from my old corps by which applicants for purchase had their names placed on a list, and were allowed to take their turn at the rate of 3 per month. Sir John Macdonald was pleased to approve of this suggestion, and it was adopted in the Mounted Police. The principle involved was all right, but the accession to power of the Burton government in 1911 it laid itself open to abuse. In the year 1912 no fewer than 50 men were allowed to purchase their discharge out of a force numbering only 654 men. An amendment to the Mounted Police Act was made in the following year, increasing the pay of the various ranks and reducing the term of a constable's engagement from 5 to 3 years. In review of this reduction, I wrote to Mr. R.B. Bennett, MP for Calgary, and advising that discharge by purchase should be abolished except in very special cases. He replied, saying that he agreed with everything I had written, and would take the matter up with the Comptroller. The vigorous manner in which he did so may be gauged by the fact that in that year, 1913, out of a total number of 708 non-commissioned officers and constables, no fewer than 71 had been permitted to purchase their discharge prior to November 1st. Out of the aforesaid total number, 43 men deserted during the same time, and 49 were dismissed for bad conduct. The figures are significant, as tending to show that, in spite of the shortened term of engagement and the increased pay, the Mounted Police was unable to obtain and retain desirable men. In my opinion, a great mistake was made. The engagement should have remained at 5 years, and additional pay should have been given to bring the total wage up to the market level. As it has turned out, the Government took away with one hand what it gave with the other. That it increased the pay is true, but it took away from the issue of kit, and the price of some of the articles of clothing has been raised to a prejudicial extent. Canadians as a whole are very proud of the world-wide reputation which the Force has made, but they may as well face the unquestionable fact that the Force is now on the downgrade and should be abolished before its reputation is quite gone. 5 years were none too long a time to teach a constable the multifarious duties of a mounted policeman, but when, in addition to the reduced term of 3 years, there is the added pestilential discharge by purchase whenever a man chooses to ask for it, it necessarily follows that the Force is able to render to the public nothing better than a very inferior kind of eye service. As an illustration of what I mean, a constable who had joined the Force on August 12, 1912, was in course of time transferred to my division, and was subsequently detailed for detachment duty at Bankhead, where there is an anthracite mine. He was by way of being a handy man, and the manager offered him $2.90 per day to run an engine in the mine. He applied to purchase, was given instant permission to do so, and on December 1st, 1913, took his discharge upon payment of $61.50, that is, $3 per month for the unexpired portion of his engagement. Another constable was sent to replace him at Bankhead, and on February 5th, 1914, he too applied for permission to purchase, which was instantly allowed by the Commissioner, and he took his discharge upon payment of $85.50. It seems that a surveyor had offered him $45 a month to join his survey party. To an officer in charge of a police district, such eccentricities as these are simply maddening and heartbreaking, and the public suffer as a result. The worst case known to me happened in the early part of 1914. There was a constable on detached duty at , but he was so utterly neglectful of his duties that I was in process of making arrangements to withdraw and replace him. To my intense astonishment, I received a telegram from the Commissioner's office at Regina to give him his discharge by purchase. This order had, I subsequently learned, emanated from Ottawa, and, of course, governed both the Commissioner and myself, but any such proceeding cannot fail to be subversive of discipline, and is antagonistic to the best interests of the Force. The people amongst whom I have lived and worked in the West for over 30 years will concede that I am as competent a judge of disciplinary administration as any person in Canada, and they will understand that I am telling them historical facts which they are likely to learn from no one but me, and which it is time they were told. This constable was given his discharge, and his successor, quite a competent young man, had hardly been in his place for 1 calendar month when he too applied to purchase, and was allowed to do so. From all the foregoing it will be seen that the Mounted Police Force has developed into a philanthropic organisation whose objects are laughable enough, so far as providing young men with means of livelihood is concerned, but hardly so satisfactory to the lonely settler when constabulary duties to be done. Nor is it possible to regard the philanthropic provision of openings for young men as the purpose for which a police force exists. To return, however, to the Commissioner's office in Regina, the muddle that most wanted straightening out was in connection with the medical staff. Whether rightly or wrongly, the Department at Ottawa had acquired the notion that the medical officers at the various divisional headquarter posts in different parts of the country were dispensing drugs, etc., supplied by the Government for the use of the non-commissioned officers and men in their private practice. Oddly enough, an officer could not get any medicine at the police surgery. In order to remedy this state of affairs, an oldish medical practitioner at St. Catherine's in Ontario was persuaded by Sir John Macdonald to give up his practice there and bring his family to the North West, in order to take up the appointment of senior surgeon. All sorts of promises had been held out to induce him to take this step, and the old man used to complain bitterly that faith had not been kept with him. However that may have been, and I have no personal knowledge of the matter, the appointment was not in any way acceptable to the various assistant surgeons, who seemed determined to do all they could to make Dr. Jukes's life a burden. Correspondence used to be carried on directly between the medical officers, and if the senior surgeon wanted any information or returns which were not quite palatable, the assistants frankly told him to go to the devil. As soon as I felt myself securely seated in my chair, I issued a general order to the effect that in future direct correspondence between the senior and assistant surgeons was to cease, and was to be carried on through the Commissioner's office and the officers commanding divisions, each of whom would be held responsible that information required by the senior surgeon was promptly and accurately rendered, and that replies to the correspondence were couched in proper terms. As soon as the order reached Ottawa, the Comptroller at once wrote me a private note saying, "General Order so and so settles the medical question," as of course it did in a very obvious and simple manner, and there was no more trouble. Dr. Jukes became a great friend of mine, and was a very fine old gentleman, and also a very competent practitioner. The Conservative party treated him abominably. When, in course of time, his memory failed and he became past work, they laid him on the shelf with a paltry superannuation of about $25 per month. There was a clause in the Act whereby he could have been allowed to count 10 more years than he had actually served, but therein lies the difference between the two political parties. The Liberals looked after their friends, while the Conservatives do not. Take my own case. When Sir John Macdonald's party met disaster at the polls in 1896, I was not mean enough to leave it at a time when it most needed loyalty and service, as so many of the old chieftains' appointees did, but remained in its ranks until the Liberals went out of power in September 1911 over the reciprocity question. At that time both the Commissioner and the Assistant Commissioner were men who had been appointed by Sir John, but after that fateful 1895 election they had turned their coats and had thus secured promotion over the heads of their seniors. In 1913 a new appointment was made, that of an Assistant Commissioner for the province of Alberta, and I was by 8 years the senior superintendent of the force. I naturally expected to obtain the appointment. The whole western country had the same expectation, but I reckoned without my host. One of the superintendents had a brother in the Dominion Parliament, representing an Ontario constituency, and conceived the brilliant idea of obtaining promotion for himself over the heads of his seniors and betters. His amiable design in some way became known to another superintendent, senior to himself, and a scion of an old Quebec family. In self-protection, for I do the man justice to believe that he would never have done so otherwise, he set to work to pull political strings, with the result that he got the appointment. All such trickery as this is quite comme il faut in Canada. No one thinks any worse of a man for trying to supersede his superior, and it is this spirit which accounts for the numerous changes which have taken place in the past 30 years in the general officers sent to Canada from England to command the militia. The 2 officers at the head of the Mounted Police of whom I have spoken are graduates of the Royal Military College at Kingston, Ontario, and Britishers do not sufficiently assimilate the principle that Canada is for the Canadians, and that when a Canadian wants a job no Englishman need apply. When General Colin Mackenzie could not get on with the impossible Minister of Militia, whom most of his party take as a joke, nothing more needs to be said. Sir George French brought the Mounted Police into the West in 1873, and his treatment by the Canadian Government of the day is a matter of history. As a comment on the injustice with which he was treated by the Canadians, the Home Government gave him the Queensland Command. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada, Chapter 2. 1884. Regina. The year of our Lord 1884 was a very busy year for me. In addition to the work in the Commissioners' and Adjutants' offices, I had the work in the post and its interior economy to look after, and the training of men and horses to supervise. My outside staff consisted of Sergeant Major Robert Belcher, now Lieutenant Colonel Strathcona's horse, and Staff Sergeant Walter Simpson, ex-Staff Sergeant Royal Artillery, and two old-fashioned soldiers such as these could be trusted to render good and loyal service without having to be watched. For the horses I employed Constable Montague Baker, who was probably the best rider in the post, and for the clerical work of the division I had a smart young corporal named S.G. Mills, who subsequently obtained a commission, and after his retirement was visited by a terrible affliction, the loss of his sight. I am glad to know that, in spite of his troubles, he is today a happy and prosperous citizen of Hamilton, Ontario. Montague Baker was a very useful man, and I finally appointed him to be Sergeant Major of the newly formed Division K in the autumn of the Rebellion year, when the strength of the force had been increased to 1,000 men. I was sorry to learn the other day that he had recently joined the majority. In the summer of 1884 I made two notable engagements. Two men, named Charles Ross and G.P. Arnold, presented themselves, saying that they had crossed the line to Homestead near Moose Jaw, but had come to the conclusion that farming conditions were hardly favourable, and that they proposed to join the Mounted Police. I sent them to Dr. Jukes for medical examination, and presently the old gentleman came across the square. "Do you know that those men you sent to me for examination are very fine specimens of muscular manhood, but that they bear the scars of bullet wounds?" "How do you account for them, doctor?" I queried. "Oh, well, they say that they have worked as scouts for the United States troops, and have been wounded in scraps with the Indians, and so on." "All right, doctor," I replied. "If they have seen shots fired in anger, they are the men for my money, and if you say they are sound, I shall engage them and take chances on their respectability." I had no occasion to regret doing so, and did not bother my head about their past history. They were dead shots, they could ride anything with hair on, they did not drink, and they were not afraid of work. What more did a man want? Ross was, after a time, sent to Calgary, and Arnold to Prince Albert in the north. Arnold was killed at Duck Lake at the outbreak skirmish of the rebellion. He received one bullet wound in the neck, but paid no attention to it, and continued to peg away at the enemy until he was shot through the lungs, and that was conclusive. He and Ross were great friends. The latter, early in the rebellion days in the north, whither he was sent, became known as Charlie Ross, the famous scout, and stories were told of him during the fight at Cut Knife Creek, how, whenever he had sent an Indian or half breed to the happy hunting grounds, he would mutter to himself, "Another for Arnold." With a man who habitually shot wild rabbits with a bullet through the head, in order to avoid spoiling the meat, a poor Indian or breed did not stand much chance, so long as there was enough of his dusky carcass visible for Charlie Ross to draw a bead upon. In my company he followed a horse's trail across the prairie for about 15 miles at a gallop, and it was none too plain a trail either. Another valuable recruit who offered himself for acceptance during the same year was T.J. Kempster, an upstanding specimen of a man who had served as a trooper in the 2nd Life Guards, and proved to be a very capable riding instructor. The wild eccentricities of the prairie bred horse astonished him at the outset, but I induced him to undertake the training of them, upon the principles of M. Boucher of the French army. Montague Baker and he used to work together. Baker, by the way, had a very narrow escape on one occasion. A bronco, that is, an unbroken horse, from the wild and woolly West, a savage brute who was rather more intractable than his compeers, succeeded in planting a hind foot fairly and squarely in Baker's face, but under Dr. Jukes' care he recovered perfectly. In the course of the same year, in company with the Lieutenant Governor, I visited the famous Bell Farm at Indian Head, which consisted of I forget how many thousand acres. The climate and the country were not, at that time, conducive to any such experiment, and when the rebellion of 1885 broke out, the management were only too glad to hire out their teams and men to the militia department for the transport of stores, etc., at the rate of $10 a day. They had, I thought at the time, only one useful practice, which was a regulation requiring all their stables to be locked and the keys returned by 9 o'clock every evening to the timekeeper of the establishment, who lived at the headquarter farm. I thought that the principle was so good that I immediately adopted it. Our 4 stables stood east and west, with doors at each end, the eastern end facing the Barracks Square. I secured the western end with Yale padlocks on the inside, and the eastern end with similar contrivances on the outside, and the stable picket had the keys strapped onto his belt. On September 15, 1884, I received a telegram from Major Bell that in the course of the previous night 15 horses had been stolen from the Bell Farm and driven rapidly southward towards the line. Sergeant Blight and a couple of men from the Regina succeeded in recovering 7 of the horses in Montana, and as the tracks of only 9 animals could be found on the south side of the Missouri River, it was conjectured that the others had been driven to exhaustion, and some of them possibly drowned in attempting to cross. I asked Major Bell afterwards how it was that the thieves managed to get the horses out of locked stables, and he replied, "Oh, we gave up that practice. It became too tiresome." I had an amusing experience with Bell in 1885, when Lord Lansdowne was touring the country in the autumn after the rebellion. The first stop he made in the North West Territories was at Indian Head. There I had orders to meet him with an escort of 100 men, all of whom we could not mount, and there was thus a most incongruous force of men riding in dead axe, that is, heavy wagons, and so on. Mr. Assistant Commissioner Crozier had recently come into Regina, and these were his ridiculous orders. However, on our arrival at Indian Head, Major Bell was promptly on deck, and said, "I have chosen a most delightful spot for you to pitch your camp. It is just in convenient view from my drawing room windows, and I am sure His Excellency will be immensely pleased with the prospect." "That may be so, Major Bell," I replied, "but I have hardly travelled over the 50 odd miles between this place and Regina to contribute to the aspect of your scenery. Canada holds me responsible for the safety of her Governor General while he is in my charge, and I have already sent a non commissioned officer ahead to select a ground for our camp in proximity to the railway station. That is where our camp will be pitched. I am sorry to upset any of your arrangement all the same." We camped, therefore, just behind the station buildings, when the viceregal train came into the station in the very early morning. A sentry was posted at each end of the Governor General's car, and thinking that everything was seraphic, I slept the sleep of the just. His Excellency told me later in the day that he thought 4 sections, 16 men, would be ample escort for him on the forthcoming 45-mile ride next day. And so it was that we started out the next morning with a smart escort of 16 men, under Sergeant Kempston, en route for Fort Qu'Appelle via Katepwa, where we had luncheon at Father Huguenard's Indian School. From there we went to Fort Qu'Appelle, where the Hudson's Bay Company had a store, etc., and there His Excellency had a powwow with the Indians of that neighbourhood, and made them the usual presents of food, tobacco, etc. Thence, at the suggestion of the Hudson's Bay factor, with whom Lord Melgund was driving ahead, we started by a roundabout road to Qu'Appelle station on the railway. We rode and rode and rode, and it looked suspiciously as if the factor had lost his bearings. So after a time His Excellency said to me, "Well, Captain Deane, I am in your hands. I think we had better head for our train." I had taken care to provide a scout who knew every inch of that country, and he took us by a bee line to where the viceregal train had pulled up westward from Indian Head. The Governor General was due to address a small deputation on arrival, and he then asked me to dinner. In the year 1884 an incident occurred which recalled to my mind an observation made to me by a very astute Indian named Osoup at Crooked Lakes earlier in the year. He intimated that the Indians fully recognised the power for evil that lay in their hands with regard to the railroad, and it is much to their credit that they have abstained from such mischief during all these past years. Probably, if there was one individual who, more than any other, exercised an influence for good in this respect, it was the Reverend Father Lacombe, O.M.I., for he had great influence with Crowfoot, the honoured chief of the Blackfoot nation, and the Blackfeet made no trouble when the Canadian Pacific passed the northern edge of their reserve. It was pathetic to hear the old man say, in 1905, after the province of Alberta had been formed out of the North West Territories amid great ceremonies at Edmonton, "They said everything nice about themselves, but never a word about the police or the priests." I replied, "Father, you have put the cart before the horse. Everyone who knows anything about it knows that the police would have been of little use without the help of the priesthood." In the month of June it was reported that an iron rail had been found placed across the track at a point about 70 miles west of Regina, and a sergeant, an interpreter, and 3 mounted men were at once dispatched westward by rail, with orders to work back along both sides of the track. They returned next day, bringing with them 3 Indian prisoners whom they had arrested on suspicion. As I was engaged in investigating the matter, it transpired that 2 of the Indians, who were Assiniboines, were brothers, and were able and willing to point out the real culprit. A passing freight train was detained, and men and horses, with one of the informers, were immediately dispatched westward again. 2 days later they returned, bringing in an Indian named Buffalo Calf. The brothers had seen him place the rail on the track, and he was subsequently convicted on their evidence and sent to the penitentiary for 2 years. The year wore on with never an idle minute, until Christmas approached, and then it became my duty to write the Commissioner's annual report for presentation to Parliament. This entailed about a month's work, but the report was duly dispatched to Ottawa on Christmas Eve. The Montreal Gazette was good enough to say that it read like a romance. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 3. Rebellion Year 1885, Regina. On March 10th, in response to a telegram from Ottawa, Colonel Irvine left Regina with 4 officers, 86 non-commissioned officers and men, and 66 horses, en route to Prince Albert, 291 miles distant. This journey was made in 7 days, the average daily travel being 42 miles, which, considering the short days and the severe weather, was pretty good travelling. His departure left the headquarter post with myself and 32 non-commissioned officers and men, and no horses. Fortunately, the Indian Department had a few ponies, which they were able to lend us, and with them we had to do the best we could. At the end of March, a cipher telegram from Ottawa announced that 300 men in Chicago had bound themselves together by oath to invade Canada in the interests of the half-breeds, and that their objective point in the first instance would probably be Moose Jaw, 40 miles west of Regina. Although I did not take this proposition very seriously, I could not, of course, neglect any responsible precaution, and so opened negotiations with some Sioux Indians, who had been for some time camped in the neighbourhood of Moose Jaw, with a view to engaging them as scouts, but the negotiations fell through, chiefly owing to the difficulty in mounting them. It happened that just about that time a man named Louis Legarre, who lived at Wood Mountain, a settlement about 90 miles south east of Regina, came into town to represent to the Lieutenant Governor that a large number of half-breeds in his neighbourhood were in a starving condition, that they wished to remain where they were so as not to be implicated in any way with the rebellion, and that they would be glad of any employment which would keep the wolf from the door. Legarre undertook to see that the work was properly done, and to vouch for the good faith of the men for whose selection he would be held responsible, and, this arrangement having been sanctioned in Ottawa, 40 scouts were engaged, and an officer was sent to Wood Mountain to supervise proceedings. At this year's session of the Dominion Parliament, the strength of the force was increased from 500 to 1,000 men, and in order to provide accommodation for them, a number of large square tents, etc., were sent to us from Ottawa. These we pitched round the barrack square in the intervals between the portable houses. On May 3 a telegram was handed to me: 130 recruits will reach you at midnight and require supper. The men duly arrived. It took us several days to get them all clothed and settled down, for our stock of clothing, etc., was entirely insufficient, and we ransacked all the shops in the town to buy the necessary underclothing, blankets, etc. Considering that there was not much money in circulation, this was a godsend to the local storekeepers. This consignment was the first of about 600 men who joined us in the course of the year. As soon as their training was completed, the men composing each squad were dispatched to one point or another in different parts of the country. Of the recruits, I can only say that they were the finest and best behaved lot of men that I have ever been connected with. They gave no trouble, and settled down to learn their business with determination. In consequence of a little incident that occurred when there were from 250 to 300 men under canvas, it occurred to me to have a heart-to-heart talk with them. I was impelled to this by various considerations, to explain the chief one of which I must hark back a little. Colonel Irvine, soon after his arrival at Prince Albert on March 24, received from the Comptroller at Ottawa a telegram which read: "Major General commanding militia proceeds forthwith to Red River. On his arrival in military operations, take orders from him." Now, Colonel Irvine, having discussed the subject with the leading men of the neighbourhood, and being in possession of all the ascertainable facts, had come to the conclusion that it was his duty to place Prince Albert in as defensible a position as was possible in the circumstances, and to protect the many women and children who were gathered there. He accordingly refused to abandon his helpless charges, and to move out into the field. The force at his command was not sufficient to admit of his doing both things. General Middleton had enough men with him to eat the rebel half-breeds, moccasins and all, but seemed to have some ridiculous ideas about the risking of human life, and hesitated and demurred until Colonel Williams' regiment got tired of being made fools of, and rushed the half-breed trenches, out of which the dusky occupants scrambled without any ceremony whatever, and were lost to sight. It was this redoubtable outfit that General Middleton wanted Colonel Irvine's force to attack from the rear, without giving him any instructions to that effect, and without making any plans to that end. And because Colonel Irvine did not do so, the gallant general permitted himself to say on one occasion, alluding to the mounted police, "Where are these gophers? Why don't they come out of their holes?" That expression naturally ran round the country, and I made it the text of a sermon which I preached to my men, whom I formed up in 3 sides of a hollow square. I began by telling them how very gratified I was at the manner in which they had got down to business, and hoped that they would continue in well doing. I said in effect, "We are not playing at soldiers here. We have got the strictest and most tedious kind of duty to perform. We have upwards of 50 rebel prisoners to guard, and if any one of you men fail in his vigilance when on guard, disaster may ensue. We have, as you know, 9 sentries posted round the barracks at night, and the safety of all government property depends on the ceaseless attention of each of those 9 men. Take the hay corral, for instance. What is there to prevent some evil disposed person from crawling up to that haystack and setting it on fire? There is nothing to prevent it but the vigilance of the sentry. The stables are locked, it is true, but there are over 100 horses picketed in the stable yard. What an easy matter it would be for 2 or 3 rebels to ride into those lines and stampede those horses while attention was being devoted to the burning haystack. Under cover of the double excitement, it is conceivable that an attempt might be to rush the guard room, but I want you all to understand that under no circumstances whatever are the guards to leave their prisoners. They have positive orders to that effect. Their rifles are loaded, and they will not hesitate to use them. I tell you these things in order to impress upon each man of you the responsibility that rests upon you. The whole of the North West knows, and you know, that the general officer commanding the militia has so far forgotten himself as to apply the term gopher to our comrades in the North. Are you content to remain under such a reproach? I tell you candidly that I am not, but I cannot remove it without your help. Will you help me to remove it? You are aware that Parliament has increased the strength of this force from 500 to 1,000 men. That means that 500 additional men will be trained in these barracks this year, and you are part of that number. The addition of 500 men cannot fail to have an influence upon the force as it existed a few weeks ago. Is that influence to be for good or for bad? Are we still to be called gophers, and to submit to the jeers of the criminal classes whom we are to control? Or are we to earn the respect of all right-thinking men in this North-West world by proving ourselves to be the best disciplined and the most efficient corps in Canada? It will be a proud day for me if ever that time should come, and I believe it will come. Will you think it over and make up your minds? Will you in your barrack rooms cultivate a little esprit de corps? Will you consider the responsibilities that lie ahead of you in policing these vast territories, and determine first to learn and then to do your duty with honour to yourselves and your corps, and with benefit to the people amongst whom you may have to live and work? You can do it if each one of you will harden his hearts and stiffen his back and say to himself, "I will." But the issue rests with you and not with me. I can only hope for the best. Sergeant Major, dismiss the parade. As a matter of fact, the men were so keen that I do not believe a cat could have crept through the line of sentries unseen. They picked up one man who had the appearance of a tramp, but who had a pocket full of matches. He had, of course, a plausible tale to tell about having been trying to get employment from ranchers, etc., and, beyond locking him up for the night, there was no adequate reason for punishing him as a vagrant. He was thus sent away in the morning and advised not to stop in town. He went a few miles eastward, as far as a place called Balgony, where there was a railway bridge, and to this he set fire. We soon gathered him into the fold again, and this time he went to the Manitoba Penitentiary for 2 years. In the autumn of the year, the town of Regina got some athletic sports, and our men were invited to participate. One event was a tug of war, and for this there were 3 entries, namely, the town team, the Montreal Garrison Artillery, and ourselves. The artillery team were easily beaten by the town, who had a very good team, including a powerful, big man who stood about 6 feet 6 inches, and whose build and weight were in adequate proportion. Him they placed at the tail end of the rope as anchor, and they thought themselves unconquerable. For my part, in my old corps, I had seen little of tug-of-war teams trained by expert gunnery instructors, and when the police team was finally chosen and got down to work, my impression was that there was nothing in Western Canada to touch it. It turned out just as I expected. The police team never budged. They held their opponents while they pulled themselves out, and then, very gradually, but very surely, hauled them across the line. As soon as the tug of war was over, I turned aside to talk to the Lieutenant Governor and Mrs. Dewdney, who were close by in their carriage, and had hardly had time to say a few words before a woman clutched my arm and said, "Stop them!" I looked to see where she was pointed, and saw that a merry, free fight had begun between the men and the riff-raff of the townspeople. I ran into the fray, and the first man I came across was a hot-headed Irish corporal who held a townsman by the throat and was choking the life out of him. I ordered him to let the man go, but he affected not to hear me, or not to recognise my voice, so I took hold of his face with both hands, and turning it so that he could not help seeing who I was, said, "If you don't drop that man this instant, I'll give you 6 months to morrow morning." He let go of the man, fell back and saluted, and I said, Fall the men in over there," indicating a spot by a wave of my arm, "and tell them off into sections." I went to the judge's stand and told him I was very sorry that any unpleasantness should have arisen over a simple tug of war, in which the police were unquestionably the winners in a fair and square pull, that the police would not touch the prize which they had legitimately won, and that, as the Mounted Police were maintained in the territories to keep the peace and not break it, it was my intention to take them all home immediately to their barracks. By the time these remarks were concluded my men were fallen in and told off, and away they went. They sang themselves home over 2.5 miles of prairie between the town and the barracks, and the town was left. The Lieutenant Governor and some of the prominent residents left the ground in disgust. In the course of that evening the Mayor sent me, through the town police station, a telephone message urging me to send a patrol to keep order in the town, as a great number of rowdies were causing alarm to the peaceable citizens. I had left but one constable in the station to attend to telephone messages, and him I directed to take my compliments to the Mayor and say that the appearance of a mounted police patrol strong enough to take the rowdies into custody would be likely to cause more disturbance than existed, and might possibly cause bloodshed. I emphatically declined, therefore, to provoke any such breach of the peace, and advised him to swear in special constables to deal with the situation. I concluded by saying, "The town will have to police itself to night in any event." After all, nothing happened. The reputable people were kept awake for some hours by the disreputable element, but the whole trouble had simmered down before the morning. In the course of the forenoon I called my men together and said to them, "I told you not long ago that if you would go on doing your duty as you had done it up to that time you might easily become the best disciplined armed force in Canada. I can this morning go a deal further than that, and say to you, after your magnificent exhibition of discipline on the athletic grounds yesterday afternoon, when, despite the fact that angry passions were aroused, and there was every prospect of a disastrous row, you answered the call of duty and left your traducers and assailants in contemptuous silence. I say to you that it rests only with yourselves to become the finest force of constabulary in the world, for you have shown to the North West public that you can control yourselves. You have learned the discipline of the Royal Marines. I am proud of you, men, and I thank you for what you have done." I was very much annoyed during the sitting of the Louis Riel Court when one day General Middleton's aide de camp handed me a half sheet of notepaper on which was written, "The General will inspect the police at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, by order, etc." We were not under the Militia Department. We were not engaged in military operations, seeing that we were an assize court, and the Commissioner of the Mounted Police, a stipendiary magistrate, was, to my mind, entitled to at least a more courteous notification than this intimation handed to his adjutant by the General's aide, and my blood fairly boiled. I tried to get Colonel Irvine to object to this inspection, but could not succeed. At 10 a.m. next day the parade was drawn up, ready for inspection. The men were all sized according to the uniform that had been issued to them, and irrespective of the stages of their training, and the general officer commanding the militia rode up and down the rank, and then went off to inspect the tents, etc., in which the men lived. I told the Commissioner before His High Mightiness arrived that if the General should say anything about drill he would have to wait until the afternoon, as it would take some time to sort the men into their various drill squads and rides. As it happened, nothing was said about drill, but the Lieutenant Governor remarked to me afterwards, "The General was very pleased with the parade, but there was no drill." "No," I replied, "I took good care of that. When I want General Middleton's assistance in training a force of constabulary, I shall be quite sure to ask him for it." Not long after this the Lieutenant Governor went to Winnipeg, where a force of mounted infantry had been recently established. He had seen the men on a church parade, and came back full of their smartness, etc. Without in any way wishing to deprecate the Winnipeg men, I remarked, "My night guard of 30 men or thereabouts mounts every evening at 7 o'clock. Of course, I know that it is an inconvenient hour for you, but it is a pity that you cannot take a look at them, because if there is anything smarter to be seen in Canada, I will apply for leave to go and see it." Towards the close of the year 1885, I was told by a man who was "in the know" that the Government had decided to supersede Colonel Irvine in the following spring, and that there were three nominees for the position. First, Major (now Sir Edward) Hutton, Mr. Lawrence Herchmer, and myself. Mr. Lawrence Herchmer was a bosom friend of the Hon. Edward Dewdney, and Mr. Dewdney had Sir John Macdonald's ear. Mr. Herchmer got the appointment. He was some 5 or 6 years older than myself, had served 3 or 4 years, it was understood, in a British infantry regiment, had tried the brewing business in Winnipeg, and then had been appointed as Inspector of Indian Agencies in the North West. A place called Birtle, in Manitoba, was the home from which he migrated to us. In 1887, when I was on recruiting duty in Ottawa, I took the trouble to ascertain, through the late Sir David Macpherson, then Minister of the Interior, and Mr. George Allen, then Speaker of the Senate, why these things were so. Sir David said that Mr. Herchmer's father had been an old friend of Sir John Macdonald, who felt bound to do something for the son. Colonel Irvine had managed to acquire some very bitter enemies. One of these was Lieutenant Governor Edgar Dewdney, another was the late Nicholas Flood Davin, editor of the Regina Leader, and to these General Middleton appeared at this stage to have added himself. At all events, his idea was to have the Mounted Police transferred from the Prime Minister's own particular care to that of the Militia Department, and his reports of the inefficiency of the force were such that Sir John Macdonald at last resented them and decided to keep the police under his fatherly eye, and not to hand them over to the Militia Department. An incident occurred some little time after Mr. Herchmer's accession to power. A staff sergeant of the force had found a woman whom he desired to marry, but the autocrat of the Mounted Police set his face steadily against matrimony among the non-commissioned officers and men, and he said to the staff sergeant, "There is a commission coming to you if you remain single, but you will have to choose between the commission and a wife." "Thank you, sir," said the other, "I'll take the wife." When this story was repeated to Sir John, he said, "I like his spirit, he shall have the commission too," and he gave it to the bridegroom. Colonel Irvine was subjected to a great deal of very unfair misrepresentation. I knew him for a gallant and honourable gentleman, who would never have stooped to soil his fingers with the looted furs which subsequently formed the subject of a conversation in the Canadian House of Commons. Chapter 4 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 4, 1886 to 88, Regina. Mr. Lawrence Herchmer duly presented himself at the office of the Commissioner of the North West Mounted Police on the morning of the 1st April, 1885. Colonel Irvine was not there to receive him, as he had started off 2 or 3 days previously to Macleod, without having said a word, even to me, about his supersession. I had, however, by that time become quite used to the eccentricities of the Mounted Police Force, and informed the new Commissioner that, in my opinion, he need not expect his predecessor to hand over his command in person. Mr. Herchmer therefore sent telegrams to the officers commanding the various posts, saying that he assumed the commissionership from that day, and that in future all official correspondence should be addressed to himself at Regina. Having done that, he went back to Government House, where he was staying for the time being. In the evening a farewell order was received by wire from Colonel Irvine, and was duly published in General Orders. Among the telegrams sent by Mr. Herchmer on his arrival was one to his brother, the superintendent in command at Calgary, desiring him to come to headquarters for, as he said, "I don't know how my brother may take my appointment." The brother, however, could never have been fool enough to think that he was in the running for Colonel Irvine's vacancy, and so there need have been no anxiety on that score. He came readily enough in answer to the summons, and the first object to which they gave their minds was the breaking up of what they called the Macleod clique. The officer commanding the police post at Macleod at the time, that is, Superintendent John Cotton, my predecessor in the adjutancy, had always objected to the transfer of the police headquarters to Regina from Port Walsh, a point which was much further westward, but had nothing to recommend it, as far as I could see, beyond its old association, etc. The climate was, it must be confessed, very much less severe than that of Regina, but the post itself was situated in a flat entirely at the mercy of rifle fire from surrounding hills. It was here that Sitting Bull, with his victorious band of Sioux Indians, had presented themselves after their massacre of the American troops under General Custer, and naturally some allowance might be made for the sake of old associations, but they could not necessarily be allowed to militate against the deliberate decision of the Government, which was to place the headquarters of the Mounted Police at Regina, the capital of the North West Territories, where indeed it would be most convenient. Regina, be it noted, was the choice of Lieutenant Governor Dewdney, and was christened by the Princess Louise. Mr. Dewdney had been severely criticised for selecting such a spot for a capital, and I was shown an old American map, wherein the settlement, for it was neither village nor municipality in those days, did unquestionably appear within the apex of a district delineated on the map as the Great American Desert. All I can say is that it is a pretty fortunate desert to have such soil as it has, deep, rich and heavy, which will be able to grow wheat and other cereals when less favoured localities will be played out, as some of them are now already. I know something of the Regina soil, for, with the exception of that at Government House, I made probably the first garden in the place. A good garden it was, too, though it was made within 10 days in the spring of 1884. It is an historical fact that in 1886, when Sir John and Lady Macdonald paid their first visit to Western Canada, I sent to Government House in time for their breakfast a muskmelon which, under glass of course, happened to mature in the nick of time, and was certainly the first of its kind grown within many miles of the spot. It is necessary here to explain that the officer commanding the Mounted Police at Macleod had, until the time of which I write, that is, A.D. 1886, acted also as a collector of customs for the western country. This brought him a good round sum every year, as all the cattle, horses, and other dutiable goods which entered the country from the south had to pay duty at Macleod, and the former occupant of the position, during his tenure thereof, had made about $25,000 in addition to his police pay. At Macleod also was stationed Dr. George Kennedy, a great friend of Superintendent John Cotton's, who was the assistant surgeon in medical charge of the post and district, and the only practitioner in the neighbourhood. This was the combination that Herchmer used to call the Macleod clique, and between him and it there was bitter enmity. It goes without saying, therefore, that when the Herchmer family came into power, the first sign of attack on the Macleod clique showed itself in orders transferring C Division and its officers to Battleford, a post in the far north about 500 miles from Macleod. Dr. Kennedy said he would not go, and resigned his commission, so that the division went without him, and was replaced by the division from Battleford. William Herchmer elected to remain at Calgary, where he was already stationed. The customs appointment at Macleod was doomed to extinction, so far as the police were concerned, for there were many hungry politicians in the East looking for just that kind of job, and the gift was very soon bestowed upon a stalwart of the Conservative party in Ontario. As soon as the newly appointed Commissioner had learnt, as he thought, enough of the rudiments of his new profession to qualify him for the attempt, he started off to make an official inspection of his brother's command at Calgary, by way of practising his prentice hand upon a division which might be expected not to be too critical of his academic methods. E Division fooled him to the top of his bent, and he was delighted with everything he saw. He liked the place, he liked the people, he liked the climate, and as there were lots of trout in the Bow River at the time, some of the men got up early in the morning of his departure and caught some fish, which they packed in ice for him, and sent him home rejoicing. He was as pleased as a child with his new toy, and took an early opportunity after his arrival to unbosom himself to Lieutenant Governor Edgar Dewdney, to whom he imparted his opinion that Calgary would be a preferable place to Regina for the capital of the North West Territories. This was the first intimation that His Honour had that his quondam protege was now able to sit up and take notice for himself. Meanwhile, life was not too pleasant for me, as Lawrence Herchmer lost no opportunity to vent his spite upon myself. One instance of his methods was exemplified at the time of his departure to make his first inspection at Calgary, as already mentioned. On the morning after he had gone, when I went out into the Barracks Square, I noticed that the flag was not flying, and, meeting the Sergeant Major, now Colonel R. Belcher, C.M.G., of Strathcona's Horse, I inquired, "What has happened to the flag? Halyards broken?" "No, sir," he replied. "The Commissioner sent for me yesterday and gave me orders that the flag was not to fly when he was out of the post." "Well," I remarked, "he said nothing to me about it, and I saw him last night before he started off for the station." That was just the kind of thing that Mr. Lawrence Herchmer did, and there was a hoot of derision from all over the country at the new rule, which could not be kept secret. I have said enough to show that he was quite an impossible man to work with. His appointments did not bespeak the welfare of the public service as the first consideration. For about a year I fulfilled the duties of my office with scrupulous exactitude, and supplied the many deficiencies in the Commissioner's semi-military education, until on the morning of March 14, 1887, he overstepped the line of hard and fast demarcation which I had resolutely drawn, and I told him a little of what was in my mind regarding himself and his methods. It happened that the Comptroller of the Force from Ottawa had arrived at Government House on the previous night, and stepped over to the barracks in the morning. He had occasion to pass through my office on his way to see the Commissioner, and as I greeted him I said, "The inevitable row has just occurred. Do not make up your mind until you have heard my side of the story." He nodded and passed on. In a few minutes he came out alone, stopped long enough to say, "Don't let that trouble you, Deane. I quite see how impossible your position is here. I will come over and see you this evening," and wended his way back to Government House. He came to my house soon after 10 that night, and we had a private talk on the existing regime. Daily manifestations of injustice were producing grave discontent. For myself, he said that I had put in 3 years of hard work and should have a rest. He decided to tell the Commissioner in the morning that I should go to the East on recruiting duty for some months, and that thereafter I should be given the command of a post somewhere, possibly at Calgary or Macleod. In pursuance of this arrangement, I left Regina on March 27 with my wife and family for Toronto, which we made our headquarters for the ensuing 4 months, during which time we renewed acquaintance with many old friends there and in Ottawa. On my return I found myself in orders to take command of the Depot Division, to which all recruits were posted, and to which all men at headquarters belonged. This was very much more palatable than resuming my former position in the Commissioner's office. I had dry nursed him for a full year and was heartily sick of the job. During the autumn and winter months I organised a theatrical troupe, and we had considerable fun from our amateur attempts and from little dances that we occasionally gave. We beguiled the time as best we could, for the winter months were long and dreary. We had, of course, sleighing and snowshoeing, but we had no covered skating rink, and it was too cold to skate out of doors. We were, moreover, 2.5 miles from town, so that we had to be self-contained while the thermometer averaged 20 to 25 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, and occasionally dipped into the 30s and 40s. My family and I were always welcome visitors at Government House, for the late Mrs. Dewdney and my late wife were great friends, and we were in no way dependent upon the uncongenial society of the Herchmers, between whom and Government House the rift was gradually but surely widening. It was well understood that the winter of 1887 would be my last in Regina, for the Commissioner had told me on my return from recruiting that I was to take E Division from Calgary to Macleod in the autumn, and although that move had not come off, a transfer to some other post was ahead of me. It was customary at that time for the Commissioner to pay an annual visit to Ottawa during the session of Parliament, so that the Premier might obtain at first hand any information which might be required from the head of the force as to police conditions in the West, and incidentally this gave the visitor an opportunity to do a little lobbying on his own account. Inter alia, movements of officers had to be discussed, and it was therefore without any feeling of surprise that I learned one afternoon from the Lieutenant Governor that he had that morning received a letter from Freddy White, the Comptroller, who told him that it had been decided to transfer me to Prince Albert in the spring. Now Prince Albert was, as I had always understood, a very charming place, a landmark in the country, long before either Regina or Calgary had been thought of. It was one of the old time headquarters of the Hudson's Bay Company, where a chief factor named Lawrence Clark had his habitat, and was altogether a most desirable place to live and work from. It could not, it was true, compete with Regina or Calgary as the metropolis of the North West Territories, but what did that matter? I should be only too glad to go anywhere where my services were required. As to taking my family, that was quite another matter. My wife was inexperienced in prairie travel, so were her 3 younger children, and as there were roughly 300 miles of prairie to be negotiated in wagons in order to reach this delectable spot, it was quite out of the question for me to subject them to that long journey in weather which was as uncertain as the roads, and I decided to send them to Ottawa. In about a fortnight's time the Governor looked me up again, saying that "the Prince Albert deal is off. I have a letter from Fred White in which he says we cannot have her here." I replied, "All right, your Honour, it is all the same to me. Fred White is not such a fool as you think, is he?" He laughed. As my wife and I had spent some months altogether in Ottawa, we were not entirely friendless there. When the Commissioner came home, I learnt that we were to be sent to Lethbridge, so called after the president of the North West Coal and Navigation Company, which company had been opened by Lord Lansdowne in 1885. The police post there had only been completed about a year previously, and the place was still shown on maps as Coal Banks. I wrote to the officer commanding, asking for measurements of his various rooms, etc., and he, poor chap, was quite cut up, for he said he had no previous intimation nor any reason to anticipate a move. He had, as a matter of fact, got into some hot water which had formed the subject of newspaper paragraphs all over the country, and he was moved to Macleod under a senior officer. There was in force in those days a Dominion statute prohibiting the importation, sale, and even the possession of intoxicants by any person within the North West Territories, except by permission of the Lieutenant Governor, and it was the duty of the Mounted Police to enforce this act. When a permit was issued, a notification was sent to the police, and they watched for every consignment, promptly took up each permit, and returned it to the Lieutenant Governor's office. Permits were not altogether easy to obtain, and one uncancelled permit might be used to cover other importations. The suspicion of a permit caused the boys to hang round the Dominion Express office, and wait and wait and watch until at last, after a long time, the Express Company could be freed to deliver the consignment. Then there would be a gathering of the eagles to the slaughter, and the wagon would be followed to its destination at a discreet distance by all the thirsty harpies who wanted to have a drink at the expense of someone else. If the owner happened to be away from home, the visitors were out of luck, but if, on the other hand, he was there, the entire crowd would follow the keg in and stay with it as long as it contained a drop. This course of action, the present day reader might think, would have strained the ties of friendship to the breaking point, but it was not so at all. The generic question of liquor, licit or illicit, was governed by a code of honour all its own. Men whose word in the ordinary transactions of life, always excepting a horse deal, one would accept without reserve, could not be trusted to speak the truth and nothing but the truth where a liquor prosecution was concerned. The first elected Member of Parliament for the Dominion House, when he went north to canvass his constituents in the Edmonton section of Alberta, took with him a sleigh load of carcasses of hogs, and each carcass contained bladders full of whisky, contraband at that, for he never could have obtained permits to cover such an amount as there was, and it had all been smuggled into Macleod from Montana. The half breed vote might easily be conciliated with whisky, and the candidate was triumphantly returned at the head of the poll. There were at this time men who made their living by dealing in illicit whisky, playing poker, etc., and those who had the wit to take care of their money became well to do. Probably the most imprudent theft on a large scale that came under my notice was that of whisky from a carload of liquor which passed through the North West Territories en route to British Columbia, where there was no prohibition law in force. This car was bonded and sealed until it arrived at its destination. It happened, however, that it was side tracked for a day or two somewhere near Calgary, when the transcontinental train service was in its infancy. In some way, the liquor dealing miscreants had ascertained that the car contained, among the profusion of barrels, kegs and cases that it carried, a barrel of whisky, which stood at a certain spot at its rear end. So, with a long auger, a hole was bored clean through the bottom of the car into the bottom of the barrel, when the rest was easy. They drained the liquor into the receptacles which they had ready, and drove off with the plunder. Obviously, they would not waste time in trying to cover up the traces of their modus operandi, and no clue remained to enable the perpetrators to be identified. When Larry, as he was properly spoken of, returned from Ottawa in the spring of 1888, he was feeling, as the saying is, pretty good, and, with the true Hohenzollern spirit, looked for other worlds to conquer. He had a fine new house waiting for him, a flag that was impatiently longing to fling itself into the breeze, and, taking it all in all, he had every reason to think that it was good to be alive. With the hearty co operation of his vis a tergo, so christened by Dr. Jukes, he thought out a scheme of officially asking the Lieutenant Governor not to issue any permits to members of the Mounted Police unless the applicants were sent through and were recommended by himself. I had private information as to the receipt of this letter in the Governor's office, and knew also that the Governor took several days to consider the proposition. When he assented, which he finally did, a general order was issued by the Commissioner to the force throughout the country. I was then free to talk to the Governor about this order, and told him frankly that I considered it to be an infringement upon the liberty of the subject, and calculated to bring into disrepute a body of officers without whose co operation the existing prohibition law could not be enforced. From a personal point of view, I represented that I considered the order an insult. I said to him, "Your Honour is quite well aware that liquor is not abused in my household, whatever may be the case elsewhere." He understood the implication without any further enlargement, and said it was within his personal knowledge that, in some instances, it might not be inadvisable to have the order carried out, but that, so far as I was concerned, he should not think of setting a limit to his own discretion. I might rest assured that he would grant me a permit whenever I might think proper to ask for one. Upon this, I simply sat tight, and ignored Mr. Herchmer in the matter of my permits. It was at this juncture that my family and I left Regina for Lethbridge, but it will be convenient to close upon this controversy at this point. Every successive permit that was issued to me threw my domineering friend into a fresh paroxysm of rage, and while he lost his temper I placidly kept mine, and stood my ground. The end of it was that, after the lapse of some weeks, the Minister at Ottawa gave instructions that the offending General Order should be cancelled, and a new one issued providing that intoxicating liquors should not be taken into police barracks without the consent of the Commissioner. As this was entirely intra vires of that officer, I cheerfully accepted the conditions during the few years that the prohibition law remained in force. The ramifications of this dispute brought about an entire rupture of the quondam friendship between the Lieutenant Governor and Mr. Herchmer, and they ceased to speak to one another. This was rendered the more easy, so far as the public service was concerned, as the Governor, on the expiration of his term of office in the Territories, carried the constituency of Moosomin, and entered the Cabinet at Ottawa as Minister of the Interior. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 5. 1888. Lethbridge. On April the 30th, 1888, my 40th birthday, the Turkey Track, so was the narrow gauge railway known, from the Canadian Pacific took me into Lethbridge, a village of about 500 or 600 people, many of them miners, a place where I was destined to spend 14 happy years thenceforward. There my boys and girls grew up into men and women, and when the inevitable time of parting came, we were all sorry to sever our connection with the people we liked so much, and among whom we had lived so long. There was in those days a camaraderie about life in the North West which is entirely lacking now, and life was a great deal more worth living. Live and let live was the principle upon which we conducted our business. We constituted a little oasis in a desert, and were as happy a little community as one could find on the broad prairies. I looked back with great pleasure upon our theatrical entertainments, which were given always for a local charity, and also upon little time of stress when our Church of England parson was laid up with a bad throat. I waited for him after the service one day and said, "I will read the lessons for you if it will be a relief." "It will be a great help," he said, and I did so for one Sunday. Then I said, "Better give yourself a chance. Let me read the prayers and you preach the sermon." "I shall be so glad if you will," said he. The arrangement continued for a while, but the poor chap had to give it up and go to a milder climate. So it was my lot to keep the church doors open and continue the service until a parson could be procured to take the job. In later years, when business had become more progressive and remunerative, and we had to find maintenance for a parson, or to dispense with him altogether, a young Englishman was allocated to our parish, and asked me to be his church warden. This was an honour which I had theretofore studiously declined, but at last I gave way. It was a case of the self-supporting rectorship at last, and the question before the vestry was the stipend which we could guarantee to pay. $1,200 a year was the irreducible minimum, and I said that I thought we ought to be able to guarantee that much. The people's warden at this juncture was one J. H. Kavanagh, and he disagreed with me. There are not too many old timers of that day left in the land of the living now, but such as are in the flesh will endorse what I say about him later on. At the vestry meeting I said, "I will find out what it is possible to do and report at the next meeting." All my exertions in the interim showed that we could not, in addition to church expenses, guarantee $1,200 a year to the rector. As a Government official, independent of business considerations, I was the only person in the community who could try the experiment of securing offers of monetary assistance. I admitted quite frankly to Kavanagh that he knew more about it than I did. He was a successful business man in a small way, that is to say, he ran a very reputable grocery, etc. store, of which the stock was paid for before he began to retail it, and he was a man of sterling character. At the time of the miners' lockout he was Grand Master of the Ancient Order of the United Workmen of Manitoba and the North West Territories, and I was Master of the local Masonic Lodge, No. 22. We had a good many ideas in common, and I often used to drop into his shop for a chat. He had a philanthropic disposition, and his death was a distinct loss. Almost the last I knew of him was in 1902, when I returned to Lethbridge from the Customs round up described in future pages. No sooner had I reached home than I was called to the telephone. "This is J. H. Kavanagh. You were elected Worshipful Master at the last meeting, and old Fred Campness is in hospital like to die. There is not much time to lose if you want to see him." I kicked off at once to the hospital to see the old chap, whose only expression was, "I am so tired," and I left him with the impression that I had better lose no time in memorising the Masonic ritual for the dead. It was well I did so, for 3 days later it fell to my lot, as the first act of my assumption of office, to lay to rest a worthy old brother Mason, who had been in Australia and New Zealand before coming to Canada, and whom, at the request of the Customs Department, I had nominated as local assistant collector of customs at Regina in 1885. It was after I left Lethbridge in 1902 that Kavanagh was seized with appendicitis and died from it. Dr. Mewburn, who attended and operated on him, is a graduate of the McGill University of Montreal. He is the fifth of his family in the medical line, and he has for years been known as the first surgeon in the West. What he has done for me and my family I could not adequately tell. We had the benefit of unremitting care and attention and up-to-date skill, for the little man, as I speak of him to mutual friends and acquaintances, was nothing if not up to date, although we lived in a little oasis at the foot of the Rocky Mountains. I remember so well the beginning of our acquaintance. Mewburn was the only medical man in the place. Naturally, it would not have supported two, and was both the acting assistant surgeon of Mounted Police and medical officer to the mining establishment. For our part we had, on the bank of the Belly River, a small building which had been erected as a hospital. This was about half a mile from the centre of the village, and contained room for 2 or 3 beds, a small kitchen, accommodation for the hospital orderly, and a very limited surgery. It was obviously inconvenient to send every man who had a trivial complaint to attend the hospital parade at such a distance from the barracks, and within a few months of my arrival the hospital conveniences were brought within the 4 walls of the wire fencing enclosing our barracks. But that little hospital on the bank of the river, while it lasted, answered Dr. Mewburn's purpose to the full. A chance Indian came to him one day, accompanied by a good many of his relations, and asked if any relief was possible. This case, if my memory serves me correctly, was that of a bad goitre, and the little man thought he could relieve that condition, with this proviso, as he put it to the patient and his assembled relatives: "I think I can do good, but I shall have to make a big cut. If I think right, and if you all do as I tell you after the cut is made, this man may get well, but I cannot tell for sure until I have made the big cut, and then if he does not get well, and if he should die, you must not blame me. What do you say? Shall I make the big cut?" A chorus of "Ugh, ugh" came from the patient and his numerous satellites, and the operation was duly performed. It turned out successfully, and then the little man's fame began to grow. It spread from the Bloods to the Blackfeet, and severe cases would go to see the Lethbridge doctor. The official medicos, be it observed, were paid liberal salaries by the Indian Department, but not a cent came to Dr. Mewburn, who undertook the work, not so much for the prestige which it gave him amongst the Indians, as for the experience which he gained for the benefit of the world at large. The Indians grew to have a blind faith in him, and brought him all sorts of cases. The enormous experience thus gained begot him the subsequent reputation of the first surgeon in the West. In a few years' time the primitive conditions under which he had been compelled to work were replaced by an up-to-date little hospital, which the late Sir Alexander Galt built and presented to the company, of which he was president. I never shall forget the night of my arrival at Lethbridge. There was only one hotel in the place, and one did not expect very much, but I sat down opposite my bed, and for at least 5 minutes wondered how I could put in the night. There was a clean pillowcase on the bed, but this only served to intensify the mahogany colour of the sheets. In desperation, at last I wrapped myself up in my blue cavalry cloak, and was glad when morning came. The police post at that time consisted of nothing more than a number of houses dumped upon the open prairie, forming the 4 sides of a sufficiently capacious square, with a grand room and cells at one end and 2 stables, each capable of containing 40 horses, at the opposite, the north end. The range cattle swarmed all over the place at their own sweet will, and at night they used to come and upset our slop barrels and pick over the contents, making a horrible mess outside our back doors. As the months rolled on we overcame these difficulties by enclosing the barrack reserve within a stout wire net fence with a top rail, and by constructing a substantial corral for the 300 tons of hay which we intended to stack in the coming season. In connection with the stables, I once had a bad scare. The commanding officer's house was the nearest to the stables and hay corral, and about 11 o'clock, when I was in my little smoking room, I heard the stable picket vault over the lower half doors, which were locked, and shout, "Fire!" Beyond a few patent extinguishers, we had in the barracks no means whatever of controlling a fire, and on this occasion I bolted out of my front door and ran like a hare into the stable which was nearest to me. At the far end in the centre aisle I saw the wooden floor ablaze. It was just behind the stalls of two very fine Shire horses that we used for hauling water from the river. If I had not been too much preoccupied and anxious, I could have laughed at the quizzical expressions on the faces of these beautiful creatures as they looked around, as much to say, "What are you doing? This is bedtime. Why don't you leave us alone?" I was just in time. The fire was on the point of reaching the bedding of one of them. In lying down, the horse had pushed some of the straw beyond his stall into the aisle, and I whipped off my coat and beat it away. That was all I could do single handed, but the danger was past. I had barely saved the situation when my next door neighbour, Inspector Mountie, ran in and helped. Then came Staff Sergeant Charles Ross with an armful of blankets. He was on his way home, saw the flicker of light in the stable windows, and knew that there could be only one explanation thereof, and, like the man he was, ran to the Sergeant Major's store, gathered up an armful of blankets, which were always kept handy for transients, and came to the rescue. In a jiffy, too, came the men from their beds with axes, etc. In almost less time than it has taken me to write these lines, a plank was chopped through, and any remaining fire effectually smothered. Perhaps I should here explain the necessity for the blankets which Sergeant Ross brought. None knew better than himself that a horse will not face fire, and that in order to lead the animals out of their stalls it would be necessary to blindfold them. Happily this was not necessary, and most of the horses did not bestir themselves. All's well that ends well, but I had a bad quart d'heure while I was keeping the flames under, and while I was superintending the subsequent operations. How in hell did this thing happen? Was the question running through my mind. As I subsequently learned, the stable picket had heard a horse loose in this particular stable, and, as was his duty, went in to tie him up in his stall. He had quietly coaxed the horse down to the eastern end of the stable, and just as he was about to lay hold of his halter, the brute dashed by him, kicked at the lantern which the man was carrying, and smashed it to smithereens. The lighted oil ran down between the planks and set alight any inflammable, dry rubbish that was there, and so spread. The two horses that I speak of were used for nothing but to haul our water tank, and they and the teamster, who was told off to look after them, were kept fully occupied. All water in the town had to be delivered by water cart in those days, and used to cost 10 cents per barrel. The year 1888 was the first of a dry period that lasted for 7 years. Dry summers and hard winters went together, and each year became a little drier than its predecessor. Farming was out of the question, even if anyone had thought of it, which no one did. That would have been far too much like work. Riding long hours after cattle or horses on the prairie was not looked upon as work. There was a story told of an old timer in the Macleod district who would not take a contract for digging a well because he could not do it on horseback. The country was intended by Providence for stock growing, and anybody connected with stock who was worth a second glance swore tremendous oaths, wore Mexican spurs and chaps, and possibly a buckskin shirt with a fringe. I myself did a lot of work which, if it was not hard, was steady, for I determined to have a garden at all costs. Experience taught me that the only way in which the seed could be induced to germinate was to make the necessary drills, saturate them with water, then sow the seed, cover it up, and keep on watering. As I had about half an acre of garden and did the work myself, it used to keep my spare hours pretty well occupied. Now and again I used to get a prisoner out of the guard room to help me. There was one to whom I used to give a horn of whisky the last thing. He was the cleverest and most successful horse thief in the country. He was a B.A. of Dublin University, and lived with a squaw on the St. Mary's River. He had a bunch of 500 or 600 horses running at large on the prairie, most, if not all of them, stolen, and once or twice a year he would round them up, cut out some of the likely ones, and drive them across country into Manitoba, where he would sell or trade them for cattle. He had not only a merry life, but a long one, for it was years before we could get a clear case against him, and when at length he was convicted for the first time, the judge gave him only 6 months in the guard room. It was during this temporary retreat that he "used to learn gardening from Captain Deane," as I found he told his friends afterwards, and earned the little drop of "Oh, be joyful," which always sent him happy to bed. Poor Pat, as he was known, did not profit by his experience, for at a later date he came under the notice of Chief Justice A.L. Sifton, who had no sympathy with horse thieves, and sent him to the Manitoba Penitentiary, where he died. I had no fewer than 7 barrels conveniently disposed round my garden fence, which the water cart man used to keep filled from day to day, and that, to anyone unconnected with the Mounted Police, meant a daily expenditure of 70 cents. It was no wonder that people could not afford to have gardens in those days, for every little onion had an appreciable value, and my old wife's principal enjoyment in life was to drive about in her phaeton with a goodly basket of vegetables and give them to her friends. Of cucumbers I always had an abundance, and they were the first of the particular brand to be grown in that country. I had almost forgotten to mention my first tree growing experiment, which turned out so unfortunately. To the south and east there was for many miles nothing but a waterless wilderness, with no habitation whatever, and without any semblance of a tree or even bush. Having prison labour and water facility at command, I obtained permission from the coal company to take 75 suitable saplings from their property in the river bottom and to transplant them on the barrack site. For each tree I prepared a hole measuring roughly 3 feet each way, and loosened up the bottom with a little rubble for the sake of drainage. With the exception of about 6 inches of topsoil, the rest was clay, very hard to work, which was all taken away. With each tree I brought a cubic yard of the soil that it had been growing in, and, prior to planting the tree, the hole was kept full of water, with the idea of making the walls of clay more negotiable by the roots. I could not foretell that we were simply wasting our time, but so it turned out. As each successive year became a little drier than the last, so the clay subsoil became more and more impervious. Some of the trees lasted 1 year, some 2, some 3, but in spite of the water that we gave them, they succumbed one by one, and of all the 75 saplings that I set out in 1889 and nursed assiduously, there is only one alive today. It stands at the turnstile entrance to the barracks in a slight hollow, where the snow gathered in the winter and the rain drained at other times, and as the subsoil was thus kept moist, the roots were able to take hold. That experience, however disheartening, is one which the pioneer in a new country has to put up with. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 6. 1888 to 89. Lethbridge. The Commissioner had told me before I left Regina that he was trying to find some solution of the water problem at Lethbridge, in order to obviate the expense of having a pair of horses and a man do nothing all the year round but fill and haul and empty the water tank, and to that end had made an arrangement with a local contractor to bore an artesian well at a spot within the barracks which he had designated. This spot was between my house and No. 1 stable, and, until I got to know the run of the prevailing winds, I used, with some apprehension, to watch the sparks from the gentleman's engine. The contractor had not bored more than 325 feet when, his troubles with his tools and his tubing multiplied every day, he had at length to admit that he was beaten. He had not quite reached the level of the Belly River, and his tools were not good enough to carry him any further. Then, of course, he wanted to be compensated for his loss of time, labour and wages of his engine driver, and that opened up a quarrel with Mr. Commissioner Herchmer, with which I do not propose to worry my readers. In connection with the ineffectual boring of this well, an interesting incident occurred some 12 years later. Mr. Charles A. McGrath, Dominion topographical surveyor, pointed out, within a mile to the north and east of Spring Coulee, a remarkable feature of the North American continent. This is a gentle swell on the prairie, accurately ascertained by survey to be only 18 inches above the general surface level. Horses drawing a wagon over it would hardly feel any tightening of the traces, and it measured no more than 299 feet across. Yet, standing on the crest of the swell, he said that it was certain that water falling to the northeast would drain eventually into a watershed falling into Hudson's Bay, and to the southeast water would drain into the Missouri River and finally reach the Gulf of Mexico. It was probably ignorance of these facts which accounted for the unsuccessful boring for an artesian well at the Lethbridge Barracks. My division in 1888 consisted of 100 men and about 110 horses and pack ponies. We had, in addition, a Blood Indian interpreter and a couple of Indian scouts. The Milk River was about 55 miles to the south of us, running eastward, and on its banks, when I took over the division, I found 3 camps of about 5 men each, with a non-commissioned officer, established. Midway between the barracks and the camp at Milk River Ridge there was another camp, in a place called Kipp's Coulee. It was mainly there because our loaded teams, hauling supplies to the Milk River, required a halfway house of call. 4 horses could not haul a heavy load 50 miles in one day, and Kipp's Coulee was the only spot where there was water. It was a pestilential spot, and no teamster stayed there after 3 o'clock in the morning, for mosquitoes were a veritable pest. A coulee, I should explain, is equivalent to what in Australia is called a gully, and Kipp's Coulee, so christened by an old-timer named Kipp who had camped there, was a waterway in the prehistoric times when Milk River was a very much bigger stream than it is today. In 1889 the Kipp's Coulee water was not fit to drink, and the camp was not sent thither. We found, as it happened, a very excellent spring at a hill which was about 15 miles from the village, which we called the 15-mile butt. A butt is the same thing as a South African koopje. We boxed this spring and took great care of it. Although we put a good substantial cover on it, careless travellers did not always close it, and one day we found a dead fox in the water. We established a camp there instead of Kipp's Coulee, and then we found that the place abounded in skunks, so much so that we had to build a little lattice-work fence around each tent, for if one inmate thereof had inadvertently scared one of these brutes which had inquisitively gone in, he would have created a stench that would have saturated the tent and everything in it for months. These are the gentle creatures that supply ladies with the Alaska sables, which are so becoming. They are good to wear and desirable in all ways but one: don't get them wet, for if you do you will find that the scent of the roses will cling to it still. The first of my detachments to obtain winter quarters was that stationed at Milk River Ridge, and good accommodation for about 8 men, with a non-commissioned officer and 12 horses, was built by a local contractor in the autumn of 1889. All the other detachments had to come into barracks for the winter. At a small butt, some 9 miles to the north of the Ridge detachment, a patrol had the good fortune to find another excellent spring, and this settled for us the difficulty of watering our work teams when hauling supplies for the detachments. A couple of mounted men were installed in camp here, and the senior constructed 3 capital reservoirs with the help of stones and some lime that he asked for. The first was for drinking water for the men, the second for the horses, and the third for bathing purposes. Each reservoir overflowed into the next, and the conjunction of the whole was as clever a contrivance as ever I saw. This meant that a loaded team from the barracks would spend half a day in travelling to the first stopping place, one long day in covering the 39 miles to the 9 Mile Butte, and from thence an easy half day into Milk River Ridge. Everything had to be so hauled: rations, forage, coal oil, and equipment of every sort. By the time I had my Milk River outpost built and supplied in 1889 for the coming winter, it meant a round trip of 230 miles to reach the furthest detachment. We had good horses, good transport, good harnesses that much is due to Mr. Commissioner Herchmer and, what was a still greater asset, good teamsters. We had 4-horse teams doing nothing but hauling supplies, and it required a capable man to put in 9 or 10 months of such work out of a year, driving and caring for 4 horses, picketing them at night, cooking for himself, etc., etc., delivering his load safely and keeping his horses fit. There was no division in the force that had such long haulage work as we did. In 1889 I was empowered to spend the sum of $1,100 in constructing 3 sets of detachment buildings, 2 on the Milk River and 1 on the St. Mary's River. This provided for the roofing and, so far as the money would go, sheeting of the buildings. They themselves were composed of logs from 12 to 18 inches thick, but these we had first to find in convenient coulees and then cut and haul. All this work was done by the division, supervised by a Sergeant Keenan, who was for the time being detached from elsewhere. The establishment of permanent outposts meant that hay had to be provided for winter use, and there was no one to cut it but ourselves. This necessitated a haying party with mower, rake, rack, etc., and as the prairie dried up more and more year by year from 1888 onwards, it was a very difficult matter to find a sufficient supply. Mr. Herchmer asked me once how many tons of hay we cut to the acre. I replied, "You've got the boot on the wrong foot. You mean, how many acres do we travel over to cut a ton of hay?" One year the grass was so scanty that at Writing on Stone Detachment, 25 miles east of Milk River Ridge, we were reduced to cutting and stacking some reeds which grew in a few small lakes some 10 miles distant. From the year 1889 onwards our barrack supply of hay came from the Milk River Ridge, and was hauled about 45 miles before we got it. This was invariably done by local contractors at a price per ton stacked. The first year I went to Lethbridge I called for tenders for 300 tons of hay. The only offers I received were from $22 to $25 per ton. This price being exorbitant, I purchased the amount at $5 per ton at Pincher's Creek, 60 miles west of Lethbridge. The haulage by I. G. Baker and Company brought the price to $22 per ton. As a consequence, no further cornering for hay was attempted at Lethbridge. Before I leave the subject of detachments, including one which I established at the junction of the Little Bow and Belly Rivers, about 20 miles north east of our barracks, I should not omit to mention an historic old place where I quartered a couple of mounted men, and which has now passed into oblivion. It was known as Fort Whoop Up, a characteristic name, and was the principal stronghold of the whisky smugglers, whom in 1874 the mounted police were sent to suppress. With a strong palisade all around it, and substantially built of stout logs, it withstood in the early days many an attack by Indians who had become maddened by firewater. It may interest my readers to know that the price of the Winchester rifle in those days was determined by the length of the weapon. The butt was placed on the ground and became the property of the purchaser when he had piled up on the floor sufficient skins, laid out flat, to reach the height of the muzzle. In my day the fort had fallen into bad repair. A good deal of the material had been used for firewood, and the property had passed into the hands of one Dave Akers, one of the old-time smugglers who made a precarious living by illicit means and by growing a little honest produce. His holding was situated in the river bottom of the St. Mary's, where the soil was fairly good and moist, and he used to grow the best cabbages in those parts by utilising the numerous empty tin cans to be found in the neighbourhood. He would melt the bottom off these at his leisure in the winter time, and when he set out his plants he would protect each by pressing a can round it into the soil to the depth of something less than an inch. This would keep the winds and the cutworms away from his young cabbages, and when they wanted water he used to fill up the cans by hand. This ensured the water sinking down to the roots, where it would do most good. I adopted this plan myself until I found that a paper cone round the stem answered the same purpose, and did not look quite so unsightly. For a monthly consideration, Dave Akers was able to give us accommodation for a couple of men and horses, and they remained with him until the old place caught fire, from some unexplained reason, and the men were burnt out of their lodgings. We then bought 20 sound logs of what were left, and used them for our buildings on the St. Mary's. At $1 apiece, they were not a bad buy, 16 to 18 feet long, and from 18 to 20 inches through. I had my own cows, generally 2 in milk, and chickens, and the 2 messes had their cows, so that we had an abundance of milk and cream in the barracks. When the Coal Company built their narrow gauge railway into the thriving and picturesque town of Great Falls in Montana, we were relieved of our long southward haul of supplies, but we still had to continue our annual making of hay for the outposts. In 1896 the rainy seasons had begun again, and business advanced by leaps and bounds. Travellers from the south wondered at the beautiful green grass on our prairie, and began to think of investing in so promising a country. To all those, not a few, with whom I came in contact, who asked my advice, I made the one reply: "If you are thinking of taking up a holding, do not go far away from water. Stick either to the irrigation ditch or the rivers so far as your means will allow, but do not go blindly out onto the bald-headed prairie, and expect to find water, because you must bear in mind the time-honoured injunction, 'Blessed are they who expect nothing, for verily they shall get it.'" In course of time Lethbridge became incorporated, and rejoiced in a mayor and councillors. We continued to police the place as of yore from an office in town, where one man was stationed, and he had a telephonic communication with the barracks, so that, as generally happened, a Hungarian or slave wedding was on the tapis, and the inevitable drunken row ensued, he could always get assistance at a few minutes' notice from the barracks. What was called the red light district used to cause a disturbance now and then, but, as a rule, one capable man could easily handle that and any other spasmodic trouble. It was in the year 1891 that Mr. Commissioner Herchmer communicated with this infant town, and demanded that the municipality should pay the rent of $15 a month for the building occupied by the Mounted Police, and alternatively threatened to remove the men of his force from the town. It was pointed out to him that people from all parts of the district congregated there, that it was there, so far as intoxicants were concerned, that all dealings were carried on, and that it was there that the police were able to secure information and ascertain facts in regard to breaches of the law, either actual or contemplated, and that without the facility of an office in town the police would not be able to keep themselves informed of what was going on. The town intimated quite plainly that it was not their business to pay the rent of an office, and I reported that without such a facility I should be unable efficiently to police the district. This, of course, gave Herchmer the chance he was waiting for, and he promptly sent orders for my transfer to Battleford, a point about 200 miles north of the main line of the Canadian Pacific. The Lethbridge people, however, would not hear of it. They got up a numerously signed petition and sent it to the Premier. I dutifully began to pack my goods and chattels, and wrote to my cousin, T.C. Patterson, who was postmaster at Toronto, telling him the circumstances. He wired to the Premier: Re Deane transfer, Lethbridge to Battleford, Vox Populi Supreme Lex. He did more. He took the next day's train to Ottawa and saw Sir John Abbott, who promised that no change should be made until after the Herchmer Commission had made its inquiries. So I unpacked my stuff again and sat tight. The name T.C. Patterson is barely known to the present generation, but it was a name to conjure with 35 years ago. He was the man who, when the Conservative Party was in its deepest depths, after the Pacific scandal, which hurled Sir John Macdonald's government from power, was entreated by the leading men of the Conservative Party to undertake the editing of the Mail, the principal organ of the party, published in Toronto. Patterson was nothing if not thorough, and with characteristic thoroughness he devoted his whole energy to the task before him. An old Montreal millionaire, Henry Judah by name, with whom I stayed a few days in 1882, said of him: "That man can write more and write better than any man in Canada, and I have always been opposed to his giving up the paper." I replied that Patterson's point of view was that after he had written the Conservative Party into power, as had been freely remarked to me by all sorts and conditions of men since my arrival in Canada, and had possibly shortened his life by the unstinted labour which he had given to the call of duty, he was entitled to his rest and to his reward in the haven of the Toronto Post mastership. The old gentleman admitted all that, but thought it was a pity notwithstanding. Patterson's connection with me was this: his mother was my father's sister, and when I first went to Canada, which was at his own suggestion when the Winnipeg boom was in full blast, he said, "I will do all I can for you because I shall be so pleasing my dear dead mother." That was the sole bond of connection between us, and he lived up to his end of the bond. This was the only time in my career that I ever invoked his aid, but as he said, "You know where to find me." I have often thought that while it was Sir John Macdonald's voice that spoke, it was T.C. Patterson's brain that conceived. His brother-in-law told me that Lord Dufferin often used to ask him to go to Rideau Hall, the vice-regal residence in Ottawa, to discuss some knotty problem during the troublesome days. I am confirmed in my belief by an appreciation of T.C. Patterson, published in the News, Toronto, on September 21st, 1907, just after he had passed away at the age of 71. The writer says, inter alia, "Anyone who looks back over the files of the Mail of 30 or 35 years ago will find editorial writing of unusual power and of great felicity and dignity. We have had no better editorial writing in Canada, and Mr. Patterson had the genius to preserve the unity of the page, no matter by how many hands the work was done. We cannot penetrate the secrets of that time. We know, however," the italics are mine, "that it was in the Mail Office that the movement for protection was organised. And if Mr. Patterson had ever told all he knew, possibly some great figures would be diminished in stature, and some considerable adjustments effected. But he did not speak, and the story must wait." Many of the prominent Englishmen of the day were his contemporaries, either at Eton or Oxford, and, to quote the aforesaid appreciation once more, "he was in intimate touch with the Governors General of Ottawa for a generation." Patterson it was who, in 1882, at the behest of the Canadian Pacific Syndicate, wrote a pamphlet introducing the railway to the English public, and telling them that the presidency of the road was held by George Stephen, who, having begun his life as a journeyman carpenter, had worked himself up until he had become president of the Bank of Montreal. It was easy for a man like Patterson to get me enrolled as an extra clerk during the parliamentary session of 1883 in the office of the Marquis of Lorne, the Governor General, and thither I went at $1.50 a day for some months. In Ottawa, during that time, my late wife and I met a good many of the ministers and other prominent people in the social life of the capital. It was not easy, however, to get speech of Sir John Macdonald. Fred White, now Colonel C.M.G., retired, Comptroller of the Mounted Police, had been Sir John's secretary during the dark days of the party, and was still his chief political agent. I am very much beholden to him for his keen sympathy and assistance, and he said to me one day, "I want to introduce you to Sir John." I got a "hurry" message from him one morning and went to his office. "Sir John is, by the doctor's orders, confined to his house at Earnscliffe. You know it. Take this note for Pope (private secretary), and be as quick as you can." As luck would have it, I was the only visitor at the time. Mr. Pope read the note, ushered me into Sir John's study, announced "Captain Deane," and retired, shutting the door behind him. I was not exactly a stranger to Sir John, because my wife and I had been to a dance at Earnscliffe, and Lady Macdonald had very kindly made a point of introducing me to her husband. However, I now had the opportunity of having a pow wow with the old gentleman, and told him that I was seeking an inspectorship in the Mounted Police, and that my qualifications were so and so. His manner was very nice and attentive, but he was entirely non-committal, which was no more than I had expected. It seemed to me that there was something in the old man's mind to which he did not give expression, and I found out, a day or two later, what the hindrance was from a note from Fred White, the gist of which was, "Why did you leave the service?" I had already explained that stagnation of promotion had driven me out of the service, but now I wrote a full explanation. In 1866 I joined the Royal Marines, a non-purchase corps, with the belief that, if my life were spared and I was not invalided or tried by court martial, I was bound to become a general officer. In 1867 Mr. Childers, the First Lord of the Admiralty, reduced the strength of the corps by abolishing the Woolwich Division, some 3,500 officers and men, and as a result, with no adequate provision for supernumerary officers, for 4 years and 10 months no single promotion took place from the lieutenant's to the captain's list. I was a subaltern of 15 years, and at the date of my promotion to captain I was nearly 5 years too old for my place in the seniority list. When I was retired from the Royal Marines in 1882 I was 34 years of age, and if I had continued to serve in the corps I was due to be compulsorily retired, if I was then still a captain, on attaining the age of 42, on a pension of £225 a year. As this was not enough to provide for a family, I "cut the painter" and went to Canada. I may add that from 1876 I was adjutant of the Chatham Division, and retired with the rank of captain in 1882. That was as much as it concerned the Canadian Department to know, but I may here tell my readers how it was that I brought about an amelioration of the conditions prevailing in my old corps before I left. In the year 1881 the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty inspected the Chatham Division of the Royal Marines, and of which corps I was the senior subaltern. I interviewed their Lordships and handed them a memorial which I had drawn up. Lord Northbrook, First Lord, Lord Brassey and Sir Cooper Key, First Sea Lord, were the principal personages, and very attentive they were. I expatiated on the points which I have previously summarised herein, and Lord Northbrook at length said, "I think, Mr. Deane, we shall all be agreed that you have a grievance. Have you any remedy to suggest?" "I have, your Lordships," I replied, "and it is this: give us the same opportunities of retirement while we are young that are open to the two big seniority corps of the Army, the Royal Artillery and Engineers." Legislation to this effect was passed into law, and I was one of the first officers to take advantage of it and retire with £1,600 to the good. Having followed the drum for so long, I hated to leave it, but what could I do? Warm and well-meaning friends tried to dissuade me from my purpose, but to each one I replied, "This bed is for me and mine. Shall I not have the making of it myself?" My interview with Sir John Macdonald had no immediate result, and I left Ottawa at the close of the parliamentary session with the idea of going into a new railway proposition which had been suggested to me, for I could not afford to remain idle. I dropped into Patteson's office in Toronto to report progress, and he, without saying a word, wrote a short letter, which he read to me and signed T.C.P. He added, as he stamped the envelope with the official stamp, "I think you will hear something within a week." So I did, for within that time limit I received a letter from the Comptroller directing me to report myself at the headquarters of the Mounted Police at Regina, and enclosing with the necessary credentials a cheque for $100 to pay my expenses. So began my career in the Mounted Police, and now, after 31 years and 9 months' service in that force, I became a pensioner of Canada from April 1st, 1915. Looking back, it hardly seems possible that I can have served upwards of 47 years, as I may say, with the colours, that is, as a regimental officer. I am curious to know how many officers there were on the active list of the Royal Navy on March 31st, 1915, who can say that they learned the handspike gun drill which was in vogue at the time of Nelson, and how many Army officers there are now on the active list who bit off the end of the cartridge before ramming the powder and bullet down the muzzle of a rifle. Both handspike and ramrods were in the curriculum when I learned my drills. I trust my readers will pardon my being so extremely discursive, and that I may now be permitted to recur to the Premier of Canada, whom in 1891 T.C. Patterson interviewed on my behalf. Sir John Abbott had been formerly the legal adviser of the Canadian Pacific, and had been called upon to take the helm of government after the tragic death at Windsor Castle of Sir John Thompson, of whom the late Nicholas Flood Davin, the silver-tongued orator of the Western Prairie, wrote that the man who, at birth, was laid in a 3 and 6 penny cradle, and his requiem boomed by the cannon of an empire. Sir John Abbott had promised that the question of my transfer should remain in abeyance until after the Herchmer Commission. The Government had, very reluctantly, and after long deliberation, consented to appoint a judge of the Supreme Court to act as a commission of inquiry into the many complaints against this officer which had been made in the press and otherwise. Mr. Justice Wetmore held sessions at Regina and Macleod, and I was called upon to attend at both places. I said what I had to say, without fear or favour, and as a result my Commissioner treated me thereafter with respect, although we had no greater affection for each other than before. One fact became apparent, and that was that sundry officers who had instigated newspaper men to publish attacks against the Police Commissioner lacked the moral courage to go into the witness box and under oath to substantiate their former statements. It was a pitiable exposé, but it had the effect of clearing the air. My transfer to Battleford was no longer a moot point, and the rent of the office in Lethbridge continued to be paid from police funds. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 7, 1890 to 97, Lethbridge. No history of the great lone land in these latter days would be complete without some mention of the late Lieutenant Colonel James Farquharson Macleod, C.M.G. He first went west with the Wolseley expedition of 1870, and subsequently succeeded Sir George French as Commissioner of the Mounted Police. Later, when Lieutenant Colonel A. G. Irvine was appointed, Commissioner Colonel Macleod became stipendiary magistrate for the North West Territories. His headquarters at first were at Pincher Creek, where he had a nice place, of which he was very proud. He was also very proud of his charming wife and family, most of it daughters, who, I believe, are all well and happily married. After this stipendiary magistrate blossomed into the Supreme Court dignitary, Colonel Macleod went to live in Macleod. From there he would come down upon us when Lethbridge wanted a jail delivery, or when there was anything special to try, and on such occasions he would cover the 32 miles of road either by means of a convenient police team, or he would mount the box of the tri-weekly stagecoach, take the reins from Polly, the stage driver, his name being Pullinger, an old-timer, and drive the 4 horses himself. We used to have to hold court in any convenient place in those days. Sometimes, for the convenience possibly of witnesses, etc., it might be held in a room at the hotel, but generally in the barracks. After a time, the Coal Company built a very prestigious building, the lower part of which was designed as a theatre, with stage, proscenium, drop curtain, etc., while the second story was divided up into rooms, which could be, and sometimes were, rented. The lower story came in conveniently, too, for concerts, dances, and political meetings. I opened this theatre, by the same token, with a play which I got up for the purpose. When court was to be held, I always used to call at the hotel with my carriage for the judge. When I first congratulated him on being able to sign himself J.S.C., Judge Supreme Court, he said, "For God's sake, Deane, don't call me Judge." "All right, Colonel," I replied, and so it was ever after. I used to call for the Colonel at the hotel and drive him to the court room. I always carried with me a little pigskin bag which he christened Amicus Curiae, which contained a small glass, a corkscrew, a bottle of soda water, and little wee drop of the cratur, a pouch of tobacco, my own pipe, and some matches. We knew that the place to which we were going was desolate, and that we must provide our own creature comforts. The judge sat on the stage. The barrister's table was just across the footlights in the pit. The dock and the escort were a little beyond, and the court had a comprehensive view of all that went on within the limits of its vision. I used to do all the J.P. work of the place, and I remember being told of a remark made by one woman whose evidence was necessary in a certain case if she would consent to it. There was the rub. A summons would have been no use. She would, in the witness box, have been more dumb than the traditional oyster. So it was delicately intimated to her that Captain Deane would be very sorry if she would not help him to get at the bottom of the business. She retorted, "I've never been in a police court in me life, but I would have lief go up to thim barracks in front of Captain Deane and tell him what I know as I'd go to me church." So that difficulty was overcome. Colonel Macleod always insisted on my sitting beside him. "Don't you hate a conscientious witness?" he whispered to me one day after we had been bored to death, for the best part of the morning, by an eminently respectable citizen who would go into minute particulars and would prayerfully submit to correction at the hands of cross-examining counsel. "How would a smoke go?" "Just the thing we want to sustain us both, Colonel," I replied, and this was his dictum: "Gentlemen, the court adjourns for 10 minutes," and we slid off behind the wings to try and forget our boredom. It was my good fortune once to uphold my conviction in the Court of Appeal, a case dealing in illicit whisky. After hearing the arguments pro and con, the judge decided not to quash my conviction, and in furtherance of his decision, rose from his seat and beckoned me towards the wings. "What shall we give this fellow?" he said. I replied, "Well, Colonel, as you have upheld my conviction, I have not much more interest in the matter. If you think proper to let him go on a suspended sentence, you'll not hear a whimper from me." "All right," said the judge, "we'll settle it that way, and then we'll have a smoke, eh?" The appellant in this case, Pete S., never appeared before me again. He went to the Yukon at the outbreak of the gold rush, and was killed in a brawl there. Colonel Macleod had grown up with the country, did substantial justice in his decisions, and was an exceptionally good man for the job. If he had had a crooked streak in him he could have made lots of money, but he had neither a crooked nor a mean streak, and that was why he was generally held in favour. He had the most extraordinary capacity for whisky, and was never known to show any effects of it. An amusing story is told about his going on one occasion to Fort Assiniboine on some business or another. This was an American military post in Montana, a few miles across the international boundary line, where there were usually stationed a squadron or so of cavalry and some companies of infantry. The American officers had heard of the Colonel's reputation and of his capacity, and determined to make a comprehensive test of the latter. It was even said that they had one or two relays of officers who were to keep their guest company until he was finally disposed of. As the evening wore on, and the bottle circulated freely, man after man disappeared, either under the table or into an armchair or some other seclusion, and when Colonel Macleod assisted the one solitary survivor up the stairs to his bed, the latter stopped short on the first landing and said, "By God, Colonel, where did you put it?" We had a little piece of excitement now and again. One was when it was reported that coal oil had been found in the Kootenay country, and a miniature boom started. It was kept as much a secret as possible, but there were comparatively few people in the country then, and it was a long way to go. I had a capacious 4-horse wagon which would comfortably hold half a dozen men and their equipment, and a party of us, which included a surveyor, drove for 2 long days, 75 or 80 miles, to the scene of the action. We duly located our respective claims, paid the Dominion Lands Office the fees due thereupon, and engaged a man who had the tools to go out and drill holes. He had everything comfortably settled, derrick erected and ready for operation, when the structure took fire, and as he had no means of coping with a violent blaze, bang went our scheme, and we were out the fees that we had paid. It was in this neighbourhood that there dwelt in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains an old fellow who chose to live the life of a hermit. He had cattle on the range, and was well enough to do. He used to employ an ex-mounted policeman to gather his cattle and to attend the spring round up for him, so that the calves might be branded, etc., and in the autumn the hired man would cut out any beef cattle that might be fit for the market, but otherwise the old chap lived alone. Somebody put it to him one day, "I don't see what you do and how you put in the time during the long winter months, when there is no occupation for you out of doors. What do you do?" "Oh, well," said the hermit, "sometimes I sets and thinks, and sometimes I just sets." A mining craze struck southern Alberta not long after. Pioneers in a new country must have faith or they are no good. We had faith, and we backed our faith with good dollar bills, which we had far better have kept in our pockets. A banker calculated that a sum of at least $100,000 had been withdrawn from circulation in Macleod and Lethbridge. Superintendent Sam Steele, who was then in command of the mounted police at Macleod, was the mainspring of the movement, and that was a guarantee that the conduct of the business was at least honest. My friend Dr. Mewburn and I, and a mutual friend, invested $1,000 between us in this venture, but with no result. The next speculation I went into was the Dundee mine at Ymir in British Columbia. This was a gold mine, and, unless the reports were all falsified, a good investment. I bought 100 shares, of $1 par value, at 30 cents per share, and never had any sort of run for my money. I was by no means the only investor in Lethbridge, many of whose prominent citizens put their money into it. The local manager of the Bank of Montreal was one, the manager of the coal company was another, and so on. The bank manager said to me one day, "By such a date I expect to see those shares selling in the market for 50 cents." The shares did not advance in value, but the directorate at last wondered why no profits were accruing and called in an expert. He pointed out a large dump which had been dug out of the bowels of the earth, and said, "Gentlemen, your profits are there. The wind is blowing them away." Think of it! The management knew no more about managing a gold mine than they knew about making boots, and even that was not the worst of it. The directors quarrelled amongst themselves, and matters went from bad to worse. Finally, without the knowledge or consent of the shareholders, they borrowed $20,000 from some British Columbia bank. God knows what became of the money. And when the money was not repaid, the bank took the mine. Readers who have had the patience to follow me through these details will admit that my experience in oil wells and mines had been unfortunate, and will wonder that when an oil boom broke out in the Calgary neighbourhood in the year 1913, I resolutely refused to have anything to do with it. There was in 1913 and 1914 a wild craze amongst all classes for speculating in oil. I do know this, though, that in spite of all my preaching, the devil whispered to me that, if there were anything worth buying in the entire outfit, it was the Dome Company's shares. The heart of man, besides being desperately wicked, dearly loves a gamble, and I reasoned with myself that $100 would neither make nor break me, and for the sake of a flutter I bought 100 shares at 90 cents apiece. They were of the par value of $1. They went gradually down until, about a fortnight after I had bought them, I found them quoted at 15, 16 and 17 cents. I had had by that time so much domestic affliction that I was glad to find something that amused me, and I stood opposite a bulletin board and laughed until the passers by came to see what I was laughing at. From that moment I forgot all about the Dome Oil Company until after I had arrived in England, when a marked Calgary paper reached me giving an account of a judicial proceeding from which it appeared that the Dome Oil Company had been sued in the Supreme Court for breach of contract, and had been ordered to pay $250 and costs. A fool and his money, etc. Early in January 1898 Superintendent Steele was sent to the Yukon from Macleod, and I was ordered to take over his command and run it in conjunction with my own. This meant that I had a lateral front of about 600 miles to police. The Canadian Pacific were then building a line through the Crow's Nest Pass into British Columbia, and the Mounted Police had been placed in police charge of the line under construction, from the eastern boundary of the province of British Columbia as far as Kootenay Landing. This was 400 miles. In order to familiarise myself with the British Columbia locale, etc., it was obviously necessary that I should go and see for myself. I therefore drove along what was called the Tote Road for about 200 miles in March 1898, and as construction had not then begun beyond Cranbrook, it seemed to me that I had better get home and attend to business. Mr. Assistant Commissioner McIlwry had been sent to Macleod to take my place while I was away. It was quite a change from our windswept prairies to drive into the British Columbian forest. The Tote Road was just a passage cleared of trees, etc., to admit of the passage of wagons, etc., hauling supplies for the various contractors' camps, and was pretty rough going. Amidst all the wealth of trees there was not a single twitter of a bird. The only live creatures to interest one were innumerable little black squirrels. We had outposts of mounted police dotted at convenient intervals along the line of construction, and I had fortunately a capable officer to supervise them. He went to South Africa with the mounted police contingent at the time of the Boer War, and returned as Lieutenant Colonel G. E. Sanders, D.S.O. He is now police magistrate at Calgary under the provincial government, having retired on pension from the Dominion Force. Our redcoats carried as much weight in British Columbia as they had done since the opening up of the western prairies, and our troubles were only of an ephemeral nature. I used to spend 4 days out of each week at Macleod, and 3 at my house at Lethbridge. I had at my disposal a 4-horse team at each place, which were not diverted from my personal purposes, and as a rule, at 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, I stepped into my wagon at Lethbridge and the team started. The routine was the same. winter or summer, except that in winter, when a sufficient snow was on the ground, the vehicle was a sleigh. The distance to Macleod was 32 miles, and at about the 13th milestone the Old Man's River crossed the road. There, on the far side, was a small police reserve, with appropriate buildings, wherein a small detachment of 2 or 3 men and horses were accommodated. This was an appendage of the Macleod district, and it frequently happened that it meant a saving of horseflesh to have a Macleod team there waiting for me. There were times and seasons when it was not possible for a team to ford the river, and occasionally, when the stream was in flood, or when slush ice was running down, I had to cross to the opposite bank by means of a flat-bottomed boat. When the river was frozen over, the crossing was, of course, easy, and then one was often glad of a 20-minute interlude at Kipp to thaw out and warm up with a cup of hot tea. My pet team belonged to Lethbridge, and consisted of 4 good trotting horses that were a delight to the eye. 2 of them had been sired by a well-known trotting horse named Combination, and they had all been bought from what was known as the Frank Strong Ranch, situated near Kipp. They were driven by a half-breed named Harry Taylor, whose father was an old-time white man who owned the Macleod Hotel, and his mother was an Indian woman. Old Taylor had done his duty by his son, for he had sent him to an excellent school at Port Hope in Ontario, and young Harry had had a capital education. He was employed by us as an interpreter, but as his services in that respect were not very much in demand, he was given charge of the team I speak of. I first found what his capabilities were in that line when he drove me along the Tote Road in British Columbia. One instance will suffice to exemplify his capacity as a whip. In 1898, Sir Roderick Cameron, a wealthy New Yorker, who had some years previously bought and fenced a township of land 36 square miles on the Bow River within the confines of the Lethbridge district, asked me if I could give him a passage to Macleod. I was only too glad to have his company, and I had arranged to take my team right through from Lethbridge. The team was not in its normal self on that day, for the off-wheeler had been found to be a little off colour, and Harry Taylor, in conjunction with the sergeant major, had chosen another horse to take its place. This substitute was a bright chestnut, a good, capable horse, well able to hold its own, but hot-headed, like a good many of his colour. He had, too, a habit of swishing his tail about, which was rather annoying. However, we had got to within about a mile of Kipp, and made good time so far, when this brute of a horse swished his tail over the rein, and would not part with it. Our wagons, I should explain, were not built like English vehicles, from the box seat of which the driver looks down upon his horses. Harry Taylor's seat was very little above the level of the horses' backs, and in such a case the driver was at a very considerable disadvantage. The fact that the horse was able to gather the rein under his tail shows this. Taylor made several attempts to free the rein without success, and the chestnut began at last to plunge and kick. This very unusual disturbance communicated itself to the other horses, who had not been accustomed to this kind of thing, and they started off on the dead run. They swept off the beaten trail, and, being beyond Taylor's control, headed for a point about a quarter of a mile distant, where the current of the Old Man had washed out what is known as a cut bank, an almost perpendicular precipice cut out of the bank by the stream. Sir Roderick Cameron was a horseman, and had no lack of nerve, but I realised that he was over 70 years of age. The old gentleman said, "They're off." Instead of replying, I moved up to the front seat, and said to Taylor, "Give me the leaders or the wheelers, whichever you think best." "Wait a minute, sir," said he. "I'll have one try." And with that he slackened up all the reins, and shouted to his horses, "Whoa!" There was no more surprised man in southern Alberta that day than Sir Roderick Cameron, K.T., when the maddened horses heard their master's voice, and "whoa'd," came to a standstill, and allowed me to jump out and free the rein from the chestnut's tail. I have seen runaways I was in one only myself, but I have never saw such a triumph of mind over matter as I saw on the occasion just described. If the horses had not known the man, and had not answered his call as they did, it might have been kingdom come for some of us. We continued our journey as if nothing had happened, and arrived at Macleod in due time. There was nothing in the demeanour of my septuagenarian companion to denote that his pulse had quickened, but mine had on his account, although I treated the matter as a common incident of prairie life. Chapter 8. Of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 8. 1898 to 1902. Lethbridge and Macleod. At Macleod I had to live in the buildings known as the Officers' Mess House, which happened to be bare of occupants, as all the Macleod's officers were married. It was a comfortless, barn-like place, but I had to make the best of it, and was fortunate in being able to secure, as a special constable, a Chinaman of middle age, named Ling, who was quite a good cook and very faithful and attentive to my wants. Particularly so after I had, in one of my cold, blizzardy drives, picked up a bad attack of bronchitis, and was obliged to spend my week end at Macleod instead of in my comfortable home. Trains were running, but I had not time to go by train whenever it was possible to avoid it. My teams called at my door at 5 minutes to the hour, and as the clock struck, the sleigh bells began to jingle, and we were off. I knew that within 4 hours I should reach my destination, but with a train one might waste an appreciable slice of one's life in waiting about stations for overdue trains and the like. With a white mantle of snow covering the ground and no trail visible, we had to be guided by distant landmarks. If they happened to be obscured, a compass came in handy. Of the bronchitis that I acquired in that winter of 1898-9, recurrences stayed with me, fitfully to my great annoyance, for a period of about 12 years, and then I got rid of it for good. And all by a very simple method which I do not recommend to anyone whose bellows are not sound. I used at odd times, preferably in the winter, or when a cold wind was blowing, to take a long, deep breath, give it time to distribute itself in the lungs where it could be felt, hold it there until the coolness had worn off, and then let it quietly emerge from mouth and nostrils. By the inhalation of the cold air in this process I unwittingly cured a weakness in the throat which had at times, as Dr. Newburn knows, given me trouble. Ling remained with me until one fine day in the spring. He awoke me early and said he had terrible pains in his inward parts and would have to leave at once. The greater part of his life had been spent at sea, and I had an idea that the ocean was calling him. He had answered my purpose well, and I made no objection. It was not difficult to replace him, as the work was easy and the pay good. But I was not quite so complacent subsequently in the case of a namesake of his, a young man whom I engaged for my family at Lethbridge. The worst feature of a Chinaman was that they would suddenly say that they wanted to leave. Quit, they called it, and off they would go at a minute's notice. This was generally after their month's wages had been paid. One afternoon I was in my Lethbridge office and got a "rush" message from my house, which was only a few yards away. "Ling says he is going to quit right away. Can you come?" I was very much absorbed in a troublesome case, and it made me as mad as a wet hen to have my attention diverted, but the least said is soonest mended, and in I went to my kitchen. "Well, Ling, you quit, eh?" "All light." A Chinaman pronounces his R's like L. "All light. Good bye. You get no money. Good bye. You know Corporal Louis? I tell him to wait for you in town. He bling you up to guard-loom. Good bye." And back to my work I went. I found, when I went in to dinner, that Ling had thought better of it. Corporal Louis, as the Chinaman called him, was Corporal Lewis, on town duty, who was a terror to the evildoer, and I phoned him instructions, in case Ling should quit, to lay before a town J.P. complaint under the Master and Servant Ordinance against him for absenting himself from his employment without leave, and to act accordingly. One of the functions at Macleod was an annual pow wow with the chief and representative head man of the Blood Indians. The Indians of the Canadian North West had a childlike faith in the honesty of purpose and sense of justice of the Mounted Police, who had never deceived them, and had always looked after the Indians' interests and upheld them as well as they could. The Indians were in charge of a department of the Government known as the Indian Department, which had sole and whole control of these wards of the nation and their affairs. The Indians had the Mounted Police always with them, but the self-assertive officials of the Indian Department they had not always. They had their local agents, of course, who were supreme, subject to the orders from the Department, and were left no sort of discretion where dollars and cents were concerned. Poor devils, they had a hard row to hoe. Their armchair critics would come round and cut off a little bit here and a morsel there, until the poor local men, who had to do the actual economising with aborigines of whose language they were very imperfectly informed, did not know what they were at. And then the Redskins used to come to us to find out the why and the wherefore. As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, the politician or employee whose intellect is devoted to problems of economy will always gain a substantial hearing, and generally make his way. Economy is such a catchword that efficiency or even convenience of the public is a minor consideration. One such severe economist retired from the Indian Department when the Liberals came into power in 1896, and was elected secretary of a Montreal club. I was in the company of a member of that club, somewhere in Western Canada, when the announcement of the appointment was made in the papers, and after reading it my friend closed up the paper and said, "That means 3 pieces of toast instead of 4 for breakfast." The same severe spirit of economy manifested itself in 1908, wherein I became 60 years of age, and married a second wife, the dear mother of my children having died in 1906. In the course of a modest little honeymoon we made our first stop at Banff, in the Rocky Mountains, where the Canadian Pacific has a very pretentious hotel. Our accommodation had been bespoken beforehand, so that we had no difficulty in that respect, but the place was swarming with German Jews and other tourists, and at dinner on the evening of our arrival I ordered some sherry. 2 glasses were brought to us, and I at once disposed of mine. My wife, however, took only a sip of hers, and after a little while I noticed that her glass contained a good deal of sediment which had settled to the bottom. I pointed this out to her and sent for the head waiter, who was shocked beyond measure at the occurrence. He carried off the glass, saying that he would look into this and would bring us some more, but time went on and he did not reappear. We went on with our dinner, and presently I coaxed a waiter into coming to me for a parley, and he, after considerable hesitation, said, "Well, sir, that was the last bottle of sherry in the house, and you had the end of it. But," with an anxious glance around, "don't give me away." "I will not," I replied. "Thank you for telling me." The head waiter did not enter the dining room again that evening while I was in it, and I forgave him. Later, at Lake Louise, west of Banff, we could not get any lager beer. The best substitute the waiter could give us was pints of stout, and we had therewith to be content. It is almost unthinkable, from a business money making point of view, that a very large hotel system, stretching across a continent, should run even a risk of being reduced to such straits as I have described, but such are the effects of the spirit of economy when placed in the hands of its devotees. In the Crooked Lakes affair, herein described, page 140, the selfsame economy was brought face to face with ultima ratio. The management of the CPR system became aware of these shortcomings on the part of their staff, as I judged from a visit paid shortly after our return to our home at Calgary by an old Regina friend of mine who was in the C.P.R. hotel business, dropping in to see me unexpectedly. At the time of his visit to me he was supposed, to some extent, to control the liquor supply of the hotel system, and I knew quite well that he had casually dropped in to see if I had anything to say on the subject. I, however, never said a word. I did not choose to backbite an unhappy manager when I shrewdly suspected that he was very little to blame. I seemed to have wandered away somehow from the Blood Indians and their powwow. Their chief at that time was Red Crow, a fine old fellow, who said that the faith of his fathers was good enough for him, and who lived up to it. There was no forked tongue about old Red Crow, who realised that the Mounted Police always played the game, and frankly came to them to say what was on his mind. On the occasion of which I now write, he and his following came to talk about the sun dance, which the Indian Department had prohibited. I may say here that I had a very strong objection to this dance, which, having once seen in the early days, I never wanted to see again. It was a brutal and senseless proceeding from a white man's point of view. I saw a large ring enclosed, and partly covered by boughs of trees and the like, in the centre of which was a tall pole, from the crest thereof depended a number of ropes, according to the number of debutantes. Each debutant was secured to the end of his rope by a skewer passed laterally through the flesh of each breast, and it devolved upon him to dance at full pressure round this pole until he fainted from exhaustion, or until the continuous strain should compel the flesh of his breast to tear open and set him free. This process constituted the making of a brave. The unhappy brave had a whistle or something of the kind put into his mouth, and round that pole the wretched creature jumped sideways, as in a giant's stride, always at full tension, until I have said his flesh or his endurance gave out. The audience consisted of a circle of closely packed natives, with voice and tom-toms, encouraging the representative to hold out to the end. This went on for hours, while the poor victims were struggling with pain, and with their painted faces were blowing their whistles and trying to show that they were putting some heart into their performance. Then the braves, who had successfully passed through the ordeal in former years, would be recounting their stories of successful horse thieving and scalp taking expeditions, and would exhibit, all to the sound of the tom-tom, their search for and finding of the enemy's trail, the stealthy advance, the crash of the tomahawk into the victim, and then the triumphant war whoop. All such exhibitions as this could only have the effect of keeping alive the primeval, homicidal, and criminal instincts of the native, and my sympathies were wholly with the endeavours of the Indian Department, but I never allowed my sympathies to show themselves. However, old Red Crow made a long speech to set forth the views of his followers, and here it was very helpful to have an interpreter like Harry Taylor, who could interpret finer shades of thought than could the ordinary man. My office at Macleod was unusually large, and with all the windows open could accommodate quite a number of Indian visitors sitting cross-legged on the floor. When the old chap had done, he subsided into an office armchair, and within 2 minutes was sound asleep. The burden of his song was that the Bloods wanted to have a sun dance, which was forbidden to them by the Indian Department. He represented that the dance was a part of the Indians' religious belief, and was to them, as my interpreter explained, in some sort a sacrament. That was the sum total of the representations made by a great number of Indian orators who spread themselves during a long summer afternoon. In reply, apart from a long preamble and eulogistic comments upon the habits of the Indians generally, in my district, I could only ask the question, when the Indian Department says no, how is it possible for a humble individual of the Mounted Police like myself to say yes? Old Red Crow had by this time been awakened by his attendant squaws, and admitted that that was a difficulty which seemed to be insuperable. We all parted the best of friends, and an issue of tea and tobacco cemented the compact. In September 1898 I thought I was entitled to a holiday, seeing that I had not had one since my appointment in 1883, and I took my family to Victoria, B.C., for a month. The Canadian Pacific had always treated us liberally in the matter of travel, and gave us free transportation to and fro. In visiting a place some 800 miles distant, this was a very substantial concession. Our old friends the Dewdneys were living in Victoria. He had served a term of 5 years as Lieutenant Governor of the Province of British Columbia, after giving up the portfolio of the Ministry of the Interior, and at his house we met Admiral Palliser, who was then in command of the Pacific Station. His flag captain happened to be Captain T. Adair, an old shipmate of mine, who was a sub lieutenant in the Warrior when I joined her in May 1869. Since that year I had never come across him. While on the subject of HMS Warrior, I may here say that I had the honour of being a shipmate also of the illustrious Field Marshal who commanded the British Army in the early stages of the war. I have not seen him since the ship paid off in 1871. He was a midshipman in her. In 1910 Sir John French came to Calgary to inspect the militia during the month of June, and that happened to be the very month that I had selected to spend on the Pacific coast, and I was not therefore privileged to see him. I left a note for him, offering my own trooper Johnny for his use in riding about the country, but he replied that his wants in that respect had been supplied from Winnipeg, and he could not naturally interfere with the arrangements that had been made for his convenience. Admiral Palliser was very kind and hospitable. He invited us to luncheon one day, and sent his galley to the wharf to take us off. We took our seats, and the coxswain asked me to take the tiller while he pulled the stroke oar. We had a most enjoyable time from the first to the last, and to me it was a great treat to be associated again with the inimitable spick and span Jack Tar. I was particularly curious to know what my daughter thought of it all, and gave her plenty of time to digest all that she had seen before I asked her what had impressed her most. "Oh, father," she said, hesitatingly, "I think the men and the boat." I had an idea that would probably be her reply. We had paid our visit to the coast a month too late in the year, and were all of us glad to be at home again when we resumed the even tenor of our respective ways, until the Mounted Police were invited to volunteer for the Boer War, and to form a unit under Mr. Lawrence Herchmer. Officers and men volunteered freely. For myself, I officially reported that I was ashamed of not having joined the ranks, but that, as I had joined the Queen's service a year earlier than Sir Edward Hutton, the general commanding the Canadian forces, and had commanded a company of Royal Marines in the Naval Brigade under Commodore Hewitt, V.C., in Ashanti in 1874, I did not feel called upon to serve with the relative rank of captain in the Canadian militia. This was the reason I gave officially, but, apart from that, it was to me unthinkable that I should go on active service under a man whom I considered to be unfit for the responsibility he was seeking, and so I stayed home. A very short interval in South Africa was sufficient to prove the truth of my contention, and Lieutenant Colonel Herchmer was quietly laid on the shelf. On his return to Canada, he found that his subordinate had served him in the same manner that he had Colonel Irvine, and had gained the commissionership of the Mounted Police by the exercise of political influence. I had no sympathy to spare for Lieutenant Colonel Herchmer, who had camped on my trail for many a long year, and I can dismiss him from my reflections with the assertion that if his doing so had amused him, it had not hurt me. The completion of the Crow's Nest Railway relieved me of my British Columbia responsibilities, and it was well that it was so, for I had plenty to do near home. I filled up the blanks in my command as much as possible by means of recruits, but these men had to be trained, and I had no one but myself to take the riding school at each post, so that I had few idle moments. In addition to this, I formulated a new system of crime reports, which was badly needed by the force at large. I did this at Mr. Commissioner Perry's request, and copies of my specimen reports were circulated for the guidance of officers commanding other divisions. This system has been in vogue ever since. A spell of bad weather was responsible for an untoward contretemps when the Governor General and Lady Minto came west. They had been invited by Mr. Elliot Galt, president of the Coal Company, to pay him a visit, and to go out to a new settlement named Magrath, about 22 miles from Lethbridge. It was settled by Mormons, who had announced their intention of making the country blossom like the rose. Their Excellencies were coming to us from the Pacific coast, and Mr. Commissioner Perry and I met their train at Fernie, which had been known as Coal Creek, when I had spent the night or two there in the Tote Road days. The new name was given to it after that of the original settler. Our first objective was Lethbridge, where rain was threatening. The programme for the morrow was this. 18 miles out from Lethbridge, on the southbound railway, was the village of Stirling, which was the name of its first Mormon bishop, and there we had placed a temporary camp of half a dozen men, with saddle horses for the family and suite of vice-regal party who might wish to ride, and light spring wagons for the convenience of others. It came on to rain heavily that night, and the next morning was so wet that I went to ask Mr. Galt what the programme was to be. He replied, "Oh, I think you'll find they'll go," and so it was. We all took the special train which had been provided as far as Stirling, and there we naturally found everything sopping wet. It only remained to pack the ladies into a spring wagon, with oil sheets, etc. The gentlemen elected to ride, and we galloped over the 20-mile prairie road to Magrath. We duly arrived at our destination in good spirits and with good appetites, but a little later than we had intended. It was therefore somewhat disconcerting to find that the Magrath people had come to the conclusion that even English men and women would not be crazy enough to travel in such weather, and had eaten the luncheon provided for their guests. Their Excellencies, as might be expected of English nobility, took the whole matter so good-naturedly and unconcernedly that the situation was in no way uncomfortable. It was not long, however, before a very nice, satisfying midday meal was served to make up for our long fast. In the unsatisfactory state of the weather, there was little else to be done but to talk and speechify, and that came quite easy to Mormon apostles, so that as soon as the weather cleared a little, we started on our 22-mile run to Lethbridge. We had ahead of us a similar jaunt on the following day to the Blood Reserve from Macleod, and to facilitate this operation we loaded our horses into a box car and attached it to the viceregal train. We then went out to the Blood Reserve and had luncheon, and saw what was to be seen, being guests there of Mr. W. Wilson, the Indian agent. Lady Minto told the Indians that she was descended from a famous Indian princess, Pocahontas. They were not at all impressed by the circumstance, and, as a matter of fact, did not believe the story. An Indian is loath to believe what he cannot see. In the early days a bunch of them came to Regina. Colonel Irvine left Red Crow and some of them with me in my office, and took Crowfoot and the rest to his quarters. Then we set them talking to one another over the telephone, and their delight was great. But when they went home to their reserve and told their kith and kin of their experience, they frankly thought that the travellers were telling them lies. On returning to Macleod, Her Excellency was kind enough to ask me to join their family party at dinner in their car, and that was the last time I saw Lord Minto, whose visits were always welcome. He did pay a later visit to the north west for some duck shooting, but did not then come into southern Alberta. Being Governor General of the Dominion, he quietly effaced himself when their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of York, visited the country. We then gathered up from all surrounding districts a force of about 250 officers and men, formed them into a camp at Calgary, and had the honour of being there, reviewed by the heir to the British Crown. After the review, the royal party went to a hill adjoining the city, where a large number of Blackfeet and other Indians were encamped. Mounted braves, in all the extravagances of their native costume, lined the road of approach on either side for about a mile, and at the summit their chiefs and headmen, under the aegis of the Indian Department, were permitted to see and speak to their future king. This ceremony being completed, their Royal Highnesses and suite took luncheon at the Barracks as guests of the officers of the Mounted Police. The mess room of E Division was a capacious and handy room for the purpose, and the walls were decorated with a large number of well preserved animals' heads, which had been lent to us for the purpose by owners scattered over a great extent of territory. His Royal Highness was observed to take particular notice of these heads with the eye of a sportsman. The officers had all been presented to their Royal Highnesses before luncheon, and after that function a smart travelling escort under command of the late Inspector Montague Baker conducted the royal visitors to their train. We had already entrained an escort for duty on the Pacific coast, and of this, as being by many years senior superintendent of the force, it was my birthright to go in command. But I had got mixed up with a criminal prosecution in Montana, which was to be tried in Great Falls within a few days, and as it was necessary that I should attend the trial, I was perforce compelled to abandon the trip to the coast. Soon after the occurrences just described, His Royal Highness was graciously pleased to ordain that the force should be known as the Royal North West Mounted Police. The necessity for my attendance at Great Falls had occurred in this wise. A Swedish settler in southern Alberta had had 27 head of horses stolen from him by an American citizen, and I had for months been engaged in working up the case so as to bring the thief and his coadjutors to justice. This could easily be done, as a state law was in force in Montana making it felonious to take into that state property which had been stolen in another country. The Montana authorities and I used to work this to our mutual advantage, as we had a similar law on our side. The 27 horses had been stolen in Canada and taken into Montana, where they had all been disposed of to different customers. The United States Collector of Customs at that time was Mr. David Brown, to whom I am under obligation for many international courtesies, and he and his chief deputy, Mr. Ernest Ringwald, were at all times anxious to help me to keep our mutual frontier free from crooks of all kinds. They took up this horse thieving instance with great earnestness. They found out where the thief had disposed of each animal, and had obtained a promise from each purchaser that, if necessary, he would give up his property to the original owner. There could be no greater expression of goodwill than such a course as this, and it was obviously my duty to live up to it. These attentions, be it observed, were mainly of a personal and reciprocal nature, and had been of prolonged and steady growth. My Swedish friend was a capable, hard-working man, who had a wife as hard-working as himself. The Government paid his expenses to Great Falls, and I duly accompanied him there. I was in dread lest he should not keep sober enough to appear as a witness, but he gave excellent evidence at the trial. What seemed to impress the jury a good deal was what a reporter called his audible thinking. He began by holding up his left hand and by ticking it off finger by finger with appropriate commentaries as each horse floated past his mind's eye, and then he resorted to the other hand, and so on, obviously in dead earnest, and thinking out each item with childlike simplicity. The judge, good judge too, charged the jury very shortly, and they retired to consider their verdict and sentence. I learned then, for the first time, that in case of conviction, the jury had the right to assess the punishment, if it was their will to exercise that right. This jury brought in a verdict of guilty and a sentence of 10 years in the penitentiary. I had, when the jury retired, gone out into the street to have a cigarette, and had lighted a second one when a newspaper reporter passed me with a rush, gasping as he went, "Prisoner committed suicide." It transpired that, after the jury had fulfilled their part of the programme, the prisoner had asked to be taken to the lavatory. While there, he swallowed a pellet of cyanide of potassium, which he was said to have kept in his waistcoat pocket, and then told his guard what he had done. The resources of medical science were, of course, immediately available, and were successfully applied. The prisoner, however, happened to have a foster father who was unusually well to do, and who was very much wrapped up in the boy whom he had adopted. He left no stone unturned to obtain the young man's release, and succeeded after he had undergone 4 years at the penitentiary. Not long after these occurrences I undertook the prosecution of a case of wholesale cattle smuggling, the particulars of which are fully described in the chapter under that heading. As a result of my successful engineering of a round up party, terminating in the capture of 596 head of cattle, smuggled into Canada by bosom friends of an influential member of the Dominion Cabinet, I was ordered to be transferred to Maple Creek, a very small municipality in the province, then known as Assiniboia, but since then rechristened Saskatchewan. A prominent member of the Lethbridge Liberal Association came to ask me the question, "Can't you do something to stop this?" meaning the move. I said, "I should prefer that you do not interfere." The minister in question was then in the plenitude of his power, and did as he liked, but there came a day, a year or so later, when he was hurled from his seat by an expose in the Calgary Eye Opener, and took refuge in the tall timber. The end of it all was that my wife and I transferred ourselves, our lares and penates, to Maple Creek, where it happened that our eldest son was successfully practising medicine. We were Darby and Joan, so to speak, for our 2 daughters were happily married, and of our other 2 sons, one was dying of consumption in California, and one was in the Bank of Montreal in British Columbia. The people of Lethbridge gave effect to their sentiments in the following resolution, in an illuminated form, which unexpectedly reached me soon after I had established myself in my new post. To Captain R. B. Deane, Superintendent, North West Mounted Police. The Lethbridge Town Council and Board of Trade, representing the town of Lethbridge and surrounding district, sincerely regret your recent removal from this district. You have had charge of all the police matters in the large territory adjoining the Montana boundary for the past 14 years, practically since Lethbridge came into existence. For several years your department has almost annually disturbed us with threatening rumours of your removal to other points of the North West, and on each occasion every effort at our command was put forth to retain you. The government of a country is much stronger than a small portion of that country, and recognising that truth on this last occasion, when you were called away, we decided to lodge our usual protest and then quietly submit. The North West Mounted Police Force is a credit to Canada, and in our opinion that force is deeply indebted to you, as wherever you are stationed law and order will be firmly established and the police respected. It is unnecessary to recount your services to this district. Being a soldier and a gentleman, you did your duty. We know you always performed it with honour to your country and credit to yourself. Your work has not been in vain. The universal regret throughout the district occasioned by your departure is evident of the esteem and respect in which you are held by the general public, and after so many years of service it is certainly indicative of a record of which any public man should be proud. Please assure your estimable wife that she has carried away the deepest regard of our people, and we trust you will both look back with pleasure upon your many years' residence in Lethbridge. We ask you to accept the accompanying present as a slight token of the warm appreciation that prevails throughout the district for Mrs. Deane and yourself. Dated at Lethbridge, in the district of Alberta, this 15th day of October, 1902. The Municipality of the Town of Lethbridge. SD. William Oliver, Mayor. SD. C.B. Bowman, Secretary Treasurer. The Lethbridge and District Board of Trade. SD. M. Barford, President. SD. C.B. Bowman, Secretary Treasurer. The accompanying present consisted of a handsome gold watch, chain and locket. The locket I gave to my wife. The watch and chain I have used ever since. The Western Stock Growers' Association was also pleased to send me a memento in the subjoined form. President W. F. Cochrane Macleod. First Vice President D. Warmock Livingston. Western Stock Growers' Association. Secretary Treasurer R. G. Matthews Macleod. 2nd Vice President Henry Smith, High River. Office of the Secretary Treasurer, Macleod, Alberta, 10th October 1902. Superintendent R.B. Deane, Commander, Northwest Mounted Police, Maple Creek. Dear Sir, at a meeting of the Executive Committee of this Association held in Macleod on the 8th instant, the following resolution, a copy of which I was instructed to forward to you, was unanimously adopted, that is, moved by Howell Harris, seconded by A.R. Springett. This committee, recognising the energy and ability shown by Captain Deane, Northwest Mounted Police, in the discharge of his duties as Superintendent of the Lethbridge District, desires to record its appreciation of the services rendered the livestock interests of Southern Alberta. I have much pleasure in carrying out my instructions. Yours very truly, (Signed) R. G. Matthews, Secretary. It is needless for me to say that such remembrances as these cannot fail to be dear to the heart of a public servant. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 9. 1902 to 6. Maple Creek. I spent 4 years at Maple Creek. It was a funny little Methodist-ridden place, containing from 400 to 500 people. I was there called upon to resume my clerical duties, which had fallen into abeyance during a term of years. The Church of England had a church there, and a limited vicarage, which some hard-working devotees of the village and its surroundings had managed to raise money enough to build. It was a poor enough living for the incumbent, who had to administer 1 or 2 outside parishes, and when he was called away on sundry Sundays during the year he fell back upon me to hold the fort in the creek. I was very willing to do what I could in that respect, and although I never presumed to fill the absent gentleman's pulpit, I read the service and gave contributors an opportunity of placing their offerings in the plate. A parson has been called an incumbent, a padre, a sky pilot, and I do not know how many more names, but, as far as my knowledge goes, it remained for a cowboy of the Western Prairie to christen him the Devil Dodger. The barracks at Maple Creek were about 2.5 miles from the embryo town, and I am quite free to confess that I sometimes found it hard to put in the time. I used to ride 2 and 3 horses a day for the sake of keeping them exercised, and I have now and again ridden into the town to see if I could find someone to exchange a word with. I had a friend in the manager of the Merchants' Bank named E.W. McMullen, and while he was there I was sure of finding somebody, but after he was promoted to a larger branch I have often ridden home disappointed. It was a stock country, and there were no idle men in it. What police business there was mainly in connection with theft of cattle and horses, and the smuggling of animals on the hoof across the imaginary boundary line. The feed on the American side of that line had become depleted, and American owners were in the habit of ranging their cattle and sheep on the Canadian side, where they would fatten them for the Chicago market. The Canadian Customs protested that for this privilege duty should be paid on these animals, and a special officer of Customs was appointed to protect Canadian interests in this behalf. To carry out his instructions he was naturally wholly and solely dependent on the Mounted Police, and we worked with him very cordially, for he, the late Mr. F. Stumden, always played the game. He was assigned the duty immediately after my successful seizure of smuggled cattle, and seemed to be in communication with the Premier, because he told me one day that he had received a letter wherein Sir Wilfrid said he was very glad to find that his relations with the Mounted Police were so happy. The Department of Customs, however, did not always play the game. They did not do it with me, and today they owe me $430 on account of the Spencer seizure in 1902. When Mr. J. Bourrenot was sent from Ottawa in that year to co operate with me in the matter, particulars of which had been reported through the ordinary official police channels. He brought with him and showed me the then prevailing customs regulation in print, to that effect, in case of a seizure of smuggled goods, one half of the value thereof became the property of the Crown. The other half was to be divided between the informant and the customs officer making the seizure. The amount of the penalty, in that case, approved by the Exchequer Court and on appeal by the Supreme Court of Canada, was $6,000. Bourdonnais was therefore entitled to $1,500, and I, as the informant, who had by my own unassisted efforts worked up the case and carried it successfully through 2 courts of law, was entitled to a like sum. Whatever may have been done since, the case was unique in customs annals at that time. After the Supreme Court had affirmed the judgment of the Exchequer Court, refusing to set aside the penalty of $6,000, I received on November 25, 1907, 5½ years after the seizure had been made, a customs cheque for $550. I represented that considerably more money was due to me on this account, and on February 4, 1908, received another cheque for $575, making a total of $1,070, and leaving due a balance of $430. By advice of the legal adviser of the Merchants' Bank at Calgary, I accepted the cheque under protest. It was sent to me through the Collector of Customs at Calgary by an Inspector of Customs at Toronto. I told him the circumstances, and he said that a somewhat similar fate had befallen him, as, in a seizure which he had made, he had been paid only a percentage of what was due to him. The Inspector of Customs at Toronto, who sent me the $575 cheque, told me to apply to the Collector at Calgary and to give him a receipt, and also said that he did not know who the informer was. It was never clear to me why he should know, or why he should have had anything to do with the matter in which the Province of Ontario could not possibly be concerned, for it appertained exclusively to the North West Territories. I then made inquiries, from the result of which I gathered the conclusion that was known as the Inside Service of the Customs Department expected to levy a toll upon the work of the Outside Service, that is to say, the outside people did the work and the inside people surreptitiously shared the rake-off. Against this there seemed to be no appeal. I wrote a letter of protest addressed to Sir Wilfrid Laurier, the Prime Minister, and sent it through the Commissioner of the Mounted Police. Whatever was done with the letter, I can only say that I never received even the passing civility of a reply to it, and I presume that it never reached Sir Wilfrid's hands. It was opened to me, of course, to pull political strings, but I thought that would be too small potatoes. At Maple Creek I was responsible for the protection of about 200 miles of the main line of the Canadian Pacific Railway. I studied very deeply the possibility of a train being held up and robbed within the limits of my district. Arrangements had therefore to be made to meet such a contingency, and more than once I talked to the Commissioner about it, but the details would neither interest the public nor be good for the public service. Suffice it to say that if such a thing had happened in my district, and I had not been able to account for the thieves, I should have considered it an indelible disgrace upon my name. More than that, the public among whom I lived and worked would have thought so too. Although my division numbered something less than 50 officers, non-commissioned officers and men, someone would have been sure to ask what the mounted police were maintained in the country for. In 1906 a Canadian Pacific train was held up and robbed in British Columbia, and, at the request of the British Columbian Government, a posse of mounted police were rushed into the mountains, where they captured the robbers. The ringleader, a hardened old ruffian named Bill Miner, was sentenced to a long term of imprisonment, but was permitted to escape from the penitentiary at New Westminster, B.C. What we have, we hold, did not apply in that discreditable instance. When, if ever, the mounted police are withdrawn from duty in Saskatchewan and Alberta, the public, not only of those provinces, but the travelling public of the Dominion, must make up its mind to face the probability of train robbery. The mounted police system appears to be doomed to extinction in Saskatchewan, as, had it not been for the outbreak of the war, that province would have denounced the existing agreement with the Dominion on April 1, 1915. As the headquarters of the force are in Saskatchewan, and as the Alberta Government have intimated their desire to continue the present arrangement, there are indications that new barracks will be built at Calgary, on some land which is still the property of the Dominion Government, on the banks of the Bow River. These changes were foreshadowed in 1905, when the provincial autonomy celebrations were held at Regina and Edmonton respectively. A couple of squadrons of mounted police attended, and as they travelled from one capital to another, it was openly remarked amongst themselves that "we are going to attend our own funeral, and are going to make as brilliant a flash in the pan as we can." In the spring of 1904 a syndicate of cattlemen imported from the East a number of stockers, as they are called, that is, young cattle, which they turn out on the range to grow. It happened that, after these poor creatures had been turned loose, the weather became very bad. A snowstorm, which subsequently turned to rain, set in and soaked and chilled the poor animals through and through. A range bred yearling will to some extent know how to rustle for itself, but these imported beasts knew nothing of the conditions of life on the bald headed prairie, and they consequently died by the score, of exposure and starvation. I never had any sympathy with the syndicate, for they deserved to lose the money which they plentifully lost, and were lucky to escape being prosecuted for cruelty to animals, because that was what their greedy policy amounted to. It transpired, as time went on, that some of the young pilgrims were in process of being stolen by sundry ranchers, and into that complaint it became my duty severely to inquire. In 2 cases the theft by a prominent and well-to-do rancher of the neighbourhood was abundantly proved, and the judge at the trial, Chief Justice A. L. Sifton, awarded a sentence of 2 years in the Manitoba Penitentiary. The verdict was hardly expected by the general community, and came as a kind of shock to its nerves. The first comment that came to my ears, after pronouncement of the sentence, was a conversation between 2 ranchers, as follows: "Well, Joe, what do you think of this?" "It would have done more good, Pete, if it had happened 15 years ago." That epitomised the general opinion of the neighbouring stock owners, who had lost here a calf, there a calf, here and there a calf, and had never been able to obtain redress. The convict in this instance was a pillar of a nonconformist church, and a man of means who was very assiduous in his religious attendance and duties. After a few months' confinement in the penitentiary, he was suddenly released by order of the Minister of Justice, and took up his former abode as if nothing had happened. The train that conveyed him westward towards his home carried also the Chief Justice who had tried and sentenced him, and of the latter queried a passenger: "Do you know that is in the train going home? He says he is not on ticket of leave, and seems to have been given a pardon. Have you heard anything about it?" "No," said the Chief Justice, "and what's more, I don't believe it." The passenger's statement was, however, true enough. The convict had simply been released, and the local authorities had no information on the subject. It had for some time been no secret that the minister of the nonconforming church in question had been very active in making supplication to the government to quash the righteous sentence, and the result showed that he had not laboured in vain. It was a very different proposition, however, a few months later, when the same reverend gentleman came to us to complain that his son, a young man who had recently started a ranch of his own, had had some dozen bags of oats stolen from his stable while the owner was absent. The theft was traced to another young rancher who was trying to earn a living for himself, and then nothing would content the minister of the gospel but his pound of flesh. He insisted on prosecuting the thief, who was convicted in a court of summary jurisdiction and sentenced to imprisonment. It makes all the difference of whose ox is gored. In 1906 I was officially asked if I would go to Calgary, the command of which post had been vacant for some months, and on my replying in the affirmative, I was transferred thither. It was whispered to me, with how much truth I know not, that the Minister of the Interior, to wit, Honourable John Oliver, was responsible for this amelioration in my condition. He had said that he would not stand by and see an officer persecuted for having done his duty, and, being in the Cabinet, it was within his power to rectify a wrong if he chose to do so. Anyway, to Calgary I went, and my Maple Creek friends, on the eve of my departure, very kindly presented me with a short, appreciative address and a gold-headed walking stick, both of which I value very much. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 10. 1906 to 14. Calgary. When I went to Calgary in July 1906, the population there was about 15,000 souls, and in the 5 or 6 following years it mounted up to 65,000 or thereabouts. In the barracks, the commanding officers' quarters had been torn down, having been declared uninhabitable on account of age. They were a little over 30 years old. The barrack reserve consisted of rather more than 35 acres, situated on the north side of the Bow, at its confluence with the Elbow River, which later bounded the reserve on its eastern side, and along the northern boundary ran the Canadian Pacific Railway. I was instructed that I might build myself a house on the site of the old one, which had been prettily situated, and the sum of $5,000 was appropriated for the purpose. A suitable plan was soon obtained, and the work was put in hand without delay in August. The excavation of a basement was made by prisoners from the guardroom. The supervision of the work was entrusted to our division carpenter, named Joseph, who was a most capable mechanic, and who left us soon after to go into business for himself at Okotoks. I said to my staff, "Give the working party all the meat they want to eat, and charge the excess ration to me, but tell them also that I want to be living in that house by Christmas." The consequence was that the men worked willingly and well, and gave no sort of trouble. It happened at that time that the Carpenters' Union took it into their heads that their wages should be increased by 10 cents per hour, and at the increased rate of 55 cents the cost of my house exceeded the estimate by $1,200. No exception, however, was taken to that at Ottawa. There was nothing mean about the Police Department so long as Sir Wilfrid Laurier was at the head of it. He is the best friend that the Mounted Police ever had. He gave them their pension bill and took a personal interest in the force. Any money bill affecting the Mounted Police passed through the House of Commons without a murmur, to wit, the vote of $35,000 to defray the expenses of the Mounted Police contingent attending the King's coronation. My house, it was finished early in December 1906, was certainly the best house in the Mounted Police occupancy at that date, albeit it was a lone house for me to go into, as the dear mother of my children, whom I had been obliged to send for treatment to the Pacific coast, died there on the day before Christmas Eve, 1906, and my Christmas Day was spent in travelling thither to bring back her remains for burial at Lethbridge. My house had a 12-foot wide verandah on the south and east sides, and this came in very handy in the summer of 1907, when it became a question of entertaining His Royal Highness Prince Fushimi of Japan. That nobleman had been to England on his royal master's business to the King of all the Britons, and was on his way home. Some angel of light had suggested to him that he should see Calgary on his way through the Rocky Mountains. The problem for me was that the royal foreigner desired to spend half a day in Calgary, and what could be done for his entertainment. In reply to the official letter, I said that I should be glad to entertain the Prince and his suite to luncheon, and it would go hard if I could not, in the interval, devise some sort of amusement to attract his interest. To a man who had commanded an army of 100,000 men in the Russo-Japanese War, it was idle to think of anything in the nature of a military display. My reply as to the luncheon brought a prompt answer from Comptroller Fred White at Ottawa. "I shall be glad to foot the bill." And upon me then descended Mr. Commissioner Perry. The programme that we arranged between us was that a travelling escort should meet the train on its arrival, with a 4-horse wagon for the Prince and pair-horse carriages for his staff, and that the visitors should be shown as much of Calgary as was possible in a 30-minute drive. This drive was to terminate at the Barracks, where the party were to be transferred to motor cars and taken into the country some 10 or 12 miles to see a horse ranch of repute, the owners of which were going out of business and were making preparations to sell their stock, etc., by auction in the very near future. The party was then to be brought back to the city to witness an exhibition game of polo which the Calgary Club had genially offered to get up for the Prince's edification, and after that he and his suite were to be given luncheon at my house. The Prince's westbound special train was timed to leave at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and every member of my command appreciated the nicety of my lifelong dictum that 3 o'clock meant exactly 60 minutes after 2. In order to see how we could most profitably fill in the 30 minutes that we had to start with, I went out one afternoon with the team that was to drive the Prince and drove at a good smart trot round the roads which would show the most prominent points of interest, and timed the drive by my watch. I was unexpectedly delayed at the principal fire quarters by the Chief of the Fire Brigade, who said that they had just had a new electric plant installed, and could I, arrange to get the Prince to open the new addition by stopping on the way for one moment opposite the fire hall on his road to the railway station from the Barracks, and ask him to press the necessary button. I thought then, as I still think, that Calgary's Fire Brigade, under its competent chief, commonly called Cappy Smart, is Calgary's greatest asset, and I readily assented. "But show me," I bargained, "where the carriage is to stop, where the string will be hanging that is to carry the button, and mark the spot where the escort is to halt." It happened that the stopping place was across the road from the fire hall, so that the Prince and his suite would be well out of the way, they would have a good view of the proceedings, and their journey would not be interfered with. That was all satisfactorily settled, and I took out my watch to time my return to the Barracks. In turning up a street from the avenue in question, when the horses had got well into their stride, we crossed a blind drain which had been insufficiently filled in, and as the hind wheels of my spring wagon crossed it, they bumped into the soft depression, which was not noticeable from the road, and I was shot up into the air for something like 6 inches. When I came down upon the seat, I suffered the most excruciating pain that I ever felt in my life. I made noise enough to stop the driver, and was then no more able to whisper to him to call at Dr. Sanson's house, which we had to pass. The doctor was fortunately at home. He climbed into the wagon with me, and the horses walked very gingerly home. The doctor undressed me and put me to bed, and went away saying, "I'll send you a nurse. You require a massage for that injury to your spine." It will fit in here, as well as anywhere, to say that my nurse was a daughter of Captain Barry Valentine Dehenny, one of the 12th Royal Lancers, and subsequently Governor of Kilmainham Gaol, wherein the late Mr. Charles Stewart Parnell was incarcerated. Captain Dehenny, on retirement from the English prison service at 70 years of age or over, went to Western Canada and died in Calgary. His daughter graduated in nursing at Victoria, British Columbia, had all sorts of experiences in San Francisco at the time of the earthquake there, and had, at the time of which I write, gravitated back to Calgary, where her father's remains were resting with those of others of her family. As there was nothing for me to do but to be massaged twice a day and to lie on my back for the rest of the time, my nurse had to act as my eyes and ears, and an intelligent department generally, and well she did it. I had a competent working housekeeper, who was quite equal to the occasion of cooking a good luncheon for the party, and I had no misgivings on that account. But there was shopping to be done, every conceivable arrangement to be thought out, and I could only do the thinking while my nurse did the rest, and it kept her busy. There were 12 persons, all told, in the Prince's suite, and they, with Mr. Commissioner Perry, my 2 subalterns, Inspector Doofus and Shaw, and myself, completed 2 tables of 8 each. 1 table in the dining room and the other in the drawing room. My next door neighbour, Mrs. Doofus, as good a neighbour as a man ever had undertaken to provide the cut glass, silver, cutlery, etc., for 1 table, and this relieved me of great anxiety, for my household had not been designed to provide for more than a dozen people at the outside. The menu I selected was well within my housekeeper's ample capabilities, and I studied the Times Cookery Book, which I had recently bought, for etceteras. The book had been compiled by a famous ex-chef of Delmonico's in New York, and would bear quite a lot of study. In it I found a sauce tartare, which was new to me, and which I determined to have. I had, as a matter of fact, outlined all the arrangements before I was hurt. I had engaged a Mr. Augade, a French musician, to make himself responsible for the small string band required. I had seen the florist about table decorations, and a decorative screen of shrubs, etc., for the front of the balcony, where the band was to be ensconced. The florist was also to provide the word Banzai in Smilax letters for the verandah at the front door entrance, and the superintendent of the Canadian Pacific dining car system had undertaken to provide 4 waiters for the midday in question. The sergeant major had written instructions as to the hauling up and down of the Japanese flag, and I had, humanly speaking, left nothing to chance. My trouble at the time of which I write consisted in seeing that all my arrangements should be properly carried out. When the eventful day arrived, everything passed off according to schedule. The travelling escort, under Inspector Shaw, was fully up to the mounted police level, which had been fully established on the occasion of His Royal Highness the Duke of York's visit, and the carriages, being spring-seated wagons, were good enough. When the special train hurtled into the station, every horse of the escort stood on his hind legs and pawed the air with his front feet, but, as a newspaper report subsequently said, the riders of the plains quickly got them in hand again. And when His Highness emerged from his car, they all stood stock still in their rank. The prescribed drive round Calgary was taken, and at Barracks the members of the party were transferred to motor cars, which were all in readiness. Inspector Doofus drove Prince Fushimi in his own car, and led the procession. At the ranch there was a good lot of horses to be seen, and one His Highness pronounced to be the finest horse he had ever seen in his life. Back to town, to the polo ground, travelled the party, and thence to the barracks, where they sat down to lunch at 2 o'clock. The dining room was under the room which I was occupying. Commissioner Perry ran into me for one moment to say that everything had gone like clockwork, and that there had been no hitch anywhere. I reminded him that the escort and carriages were ordered for 2:45. Just before that, in came Inspector Shaw to say that the Under Secretary of State objected to any change in the programme, meaning the opening of the fire hall. I replied, "The Under Secretary of State has had nothing to do with the programme, and is not going to be allowed to interfere now. You have got your orders, Shaw?" "Yes, sir." "Carry them out to the letter. You know where the carriage is to stop?" "Yes, sir." "Say nothing to anybody. Just carry out your instructions, and deliver the party at the station by 3 o'clock." Away went Shaw, and away went my guests. A slight delay occurred at the fire hall, as nothing would induce the Prince to press the necessary button. One of his staff, however, did it eventually. The fire hall doors flew open, the fire horses jumped into their collars, and out galloped the fire brigade in a very gratifying style. My outfit went on its way rejoicing, and delivered its passengers on the railway platform at 60 minutes after 2 o'clock. The vice-regal party were then bound for Banff, where they were timed to stay a day or two, and where the Prince hoped to get some fishing. It happened that there was stationed there at that time, in charge of the mounted police detachment at Bankhead, a corporal, now Inspector, Townsend, who was an enthusiastic and knowledgeable fisherman. He was instructed to take Prince Fushimi under his wing, and he accordingly took him out in a boat on one of the lakes where fish were abundant. It so happened that at his first cast the Prince caught 2 fish on one hook, and was so delighted that he laughed heartily. His staff said it was the first time he had laughed since leaving Montreal. We had done the best we could for him, and there was nothing more to be said. My nurse stayed with me in all for 11 days, and after she had left I found that life was insupportable without her bright eyes, cheery manner, and Irish wit, and, to cut a long story short, I haunted her in a quiet, persistent fashion until she consented to marry me. We were married by Father Jan, Roman Catholic priest at Calgary, on April 22nd, 1908. This was the year in which, on April 30th, I attained my 60th birthday, and Mounted Police regulations provided that, unless an officer married before he became 60 years of age, there would be no pension accruing to his widow. As my bride-elect was 15 years younger than myself, I did not think it prudent to take any unnecessary chances in that direction, and we were thus married a little earlier than we proposed. On September 20th, when the Alma Heights were won, 1911, my dear wife was ordered to hospital for treatment, suffering from pneumonia. That night pleurisy set in, and as a complication her foot had to be amputated. This was a terrible loss to the patient, as she had always been such a very active woman. Even after that, she nearly lost her life in the month of December in the same year, having to undergo an operation for empyema. So little a flicker of life remained in her after the operation that she could not be moved from the operation table for 4 hours, and she unquestionably owed her life to the surgical skill of my eldest son, who was practising in Calgary, and who was her medical attendant from first to last. We tided over Christmas, and the outlook was very hopeful. For the first time in 28 years the Mounted Police did not give their annual ball in 1911, nor since. E Division had always, from the days of barbarism, given a New Year's Eve ball, and old-timers never failed to attend it when possible. But in 1911 the subject was never mooted, and I was too sick at heart to raise it. As the weeks rolled into months, we dispensed first with a night nurse, and after a time with a day nurse, and substituted a lady companion, without whom, after some months, we found that we could do. In November 1913 my wife gave an afternoon tea party, not in her own house, where the racket would have been too great for her, but in a Calgary restaurant, where they had just caught on to that idea of so attracting custom, and she was like her old self, and her many guests were glad to be welcomed by her genial smile. As the year 1913 drew to a close, I began to feel less satisfied with my wife's condition, and talked to my son about it. He reminded me that he had always been apprehensive, and had warned me, as he had, of the possibility of tuberculosis intervening in her medical history, and he had had, more than once, analysis made of the patient's sputum. On March 27, 1914, I received information verifying the diagnosis, while we were in process of packing up to vacate the barracks, for the benefit of the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway. As a matter of fact, we turned out of our quarters into a house in Calgary, which the Government had rented for us on April 1st. The guard room was not emptied of its prisoners, nor were the buildings occupied by our men and horses vacated until some days later, but I personally did not choose to be under an obligation to the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway, and moved myself and my belongings off their premises on the date stated. I was then in a position to talk to them, and the opportunity soon arose. As I have previously indicated, the lawn and gardens surrounding my official quarters were made by my own self. I had, for instance, a caragana hedge, to which I had devoted a good deal of time and thought and some money. I had watched over it for 7 or 8 years, and had sworn loudly and coherently when some maniacal cricketer now and then had dashed through it in pursuit of his ball, when he might have gone round. But that has nothing to do with this point. The management of the Calgary Cricket Club always used to protect my garden and its surroundings as far as they could, and if a light of my cucumber or melon frame was broken by a stray ball I did not mind, but I had a rooted objection to anyone running through my hedge. The hedge which I had planted I had taken up and given to an old lady friend, who had just moved to a new house. One afternoon, soon after, I was called up by telephone, in respect of this action, by Mr. Zimmerman, solicitor of the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway, which had purchased this land. I explained sweetly that I had only been giving away my own property. "We'll see about that," he thundered. "You need not worry," I rejoined. "I have seen about it. The last load has just gone." And herewith I hung up the telephone and left him talking. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 11. 1906 to 14. Calgary. Continued. In giving now an account of the work of the Calgary Division, I may say the police district extended from the eastern boundary of British Columbia to the 4th meridian, a distance averaging roughly about 300 miles, with a longitudinal width of about 100. To administer this expanse of country we had detachments, varying in number from 22 to 25, dotted over the area. There were, in the Rocky Mountains and the foothills, coal mines that depended on us for police protection, and on the whole we had, comparatively speaking, very little trouble with the workmen. It is true that at one time there was a general strike of miners almost throughout the province of Alberta, and coal had even to be imported from outside sources. The elaborate governmental arrangements for arbitrating such disputes turned out to be a fizzle, cost the country money as a matter of course, and did no good at all. My clients, as I called them, that is, owners along the main line of the Canadian Pacific, used to come in and see me sometimes, but I always threw cold water upon anything in the nature of agitation. The directorate of one of the companies came one day and said that a considerable number of their workmen had acquired some rights on the company's town site by having erected buildings thereon for their own occupation, and those men would not go to work themselves, and had generally a bad influence upon the mining community at large. Obviously, some legal process was necessary in order to make these malcontents vacate the company's property, and that always took time. The owners, of course, acting under legal advice, had taken their troubles to the courts, which had issued all manner of injunctions to the troublemakers to do so and so. It was in this halfway stage that one manager in particular came to me with a view to police protection. I said, "I have not a man to give you, and if I had, he would simply be wasting his time. If you could spend the inside of a week with me, and realise how sometimes I am puzzled to find a single man for any duty whatever, when the courts are going full blast, and escorts and orderlies have to be found for them, lunatics and convicted prisoners have to be conducted to their respective destinations, horses in the post have to be groomed and fed, even if they are turned out into the corral to exercise themselves. Do you realise that if I had not prisoners here the horses would never be groomed at all, for there would be no one to do it, and one escort cannot look after more than 5 prisoners in a gang at a time? I should like you to realise that my divisions consist of 60 officers and men all told, and if I withdrew a man from a detachment elsewhere and sent him to you, some other place suffers, and what do you gain? An additional red coat in your community will simply irritate your men and provoke them to breaches of the peace. That is the very thing you want to avoid. Do nothing to irritate them if you can help it. You tell me that all necessary process of the law has been served to enable your company to rid itself of the objectionable persons now encumbering your property. There is no necessity for the mounted police to butt into that proposition, and they have no right to do so. When the time comes, the order of the court will be issued to its own officers, sheriffs, bailiffs, etc., and if those officers find they cannot execute the orders of the court, reference will unquestionably be made to us. It will then be for me to decide whether I can enforce the decree of the court, or whether I have to apply for assistance. In the last resort, you understand, of course, that the militia might have to be called out. All that you have to do, my friend, is to sit tight and let the machine work. Don't let your men think you're worrying. Be as genial to them as you can, and you may avert a great deal of damage to your works." The manager in question, when he left me, said, "Captain Deane, it does me good to come and talk to you. I feel like a different man." "Well," I replied, "it is an inexpensive form of entertainment, and you are quite welcome to any comfort that I can give you whenever you choose to come for it. But I bar visiting that village of yours. Good bye." And with a laugh we parted. I have more than once mentioned prisoners in connection with Calgary. The guard room there contained more prisoners than any other guard room of the Mounted Police except at Dawson City in the Yukon. The only jail for females in the province of Alberta was situated in our grounds, and was in our charge. I found it necessary to make a change after I had a few weeks' experience of Calgary, and imported a matron of my own selection from Maple Creek, and a great help and comfort she was to me. Sarah Stutterford was the widow of a staff sergeant of Royal Engineers who had served with his regiment in India and South Africa, and had ridden in a baggage wagon over many a weary mile. When I first met her in 1902 at Maple Creek, she had lost her husband, was over 60 years old, and had been nursing maternity and other cases for 20 years. Some of the cases that we had to deal with were heartbreaking. That is where old Sarah Stutterford shone. Without any apparent desire to do more than pass the time of day if her patient were sufficiently affable for that much civility, she would unobtrusively get to the bottom of the trouble, and was thus better enabled to deal with the sufferer, who never failed to meet sympathy with confidence. One poor woman, I remember, had, I think, 14 children in a very short space of time, and was literally played out. She was done to death with motherhood, babyhood, and hard manual labour. No change, no relief from the monotony of the bald-headed prairie, with its dismal outlook, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, and after that, the beyond. Father has got his work to do. There is in it some change, and it is not so bad for him. The children have their fun at school or elsewhere, but when or where does poor mother get any relief? Has she a neighbour with whom she can exchange a word once a week? In that country of illimitable distances, it is most likely that she has not. The poor woman that I have been speaking of went to the asylum, and I have not heard of her since. Another case of a woman just as sad lingers in my memory. It happened in the country, and when the police report came in, I wrote a marginal note on it. The saddest story I have ever read in my life. Briefly, it was this. An inquest had been held on the body of a woman who had taken her own life, and a letter which she had written to her children was put in as an exhibit. The substance of it was that she loved her children as much as ever, and grieved to be parted from them, but the conditions of her life were intolerable, and she was therefore driven to deliver herself from her thraldom by the poison route. Her husband was apparently a Shylock, who must have his pound of flesh, and by the time her conjugal duties in that respect had been performed, she had done to her family the manifold and ever-increasing duties of a mother and a housekeeper. There was no time left in this world for a space to breathe, and she frankly admitted that she could not continue the fight. Hence the inquest. We did not take coroner's inquests very seriously in Western Canada. As a coroner's warrant there will not suffice to place a man upon trial for homicide, but in every instance the Mounted Police used to collect all the available evidence and place it upon record. It not infrequently happened that a body which had been buried by virtue of a coroner's order had to be exhumed, and the cause of death investigated in a magistrate's court. There is, on the other hand, a danger of going to the other extreme if the ancient crowner's quest is too lightly set aside. I had one notable instance of this in the early days at Lethbridge. What was known as the yard engine In the course of its daily perambulations up and down a stretch of mile and a half or so, while shunting coal and other carts and making up trains, had imperceptibly become the vehicle whereby school children had thought that they might have a free ride between their homes and their school, etc. A kind-hearted engine driver was always complaisant, and he allowed them to climb into his cab in order to let them have their ride, and was always careful to take good care of them. But this practice was fraught with possibilities which might render the railway authorities ultimately responsible for a violent death, and when their attention was called to it, they issued a peremptory order that no person, other than one of their own recognised employees, should take unauthorised passages by such trains. Unhappily it befell that, notwithstanding the driver's care, a boy was killed. I rang up the coroner and insisted on an inquest. He replied that this was obviously an accident and the boy had no business to be there. I agreed with all that, but represented that the boy had come to a violent end, that something or somebody was responsible for the accident, and that it was the coroner's business to inquire into the particulars. At the inquest these were thoroughly thrashed out, and the storekeeper of the company deposed that he had been visiting an extensive coal shed, and on his way back to his office had crossed the railway lines in the neighbourhood of the accident, had noticed the switch in question, and as he passed by, thoughtlessly pushed it over, with the result that the flat cars were deflected from their proper line of rails on to the line whereon some loaded cars were standing, and a boy died a violent death in consequence. Accidental death was the jury's verdict, and there was nothing more to be done. To return to Mrs. Stutterford, the manner in which she controlled her various ward women of all nationalities and lunatics amply justified my selection of a matron. As time went on, we had to get a night matron and then an assistant. With all the help which I did not stint to give her, it was difficult to keep the old woman from working herself to death. The number of prisoners that she looked after frequently ran from 20 to 24, in accommodation that was supposed to provide for 10 or 12 at the outside. It was just as bad on the male side. On one occasion I had 96 prisoners, all told, in my custody, in premises which were intended to receive only about 55 men, women, and lunatics. That was an exceptional occasion, when a bunch of prisoners for stealing rides on the railway was brought in, when my back happened to be turned, and the provost very properly did not refuse to receive them, as I would have done had I been on the spot. I resolutely refused to receive more prisoners than I could reasonably provide for. The cells in both guard rooms were always full, and beyond that it became a matter for my consideration. As a rule, I allowed that we could find room for about 70 without unpleasant overcrowding, but ructions sometimes threatened. The situation once became particularly strained. We had, some months previously, had a half-breed prisoner named Moses Brown, committed for a term of imprisonment from the city. We knew Moses and his actions quite well. He was suffering from a loathsome disease, and was a nuisance to everybody whom he approached. On the day of his arrival, I instructed the provost to give him a pair of the cheap garden shears, and to conduct him to the limit of the police reserve on the banks of the river, and invite him to cut as much of the wire grass growing there as he felt disposed. If he should get tired in the course of the afternoon, he would be welcome to rest. When, at locking up time, the guard went round to look for Moses, he was not to be found, and the weeks ran into months before we heard of him again. We did not want to hear, be it observed, and I did not offer any reward for his recapture. Moses could not, however, apparently go away to his relations and friends on the prairie and give them the exclusive benefit of his society, but he must gravitate again towards Calgary, and there fall foul of the city police. His return came to my notice when the provost handed me a warrant of commitment, and said, "Moses Brown is back." "How did he come?" said I. "By the City Black Maria, sir." "Tell the Black Maria to give my compliments to the chief of the city police, and to say that we have no accommodation here for Moses Brown." A day or two later, the Deputy Attorney General at Edmonton rang me up. Good morning, etc., etc. What is the difficulty between you and the city police magistrate? Is there any? I inquired. I was not aware of it. Well, he rejoined, I have a letter here from him which leads me to think that there must be considerable trouble between you. Is that so? I retorted. I don't think you need worry. The young gentleman perhaps is under the impression that he is running my guard room as well as his own office, and if you will believe me, he is not doing anything of the kind. At the same time, I would say, send me that letter. It will amuse me to answer it. Goodbye. That settled that. Our guard rooms were, I should not omit to remark, places of execution, and although we had only 2 death sentences actually to carry out, we had several other prisoners under sentence for whom we had to provide the death watch, and an intolerable nuisance it was, until the sentences were commuted for one cause or another. A man named John Fisk, whose crimes, etc., is described under the heading of the Tucker Peach murder, was the first to go. While he was awaiting the due process of the law, a man came to see me one afternoon, just as I was stepping off my veranda steps into my garden. A fine big man he was, with the eye of a religious enthusiast. He wanted to see John Fisk to convert him from the error of his ways, before it was too late, and I explained to him, very patiently and quietly, that the convict was being attended daily by the spiritual pastor of his own choosing, and that, even if I wished, I could not admit a stranger to the exercise of that holy office. It would not be fair to the Methodist minister who was looking after the prisoner's spiritual welfare. My visitor, as I found, was not open to any sort of reason. He had a wild eye. He was as big a man as myself, and was probably 50 pounds heavier. When he finally realised that he was not to have the entree of the prison, he said, I summon you to the bar of God for refusing to allow me to see the condemned prisoner. I replied, I'll be there, I'll meet you, but in the meantime you cannot see John Fisk. Then he raised his voice and began to rant, and I heard an upstair window softly open, and pictured to myself an anxious little face looking out. So I walked quietly up to him and said, If you brawl here, I will have you locked up. He glared at me for a moment, and I did not know what he might do, but suddenly, without a word, he turned on his heel, and I did not see him for dust. The other condemned convict was an American citizen, who had brutally murdered the employer who had brought him into Canada from the United States, and he gave us quite a bit of extra and unnecessary trouble. His name was Jasper Collins, a native of Missouri, USA, and the story of his crime is related under the heading of the Benson murder and arson. This young man started a hunger strike. He would not take any nourishment, so we had to feed him forcibly. He would not speak or help himself in any way, so a constable was told off to nurse him. This was in addition to the death watch, who sat in a chair in the guard room and gave his undivided attention to the occupant of the condemned cell. He thus brought himself to a very weak state, had to be assisted up the steps to the scaffold, and was sitting in a chair when the drop fell. I cannot omit to mention the loyal and devoted service which our prisoners used to receive from the Salvation Army. Every Sunday morning of their lives they held services on both sides of the guard room, by men on the male side, by lasses on the other, and both sexes were always welcome. Rain, hail, shine or snow, the army never failed to keep watch and ward, and their one most persistent question to every poor creature who showed any reciprocity to their persuasions was, "What can we do for you when you come out?" They would take an expectant mother into their fold, nurse her through her confinement, and take every tender care of her and her baby until they could make some permanent provisions for both. And all this for the sake of the faith that was in them. No other denomination troubled itself to do the like. One of the Roman Catholic priesthood always made a point of holding a short service in the guard room every Sunday afternoon, and the women gladly listened to him, whether they were members of his flock or not. When a Roman Catholic bishop was appointed to the See of Calgary, the Oblate Fathers of the Immaculate Mary, OMI they signed themselves, were generally withdrawn from the city parishes and their places were taken by English-speaking clergy. The Oblate Fathers had spent their lives on the western prairie, and had helped to open up the country. Witness the venerable Father Lacombe, without whose incomparable influence among the Blood Indians the Canadian Pacific Railway would not have been constructed without trouble in 1882. The then general manager of the C.P.R., the late Sir William Van Horne, recognised this when he sent to the Reverend Father a life pass on the railway, as a charm against conductors. In his latter years, Father Lacombe conceived the idea of immortalising himself by the erection of a Lacombe House for the old and destitute pilgrims among whom he had spent so many years of his life. All sorts of stories are told of his begging faculty. He had literally nothing himself. There was a very nice property of about 200 acres situated on Fish Creek, about 10 miles distant from Calgary, and Father Lacombe had his eye on this. For various reasons, Pat Burns, the cattle king, did not respond to invitations in this direction, and drove the old father to several other locations whereof he could take his choice. But he was quite irresponsive, and was in no way to be diverted from Fish Creek. When it came to the final point, the old father said, "You give me dat, or you give me notting." Fish Creek is the site of his home, to which I paid almost my last visit in Calgary to say good bye to my old friend, then in the very late 80s and feeble. I can never forget his coming to see me in 1902 when I was in hospital at Lethbridge, worn out both mentally and physically, and having been obliged to send my wife to the Pacific coast for change of air and treatment. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 12. The Passing of the Calgary Barracks, 1914. It was in 1907, the year after I took up my abode in my new house at Calgary, that the agitation began which eventually resulted in the site of the Calgary Barracks being handed over to the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway Company. In the course of that summer, a man whom I knew very well dropped into my office, and said he was the agent of a syndicate which had placed considerable sums at his disposal for the purchase of the property in the immediate vicinity of the barracks. He interviewed the divisional tailor and offered him $15,000 spot cash for a house and 25-foot lot which he owned near the barracks. The tailor, being a man of singular domesticity, said that he must consult his wife, and did so at the noonday recess. On receipt of his conjugal instructions, however, he found the aforesaid agent was no longer looking for him. When he discovered the agent and said that he was willing to sell, the agent replied, "Oh, my dear fellow, that money has been invested elsewhere. You did not accept my offer. My people would not wait, and I bought another property. The money is now all gone, so that you see you are out of luck." The syndicate that I have mentioned was composed of Liberal politicians, possessed of the inside information as to the tentative negotiations that had begun, who were interested in exploiting the public domain to their own advantage. A year or so later I was instructed to have the barracks painted, and a contract of about $700 was let for that purpose. Before the work had commenced I met a prominent lawyer, one of the inner circle, in the barrack grounds one day, who said, "Captain Deane, within 3 months you will see the Grand Trunk Pacific men in possession of these grounds, removing the buildings and levelling the site, preparatory to constructing a big Union Station here." The Union Station was intended to accommodate the Canadian Northern and Grand Trunk Pacific Railways, both of which desired a foothold in Calgary in opposition to the Canadian Pacific. I said to my friend, "Do you know that we have just let a contract to paint all these buildings here?" "Waste of money," he somewhat angrily replied, and I retorted, "That may be so, but the indications are that your dream is not going to be immediately realised." Year after year rolled on, and there were no results in sight. The Grand Trunk Pacific may be said to have been Sir Wilfrid Laurier's foundling. His desire was to go down to history as the promoter of a transcontinental line which should worthily compete with the Canadian Pacific, and the railway authorities thought that they could acquire a parcel of something over 35 acres from the Dominion Government for a song. But they reckoned without their host, for Sir Wilfrid had no idea of throwing away an important asset like that for nothing, and he stipulated that the price should be $1,000,000. That was a hopeless proposition to the G.T.P., as they were called, but there are more ways of killing a cat than by choking it with cream. When Mr. (now Sir Robert) Borden, then in opposition, toured the country prior to the general election of 1911, and held a very large meeting at the Calgary Rink, the then member for Calgary cast reflections at the Dominion Government for "holding up" the Grand Trunk for $1,000,000 in the case of a property worth, say, $150,000. Although we were both ardent Conservatives, my wife and I were so disgusted at this statement that we abandoned our seats on the platform and went home. This statement, which was uncontradicted, lighted a fresh spark of hope in the hearts of the before mentioned Liberal syndicate. "My God," said they, "we may come through it after all." And the irony of it was that the chance came to them through their political opponents, who were bound to be "again in the Government," whether it was right or wrong. Eventually, a committee of Calgary men was deputed to look over the site and form an estimate of its value. The only map apparently extant used to hang in my office, and the Comptroller, R.N.W.M.P., in an early stage of the conference, asked permission to carry it off to Ottawa, as he had none. My recollection is that the map showed the site to consist of 37 acres and a fraction. Be that as it may, it came to be spoken of as embracing about 35 acres. The committee of townsmen assumed the site to consist of 35 acres, and calculated that each acre would cut up into 10 lots, making 35,000 lots of 25-foot width. These assessed at $1,000 a lot, with one dissentient member, a Mr. Diamond, a Calgary jeweller, who considered that the lots were worth $5,000 apiece. After the Borden Government came into power, the Assistant Judge of the Exchequer Court was sent to make inquiries on the spot and to assess the value. He held an informal sort of inquiry, and eventually fixed upon $225,000 as the figure. It was essentially an inquiry designed to popularise the award with the party in power, but even then the amount was regarded at Ottawa as being inadequate, for it was raised by Mr. Borden to $250,000. Certain witnesses, most of them interested, tendered their evidence, but the judge failed to call the one disinterested witness, namely the city assessor, who could have told him that the 25-foot lots adjoining the Barracks enclosure on its western side were valued, for city taxation purposes, at $20,000 each, and that those on the eastern boundary, across the Elbow River on the same avenue, were valued at $5,000 each. A mean estimate between the two would have been a businesslike proposition, and would have supported Sir Wilfrid Laurier's estimate, but that was the last thing that the party in power had in their minds. So it came about that the Grand Trunk Pacific, for the payment of $250,000, obtained a very desirable slice of the public domain, which was worth at least 4 times that sum. It was not until St. Valentine's Day that I received official notice that the barracks had to be vacated by April 1st following, which was a fair sample of maladministration on the part of the Dominion Government. Mr. Borden had had 2 years and a half wherein to consider whether or not, and at what price, he would sell the barracks site to the railway company, and, after all that, the departments concerned were allowed 6 weeks wherein to make arrangements which it was not possible to make in that time. That was where one of the pleasantries of opposing politics came in. It was the duty of the provincial government to make provision for the prisoners, and they had done nothing of this kind, so that, in effect, the Dominion Government's order to us to vacate the barracks by April 1st was an absurdity. Until provision had been made elsewhere for the prisoners, they were obliged to stay where they were, and so long as the prisoners had to be looked after, our men could not be moved, so that it was not until the last day of the month of April that we sent away to Macleod in a special train 40 male and 19 female prisoners, with 2 matrons and a suitable escort. I saw Mrs. Stuttaford then for the last time, as she was going to inaugurate the women's prison in Macleod. Quarters in the city had been provided for our men and horses, and we moved into them within a day or two after the departure of the prisoners. The once pretty site soon became unrecognisable. The shrubs and trees were removed, the buildings torn down, and the only house left intact was the one that I had vacated, and that was moved to the opposite end of the enclosure for occupation by the station agent. Personally, I had no particular regrets. My wife and I had agreed that we would leave Western Canada at the end of June, to seek out some little spot in England where the Maréchal Niel rose will grow out of doors. And to that end, early in the year 1914, I had bespoken our passages to Liverpool, to leave New York by a ship sailing on July 11th. We moved off the Grand Trunk property on April 1st, and settled in a house which I rented in West Calgary. There the best that I could do was to establish my patient in comfortable surroundings under canvas at the back of the house, with electric lights, bells, heat, and a fan, for the weather was so variable that the fan and hosepipe spray were required in the daytime to keep the tent cool, and at night the heater had to be turned on to keep it warm. Comfortably housed in a double-roofed tent, with 2 excellent nurses to wait upon her by day and by night, my dear wife spent her last days, and passed away peacefully and painlessly on the morning of July 22nd. I laid her to rest by the side of her old father in the Roman Catholic cemetery at Calgary, and had a suitable headstone erected, and then, having had only 2 months' leave in my 31 years of service, I applied for a 6 months' leave from the ensuing October 1st, to be retired on pension at the expiration thereof. My department was generous enough to assent to every request that I made, and Commissioner Perry was very considerate. He pressed me to consider myself quite free from office obligations during my stay in the West, and to devote my attention to regaining my own health and strength. I took him largely at his word, and on the night of September 30th I bade farewell to Calgary, the associations of which, despite the sympathy of kind friends, had become unendurable. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 13. Mounted Police Law. The raison d'etre of the subject matter of the following chapter is to be found in the circumstances that, at the date of which I speak, the relations of the Mounted Police Courts to the ordinary courts of law stood as an unknown quantity. There was an undefined feeling that they were subject to the control and supervision of the Supreme Court, but the question had never been raised in a concrete form, and neither bench nor bar was interested in the abstract question. I had on 1 or 2 occasions noticed on the part of young, aggressive lawyers indications which led me to think that some day the question might be raised in a matter that would call for a pronouncement thereupon by some competent authority, but so far there had been no clash. In the month of November 1898, however, the monster raised his head in such an uncompromising fashion that something had to be done to settle the dispute for all time. As it happened, it fell to my lot to take the assertive monster in hand, and, as it also happened, perhaps fortunately, it had fallen to my lot to learn in my old corps some military law which no other officer in or connected with the Mounted Police had had occasion or opportunity to learn. The difficulty came to a head in this wise. In November 1898 I was in command of the division at Macleod, as well as of that at Lethbridge, and used to spend 4 days of each week at the former place. Belonging to one of the detachments of the Macleod Division was a constable named B.O. Nettleship. It happened that on November 29th this constable would complete the term of service for which he had engaged, and would be entitled to claim his discharge. He had recently come into a legacy of a few $100 and intended to settle in British Columbia. He was a man of whom I personally knew nothing, but his record was good. He had been a handy man in his detachment, and was a fairly good axeman, etc., and I felt quite kindly disposed to him. When, therefore, he appeared before me on the morning of November 23rd, and asked me to give him leave of absence until the end of his term, and to allow him to "sign off," as it was called, before he left, so that he would not have to come back on the 29th to complete his discharge papers, I cordially agreed. I convened the usual Board of Officers to carry out the regulations in such a case, namely, to verify and record the particulars of the man's service, to adjust his accounts, and to ascertain whether or not he had any claim against the Government in connection with his past service. This was all a pure matter of form, usual in every disciplinary community of which I have had any knowledge, and was designed not only to protect the Government in the future, but to see that the person about to be discharged was in process of receiving all dues that were properly coming to him. During my weekly visit to Macleod I had to compress about a week's work into 4 days, and was naturally kept pretty busy. That afternoon, while in my office, the door between that and the clerk's office being open, I was very much annoyed by the strident tones of a man's voice, which seemed to have a great deal more to say than was necessary. And at last it worked so much upon my nerves that I called to the chief clerk and asked who the man was and why he was talking so much. The sergeant replied that the man was Constable Nettleship, whose discharge papers were being made out by the Board of Officers, and that he was under the influence of liquor. I said, "Send him out of the office at once to return to duty. His pass is cancelled. Let the Sergeant Major know." This was the only alternative to placing the man under arrest on a charge of intoxication, however slight. According to the wording of the Mounted Police Act, I thought that in all probability he would reappear next morning, say he was sorry, and renew his application for leave. I had it vaguely in my mind that if he should do so, I would give him his leave and let him go. This, however, proved to be the last thing that Nettleship intended to do, for in the course of the same afternoon he deserted. He went to stay with some friends of his in Macleod, who kept him perdu for a couple of days or so at a great risk to themselves, and then he developed diphtheria. The health officer promptly isolated him in the pest house, and applied to me to make the necessary arrangements for his medical attendance, nursing and maintenance. I replied that a man of the name he mentioned was then in a state of desertion from the North West Mounted Police, and I declined to accept any responsibility for his medical attendance, etc. I added that he was quite able to pay his own expenses. There was at that time living and practising in Macleod a very clever lawyer. To him Nettleship applied for advice in his dilemma. The proposition made was quite simple. Nettleship had money which was burning a hole in his pocket, and his legal adviser was quite willing to relieve him of any inconvenient surplus. The lawyer advised his client that he was no longer a member of the police force, and he may, for aught I know, have honestly believed that the advice he was giving was good. I made no secret of my intention to hold Nettleship accountable for his act of desertion as soon as he should be released from quarantine, and the lawyer then made application to a judge of the Supreme Court, sitting in Calgary, for a writ of prohibition. The affidavits upon which this application was based bristled with falsehoods, and I made a trip to Calgary with material to contradict them. While at Calgary, I spent Sunday afternoon with an old Regina friend, Mr. Justice D. L. Scott, and to him I confided my troubles. He listened patiently for a time, and at last said, "Deane, do you mean to tell me that I cannot issue a writ of prohibition to prevent you from doing something that I think you ought not to do?" I replied, "That's exactly what I do mean. So long as I do not exceed my jurisdiction, you have no lawful right whatever to interfere with me." In general terms, I explained the situation as I asserted it to be, and he finally said, "Well, if what you say is correct, I suppose there is something in your contention." I had applied to headquarters prior to my visit to Calgary for authority to employ Mr. C. C. McCall, a Calgary lawyer, to represent the Mounted Police in this matter, being well assured that he would at all events have taken some trouble to look into the matter. But he was what the Grits called a Tory, and my application found no favour. The Liberal party was then in power, and wanted every visible fragment of the loaves and fishes. The North West Territories were a sort of private game reserve, operated principally in the interests of the Sifton family, the prominent member of which was the Minister of the Interior in the Dominion Cabinet. I was therefore in no way surprised when I received instructions to employ Mr. A. L. Sifton, who was the Calgary Crown Prosecutor at the time. This gentleman had, in his official capacity, previously mishandled an excellent case for me, so I hardened my heart, left my case in his hands, and returned to my command to work up the case myself. In course of time the case came up for argument in chambers at Calgary, and a lawyer who was present remarked to me afterwards, "If I had not known that Sifton was representing the police, I should have thought he was appearing for the other side." It was no wonder, then, that the rule nisi was issued, and I was prohibited from dealing with Nettleship. The prejudice of the learned judge obtruded in every line. He set up a man of straw and battered him out of all recognition, to the admiration and delight of counsel on both sides. In the meantime I had laid a charge of perjury against Nettleship on one of the many false statements in his numerous affidavits, and insisted the Crown Prosecutor at Lethbridge, Mr. C. F. P. Conybeare, K.C., to appear for the Crown. The charge was fully proved by the only two witnesses, besides Nettleship, who knew the facts, who positively contradicted the accused. But the judge showed his bias again, took the case from the jury, and directed them to return a verdict of not guilty, which they did. Then Mr. Conybeare, as instructed by myself, gave notice of appeal to the court in Banco against the writ of prohibition. We had got on to a business footing at last, and the ball was with me. My friend Conybeare had the most excellent law library, which he placed unreservedly at my disposal, and during the ensuing weeks I made full use of it, and burnt many gallons of midnight oil in preparing that which would effectively call my opponent's bluff. On March 10, 1899, I was ready for the fray, for on that day I dated to the Commissioner of the Mounted Police a letter which epitomised the results of my labours and researches. This letter, I knew, would be referred to the Department of Justice at Ottawa, and from there it was forwarded to Mr. A. L. Sifton at Calgary to prosecute the appeal. That gentleman could not, without breach of professional etiquette, take out of Mr. Conybaire's hands the actions which the latter had initiated. And so, fortunately, we were able to travel still along business lines. The letter contained a good deal of interesting matter, dicta of eminent English judges, and so forth, known to an extremely limited circle of professional men in the North West. But as the text is by far too long to be here reproduced in extenso, I shall here mention only that, after having marshalled my evidence, I concluded by saying, "I submit that the North West Mounted Police, if not a military body, are as nearly military as it is possible for an armed body of constabulary to be; that the statute, by virtue of which they exist, enjoins and provides for the maintenance of discipline, and that their discipline is essentially of a military character; their regulations respecting the grant of an indulgence of a pass, and the form of pass itself, are adopted from those in vogue in the British Army. They are purely matters affecting the interior economy and discipline of the North West Mounted Police. Similarly, the regulations and customs affecting the grant of discharge from the force are a question of interior economy and discipline. The question of the pass is the crux of the whole matter, for, apart from that, the question of the discharge would never have been raised. It is clear from the learned judge's minutes of judgment that the questions of pass and discharge must stand or fall together. This being so, I am entitled to contend, on the lines of Chief Baron Kelly's judgment, that the issue and subsequent cancellation of Constable Nettleship's pass affected a police indulgence granted by a police officer in his capacity of commanding officer of police to a police constable admittedly under his command, and that the question being thus purely of a police character, involving a question of police discipline alone, is cognizable only by a police tribunal and not by a court of law. An eminent grit lawyer and politician in Macleod, Mr. Malcolm Mackenzie, to whom I showed my letter, remarked as he handed it back to me, "If your counsel does nothing more than take that letter into court and read it, he cannot lose his case. It is not a brief, it is a complete argument." The case for the Mounted Police was very ably represented by Mr. Conybeare to the court in Banco at Regina. One of the judges, Mr. Justice Maguire, had apparently heard Judge Rouleau's side of the story, and interjected so many interruptions to Mr. Conybeare while he was speaking that, to use the expression of a lawyer who was present and told me afterwards, he almost heckled him. However, Mr. Conybeare withstood the ordeal with unshaken imperturbability, and the end of it was that Mr. Justice Maguire, after Judge Wetmore had written the judgment of the court, added a judgment of his own, giving reasons additional to those given by the court why the writ of prohibition should be quashed. It would be too tedious to set forth these judgments at length. The judgment of the court, as rendered by Judge Wetmore, concluded in the following words: "This being so, we must find that the order of Mr. Justice Rouleau was granted incautiously, and, in view of what appears above, it is not considered necessary to allude to any other questions raised in the appeal. The judgment of the court is, that the order granted by the learned judge be rescinded, and the writ of prohibition issued thereon and all proceedings thereunder set aside, with cost to be paid by the respondent." When Nettleship's counsel was subsequently notified of this issue, all that he had to say was, "Oh, well, I got all that I wanted out of it." His advocacy was said to have netted him from $1,200 to $1,300. He had the money and Nettleship had the experience. Previously it had been the other way about. To arrest Nettleship and prosecute him for his desertion would, I thought, have looked like a persecution. So I took no steps to carry into effect the logical sequence of the full court's dicta. I looked at Nettleship in a quite impersonal light. What I was wholly and solely concerned with was to place the Mounted Police Courts on a solid footing, and I think most readers will agree with me that some such steps was imperatively necessary. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 14. An unrecorded incident of Mounted Police history. The Crooked Lakes Affair. On the evening of February 20th, 1884, I was requested to go to the commanding officer's quarters, and there I met Mr. Hayter Reed in conference with Superintendent Herchmer. The Lieutenant Governor of the North West Territories, who was also Commissioner of Indian Affairs, had gone away on leave and had appointed Mr. Hayter Reed, the Assistant Commissioner of Indian Affairs, to be administrator during his absence. Mr. Reed had been an Indian agent at Battleford in the days when Superintendent Herchmer had been stationed there in command of the Mounted Police Post, and a close friendship had sprung up between them. Mr. Reed was thus at this time administering the affairs of the country, and his word was law. On the line of the Canadian Pacific Railway, about 80 miles east of Regina, is a place called Broadview, and about 10 miles north of the village as it was then, was an Indian reserve. A report from the local Indian Department officials had just been received by the administrator that about 60 or 70 Indians had broken into the Government storehouse, had threatened the life of the farm instructor, a Mr. Keith, and had stolen some 60 or 70 bags of flour and bacon. Mr. Reed's mission was able to ask that a posse of police be sent to the spot to look into the matter. It was finally settled that I should go in charge of 10 men, who were not to take their arms. They would take their side arms, of course, but not their carbines. A freight train was due to pass Regina at 9:45 o'clock next morning, and we went to the station to catch it, but it did not come until 3 p.m., and it was 9 p.m. when we reached Broadview. We had had very sketchy meals during the day, so supper was the first consideration, and teams and bobsleighs were ordered for 10:30 p.m. I then went to see Mr. Dodd, who was the resident J.P., and had a chat with him. He was very pessimistic and advised me not to go out to the reserve with so few men, but I said it was my duty to go, and that I should assuredly do so. It seemed that Mr. Keith had been in Broadview expecting us to arrive earlier in the day, but had grown tired of waiting and had gone back to the reserve. He left a message with Mr. Dodd to the effect that the matter was very serious, that the Indians were armed, and had sworn to shoot the first man who attempted to arrest one of them. He quoted Mr. Mackenzie, a trader living on the reserve and doing business for the Hudson's Bay Company, as saying that the Indians were uglier than any Indians he had ever seen. We were fated not to reach the reserve that night, for it presently transpired that the only procurable horses were tired after a day's work which they had already done, and that the guide who was to show us the way to the farm buildings was by no means sure of the road. Considering that Mr. Keith had not thought it necessary to wait for us, I concluded that there was perhaps no desperate need of haste, and ordered the teams for 7:30 the next morning. Before going to bed, I wired an epitome of the local opinion to Superintendent Herchmer. It was clear and calm when we started the next morning, with the snow rather deep and the thermometer about 30° below zero. Travelling was slow, and we did not reach the farm until 9:30 a.m. Mr. Keith then secured some jumpers for the further progress of the party on account of the deep snow, and it was 10:30 before we fairly got under way. We were, of course, entirely in Mr. Keith's hands, and his idea was to visit each of the minor chiefs and to ascertain where his Indians were to be found. Fortunately, he had provided a very competent interpreter, a full-blooded Indian named Gaddy, who had the reputation of being honest enough and independent enough to interpret correctly without fear or favour. He could, moreover, understand and interpret good English. The first minor chief that we visited was named Little Child, and was at home. He was almost blind, and had no taste for frivolities. He said he was sorry the young men would go in for dancing instead of working. His good example seemed to have impressed the rest of his band, for only one of them was implicated in the current disturbances. We had here to wait for a guide to be procured, because we had to break our own trail, and it was necessary in the few hours of daylight to make as many short cuts as possible. We made a meal on some grub that we had brought with us, and then headed for Yellow Calf's house. He was the chief of the combination, had raised a fairly good crop, and was supposed to be loyal. We found his flag flying, but no one at home save squaws. From thence we proceeded to Acouse's, whose squaws were at home, but no one else. At 5 p.m. we went down to the valley, and in course of time came to the house of a half-breed named Jacob Bear. There we came across the most astute Indian of the whole tribe, named Osoup. It was uncertain how far he gave the other Indians the assistance of his sympathy, but no overt act had ever been traced to him. He was in fairly good circumstances, dressed respectably, was a good hunter, and talked intelligible English. From him we learned that the Indians, some 60 or 70 in number, were in a house close to the river. Also, he offered to take us to the place. I asked him if he would tell the Indians that I was there and should like to have a talk with them, and that I should like to take with me Mr. Keith, Sergeant Bliss, and the interpreter. He returned with a message that the Indians were willing that I should as I had proposed, and then I sent the rest of my men back to the farm. We had driven about 25 miles in the junipers, and it was 7 o'clock, time for a meal if there had been one in sight, which there wasn't. The house which we were about to enter was a substantially built log house, with one door facing the east and one small window facing the south, a one-roomed house measuring about 30 feet by 18 feet. An oblong excavation from 18 inches to 2 feet deep had been made in the centre, and the Indians were sitting around this oblong, with others standing behind them. The place was literally packed with Indians, and it was as much as we could do to find standing room. However, we eventually did so, and I stood at the northwest corner of the dugout, which was a convenient place for speaking from. When I first went in at the door I stepped, of course, into the evacuation, not being able to see it and not knowing it was there, and very nearly came a cropper, at which there was a general guffaw. Without wasting any time, however, I told the Indians that I was very glad to have the opportunity of talking to them, that complaint had been made that a large number of Indians had broken into the Government warehouse, had threatened the life of the farm instructor, and had stolen a great many bags of flour and bacon, and the Great White Mother had sent me to ask them what they had to say about it. I said, "The Great White Mother is very sorry to hear that her Indian children have done this wicked thing. She keeps a store of food on the reserve so that her Indian children shall not starve. She gives them of this food every 2 or 3 days, and expects that they will be content with what she gives them, without money and without price. She feels quite sure that her Indian children would not have stolen her goods unless some bad men had put bad thoughts into their hearts, and she expects that those Indians who led the others in this bad act will give themselves up to be tried in her court in the same way as white men are tried when they break the Queen's law." That, and much more to the same effect, through more than 2 weary hours. Each sentence was interpreted as it was uttered, and while the interpreter was doing his part, I was thinking out the next sentence in words of one syllable as nearly as possible. 3 Indians replied in speeches of some length, and said that promises had been made to them by the Indian Commissioner which had not been kept, and that the Assistant Indian Commissioner had cut down their rations in a manner which constituted a breach of faith. They argued also that they helped themselves to the flour and bacon because they were hungry. I thought a good deal more of the Indians' complaint then than I do now, for the burden of the Red Man's song is always grub, grub, more grub. These rascals had been dancing for 13 days straight on end, and had neglected even to go and draw their rations. Hence the occasion for the theft. I told them that I would tell the Indian Department what they said, and advised them, if they seriously intended to attempt to explain their conduct by the representation that they were hungry, to show their good faith by giving up the leaders of the raid to be tried by the courts. They replied that they would talk it over, and if I would stay there overnight they would give me an answer in the morning. There was no place that I knew of wherein I could stay for the night, and having had nothing to eat since midday, I decided that I had better go back to the farm. So I told them there might be some messages there for me which might require an answer, and that it was necessary that I should go. The Indians were perfectly respectful and friendly from first to last. There was one, and only one, who meant to be offensive. He asked me as I was going out of the door what the police were going to do about his horses which he had lost some time previously. His tone and manner were distinctly impertinent, and I made him answer a good many questions, asking finally if he had reported to the police that he had lost his horses. He said no, and I retorted, "How did you expect the police to know that your horses were lost if you did not tell them?" An approving "Ugh" behind me indicated that at least one of my hearers had a logical mind, and under cover of it I went out into the night. We had talked from 7 to 9:15 p.m., and it was 11 o'clock before we reached the farm. I found there a telegram from Herchmer to say that he and 10 more men were on the way. He arrived the next day in the forenoon, having brought no arms, and about 1 o'clock we all started for the house in the valley. Colonel MacDonald, Indian agent, also arrived in his own cutter and preceded us. The Indians, of course, were watching us, and knew exactly what was going on. When we came in sight of the house, we could see that there were a number of armed Indians round about it. Some had shotguns and some had Winchester rifles, but every Indian present had a firearm of some sort. As Colonel MacDonald was driving up to the door, the men who were standing there sternly waved him off. They made the same signs to us, but we took no notice of them, and the entire party got out of their respective sleighs. Herchmer was very impatient. Colonel MacDonald, who had not spoken to the Indians at all, wanted to talk, but Herchmer would have none of it. He told me to fall the men in, and I did so. Then he said, "You'd better draw pistols," and I gave that order also. Instantly the heels of a butt was applied to the window sash, which fell out with a crash, and the cavity bristled with muzzles. Indians simultaneously appeared around the corners of the house, all having arms, and all being ready to shoot. Finding remonstrance useless, Colonel MacDonald whipped up his horse and drove off, saying, "I'll have nothing to do with it." Herchmer and I were 2 or 3 paces between our line of men and the house, when, without warning me of what he proposed to do, Herchmer suddenly said, "Well, I suppose we'd better go right in," and started off by himself. Everyone who knew Billy Herchmer knew that, whatever his failings were, lack of courage was not one of them, and he presumed that bluff would carry the day, as it had previously answered his purpose in the north. He had not made allowance for a band of Indians who were strangers to him, and were, as Mr. Mackenzie had told me, very determined. In the north he had been accustomed to deal with the Crees, but the Indians with whom we were now dealing were Saulteaux, who were always looked upon as a rather superior race. A young fellow named Jim Holford, consumed with curiosity, had, as we learned afterwards, followed our sleighs on horseback into the valley, but an Indian had warned him to go back, saying if there was going to be any fighting he would be killed with the rest of us. He took the advice and went. Herchmer had taken no more than a couple of paces towards the door when a big, fine looking and determined Indian, who was guarding the door, presented his double-barrelled shotgun full in his face at a distance of something like 2 feet. Herchmer stopped dead, as in my opinion he was well advised to do, for there was certain murder in the dusky ruffian's eye. The other Indians followed his example, and we were all covered. A moment on the part of any one of us would have precipitated a climax. As the seconds passed without any ulterior act, it became evident that it remained with ourselves to force the situation or not. I do not know what Herchmer proposed to do in the house, even supposing the Indians had admitted us all. We had no warrant to arrest anyone, no information had been laid, and neither of us knew who the guilty parties were. Thus, from a criminal point of view, we had no locus standi whatever. We were, in effect, provoking the Indians to commit wilful murder by threatening to thrust ourselves into premises into which we had no right to force our way without the Queen's warrant. If disaster had befallen us, as for 2 or 3 seconds seemed extremely probable, our blood would have been upon our own heads. Presently Herchmer called for Yellow Calf, the chief, who persuaded the big Indian to lower his gun, and talk became once more the order of the day. The big Indian was not easily appeased. His blood was up, and he wanted to pull the trigger at some one of the men. I could not tell which one, nor why he wanted to shoot, but I thought he would do some mischief, and Yellow Calf thought so too, for he held on to the gun for some little time. It is to be remembered that up to this time no shot had ever been fired in anger between the police and the Indians, and a very grave responsibility would thus rest upon any person who should initiate hostilities. At this juncture the Indian agent reappeared, and an adjournment was made to Usopp's house, a little way off, where a prolonged powwow was held. The Indians, however, were no longer in the complacent mood of the evening before. They had hardened their hearts, and resolutely refused to give up the offenders. An arrangement was made providing that the administrator should be sent for, and we wended our way back to the farm, where we arrived about 8 p.m. Hayter Reed arrived on the following afternoon, and the Indian agent was dispatched to invite the Indians to a conference at the farm next morning. He stayed with them all that night, and eventually succeeded in inducing them to come and talk matters over. At about 9 a.m. on February 25, Usopp, Yellow Calf, and some others, escorted by armed and mounted braves in full war paint, duly arrived, and the whole forenoon was spent in talk. The administrator said after a time that he would like to talk to some of the young men themselves, and after some difficulty they were persuaded to come, very nervous and fearful of treachery. Late in the afternoon, after an eloquent speech from Usopp, Interpreter Gaddy said it was the finest speech he had ever heard an Indian make. 4 Indians named Yellow Calf, Kanawos, Moise, and Pennypakesis consented to go to Regina for trial, and we all took the night train thither. The trial took place on February 28th before Colonel Richardson, stipendiary magistrate, and Kanawos, Moise, and Pennypakesis were charged with larceny. Yellow Calf was not included in the indictment, as he was not concerned in the raid, and had moreover kept the peace on the previous day. Mr. A. E. Forget, now senator, clerk of the Legislative Assembly, appeared on behalf of the accused, who pleaded guilty and made a strong plea for mercy on account of the Indians' ignorance of the white men's laws. The Indians were convicted and discharged on suspended sentence. It was practically understood from the first that this was to be the outcome of the trial. When the court rose, Colonel Richardson called Herchmer and me into his room and said, "What were you gentlemen doing there without a warrant?" My answer was easy. I simply obeyed orders which I received from my superior officer. Herchmer's answer was not so easy, and he said nothing. All this, looked at from any point of view, was a very unfortunate occurrence. The police had made a faux pas, and had lost in a great measure their most valuable asset, their prestige. The story was naturally noised about among the Indians, and there is no doubt that it contributed somewhat to the turbulent spirit which manifested itself among the Battleford Indians later in the same year. So far as the government was concerned, the matter was promptly hushed up. Herchmer never made any allusion to it in any of his reports. I wrote the report which Hayter Reed sent to his department, and he struck out of it all reference to the complaints made by the Indians that they were starving. There were, in those days, only 4 newspapers in the whole of the North West Territories, that is, the Leader at Regina, Fort Macleod Gazette at Macleod, the Saskatchewan Herald at Battleford, and the Bulletin at Edmonton. I never saw any account of the trouble in any of these papers until October 1887. The Edmonton Bulletin published an editorial on the subject. It was used as a vehicle to attack the Lieutenant Governor, the Assistant Indian Commissioner Herchmer himself, and his brother, who had been in 1886 appointed to the Commissionership of the Mounted Police. Thus it will be seen that the story took rather more than 3 years and a half to filter through to Edmonton from Broadview. The Indian Department in those days had some very persistent critics in Parliament who did not think it necessary by any means to confine themselves to the truth in making virulent attacks upon the departmental officials. It may be imagined, therefore, how careful the latter were to conceal anything which could be used to their discredit by their unscrupulous enemies in the opposition. The editorial to which I have alluded closed in the following words: "Bad management has been succeeded by worse, and bad precedent by still worse, until the force which was the pride of Canada and the safety of the North West has been made a laughing stock for the very men who a few years ago held it most in respect." I could, if I chose, write a great deal on this subject from this aspect, but as I have set out to write nothing of which I have not a personal knowledge, I refrain. I can only say that in the interval between October 1st, 1887, and the time at which these lines are written, nous avons changé tout cela. There is now living only one white man who knows all the particulars attending the émeute at Crooked Lakes, Mr. Mackenzie, to whom I referred. He kept a small trading establishment on the Reserve, and was in the confidence of the Indians. It was suggested to me that I should submit my narrative to Mr. Mackenzie, and ask him whether his recollections agreed with mine. I judged it highly expedient to do so, knowing how often I myself had grown tired of hearing tales current in the North West which were more or less figments of the imaginations of the narrators. I received in return from Mr. Mackenzie a long letter, and afterward a very kind intimation. You are at liberty to make any use of my letter that you see fit. The following is an excerpt from the letter referred to. I have a very vivid recollection of that very regrettable and unwarranted disturbance at Crooked Lakes in 1884. Your story and review of all the details is most complete, faithfully portrayed, and in accordance with the facts as they actually took place. I was in charge of the Hudson's Bay Company's trading post on the Crooked Lakes Reserve continuously some years prior and subsequent to the 1884 trouble. I grew up with all those young men implicated, knew every soul on all the reserves personally, spoke the language, and was conversant with the daily circumstances of each individual family. It is a long story, with which you are no doubt conversant, how the Plains Indians were being gathered together at and prior to that time by the government, and being placed on different reservations. Crooked Lakes, being one of the largest, received the greatest number of Indians, and of course in those days had to be fed regularly or rationed regularly. The reducing of these rations from time to time to practically nothing in the hard winter of 1884, when there were no rabbits or anything else to hunt for food, brought these Indians face to face with actual starvation. In some cases, children died of starvation during that month, their mothers not being able to suckle them from their weakened condition, from lack of even partial nourishment at this critical period. Mr. Reed further instructed Mr. H. Keith to reduce the rations still lower. I asked Mr. Keith, for God's sake, not to reduce their rations any lower, or there would certainly be trouble. He carried out Mr. Reed's instructions. A few more died. The Indians came and asked for grub, which they were denied, broke into the government storehouse, threw out as much flour and bacon as they wanted, and threw Keith out on top of it. I ran up from my store in time to save Keith's life, took him away from them, and told him what a foolish mistake he had made. Before I got him to my store, he took one of his fits which he was subject to, and remained unconscious for fully an hour. In the meantime, the Indians were loading up their jumpers with flour and bacon, and making a general distribution to those present, and sending flour and bacon on to those who were too feeble to come after it, while the air was about 30 degrees below zero that morning. After they divided up the flour and bacon, they all came to my store, all, of course, very excited, but offered me no violence. Only some of my best friends among them said in a jocular way that they had come in to clean out my store also, as they wanted tea, tobacco, sugar, rice, and currants, so that they would have one good feed before they all died of starvation. I told them not to touch anything, that I had been helping many of them a good deal all winter, and was very sorry for what they had done in a moment of excitement, through the foolhardiness of one of their young men, for which all the Indians would now be held responsible by the government, whose name was Big Ben Kitchie, Usopp's son. I gave them what they wanted, and they all went their way to prepare the feast, having plenty of grub for the time being for themselves and families, after which the young warriors repaired to the house in the valley in which you found them, and it was very lucky for the M.P. that day that the Indians had had a good feed, so that their tempers were somewhat cooled off by their stomachs being full, or there would not one of you ever have come out of that valley alive, hampered as you were with your buffalo coats, deep snow, and with only side arms. I shudder yet when I think of what would have occurred had a shot been fired, even by accident. There is many a slip betwixt the cup and the lip, and anyway, that great tragedy was averted by a bloodless battle. I am the only living white man today that was on the ground and was intimately and personally acquainted with all the details of this affair, which I reported to my company at that time, and received their thanks for the way I handled the Indians, and prevented them from looting our stores by providing them gratuitously with small amounts of provisions on that deplorable and critical occasion. They were supplied with a more liberal ration after that time, and there was no further trouble on that score until the following spring, in March 1885, when the rebellion broke out at Duck Lake. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 15, Wholesale Cattle Smuggling. In the month of November 1901, the Collector of United States Customs at Great Falls, in the state of Montana, a place about 140 miles south of Lethbridge, wrote to me to ask what brands the firm of Spencer Brothers were using in Canada, and whether they had any cattle branded with a double rowlock. I was aware that these people were American citizens who had recently leased from the Dominion government a large quantity of land. They were reputed to be wealthy, and to have a great number of very fine cattle. Beyond that my attention had not been particularly directed to them. I now learned that the firm consisted of two brothers, Samuel and John, that they were intensely unpopular in the state of Montana, and that they had conceived the brilliant idea of coming to northwest Canada and leasing a large quantity of land at 2 cents an acre in the immediate proximity of the international boundary. William Taylor, their manager, is my authority for the statement that a sum of money had been set down in the Canadian estimates for the year 1902 for the purpose of building a fence along the international boundary line. The project was not carried into effect, but that such a ridiculous proposition had even been taken into serious consideration shows what influence the Spencer Brothers had with the government at Ottawa. The diagram herewith shows a plan of the lease, namely, Townships No. 1 in Ranges 5 and 6, and Townships No. 2 in Ranges 6, 7 and 8. As each township measures 6 miles north and south by 6 miles east and west, and consists of 36 square miles, it follows that the firm had 180 square miles of the public domain under lease. But this was not all the advantage they derived, for a glance at the map will show how the leased land bestrides the Milk River, which flows out of Canada into Montana in Township 1, Range 5. The Spencers thus controlled at least 24 miles of river frontage, and as there was no other water within striking distance, it is evident that Townships 1 of Ranges 7 and 8 would be of no use to any stock owner who might be denied access to the Milk River. The Spencers thus virtually acquired 72 additional square miles of grazing land, for which they paid not a cent. Everyone will admit that this was a long-headed scheme which deserved to succeed, but it must not be imagined that such extensive privileges could be obtained for the mere asking. Not at all. The Minister of the Interior of that day, who had control of the Dominion lands, was Mr. Clifford Sifton, who, prior to his joining Sir Wilfrid Laurier's cabinet in 1896, had practised law in Brandon, Manitoba. When the brothers Spencer coveted the concessions which have been described, they were astute enough to reason that it might be to their advantage to do their legal business through the firm of lawyers which Mr. Sifton had ostensibly left. Results prove that their line of reasoning was unimpeachable. They had to pay a large sum of money, it is true, but they got what they wanted, and the game was worth the candle. A few years later, another American firm, the Price Conrad Company, desired similarly to milk the good old Canadian cow, and used the same milking stool. The concessions they wanted were near Maple Creek. Their idea was to lease detached townships here and there, selected in such a way as to give them practical control of the intervening area for nothing. The emissary whom they sent eastward to pull the strings wired from Ottawa to his principal at Maple Creek, "We can get it, but it comes high," to which the immediate answer was returned, "Must have it at any price." They got it, and it was the emissary who told the story. Following the examples of the Spencers, other American cattlemen had driven their herds to the Canadian frontier in order that they might fatten on Canadian grass, of which there was an abundance, while the feed to the south of the line was eaten off, and a special officer of Customs was detailed to attend to the matter. Having no means himself of watching a long boundary line, he was perforce dependent upon us for information and assistance, his own participation being confined to making out the seizure papers and reporting to Ottawa. He made some seizures during my tenure of command at Maple Creek between July 1902 and July 1906, and, except in one instance where the owner had not apparently learned the tricks of the trade, and had, in consequence, to pay a penalty, the cattle were ordered to be returned by the Department at Ottawa without payment of duty. There was no earthly reason why they should not all have been treated alike, but so it was. To hark back to my correspondence with the Collector of U.S. Customs, I learned from him that in November 1901 the Spencers had shipped a trainload of cattle, 176 head, from their Milk River ranch to the Chicago market. This shipment was intercepted by the U.S. Customs officer held at St. Paul while en route to Chicago, and not permitted to proceed to its destination until after the Spencers had deposited the sum of $2,355 with the Secretary of the Montana Stock Growers' Association as customs duty. In November 1900 the brothers had informed the Secretary of the Northern Montana Round Up Association that they had moved all their cattle into Canada, and on that account declined to pay their pro rata share of the Montana round up expenses. I saw the letters of both brothers, and took copies of them. An indictment which the United States brought against the firm in March 1902 failed because only 10 instead of 12 jurors of the grand jury voted for it. A special agent of the United States Treasury Department was sent from Tacoma to take charge of the case, and the authorities were very much chagrined at having been outwitted. Great influence had been brought to bear upon the jurymen. The Grand Sovereign of the Independent Order of Oddfellows was very active in the interests of the Spencers, whose success emboldened them to think that Canadian justice could be similarly tampered with. Sam Spencer had a favourite expression, "We'll law them," and he was never averse to going to the law. As the United States officials pursued their investigation, they came across a great deal of evidence which was most valuable to me, and they gave me without stint all the assistance which they possibly could. For instance, on April 25, 1900, the firm imported and paid duty on 527 calves, all less than 12 months old. My American friends obtained from me an affidavit from one of the Spencers' employees, who assisted to drive about 1,000 head of cattle to the Canadian frontier. The 527 calves were there cut out of the bunch and were driven to a mounted police detachment called Writing on Stone, where duty was paid on them, and the mothers were driven to the Spencers' range, where the calves subsequently joined them. The same man also gave information as to another drive of about 800 which took place in October of the same year, and as to the particulars of that I was enabled to procure an affidavit from another employee of the Spencers who took part in the importation. In addition to this, every stockman in northern Montana was eager to give us information, and we had an abundance of it. This ebullition of the feeling against the Spencers on the part of their fellow countrymen was brought about as follows. Ever since they had been established on their Milk River lease, the firm, relying on their influence at Ottawa, had assumed that they could do as they pleased. During the winter of 1901 a great many American cattle had drifted into Canada. The range in northern Montana had been largely burnt off by prairie fires, and the only feed available for some 15,000 head of cattle was in the neighbourhood of the Sweet Grass Hills, where the grass was good, and the stockmen concerned had no choice but to range their cattle there or let them starve to death. This meant that the cattle must be pastured within a latitude of about 20 miles of the Canadian frontier. Within that distance there was no water readily accessible except that in the Milk River, which meandered eastward at a distance of from 10 to 12 miles north of the boundary line. I had always recognised the fact that it was a sheer impossibility to hold thirsty range cattle back from water, and had always impressed upon the owners of trespassing cattle that they should do their utmost to prevent their animals from crossing to the northern bank. There were at that time no Canadian settlers on the south side of the river to be inconvenienced by incursions of stray cattle. The American cattlemen recognised their obligation to protect Canadian interests on the northern bank, and were in the habit of maintaining line riders to keep the cattle back. These men used to lodge at our detachment buildings, and in return for their board and lodging used to keep the mounted police detachments supplied with fresh beef at the expense of their employers. This system had been established by me years previously, and had been then fully reported upon and explained in my annual report for the information of Parliament. The revenue suffered to the extent that no duty was charged or paid on any animal so killed for food, and the customs officers, who were fully aware of the circumstances, and never disdained to partake of the beef when their business took them into those parts, never thought proper to raise the question. In the exercise of their assumed prerogative, Spencer Brothers arrogated to themselves the right to control a large stretch of prairie about 70 miles long by 20 miles wide, and on one occasion, during the winter of 1901, they gathered some 2,000 head of American cattle which had been storm driven to the northern bank of the river, and drove them across to the south side. One of the American cowboy line riders, George Voice, was present, and pointed out that the ice was rotten. He vigorously protested against the proposed movement, but the Spencers' manager said he did not care, he would drive them across no matter what might happen, and he and his men did so. Fortunately, more by good luck than good management, there were no casualties, but the indignant cowboy told the story far and wide in northern Montana, and there was not a cattle owner there who was not anxious to get back at the Spencers, their renegade countrymen. Hence it was that I was able to collect so much information, and the report which I was able to make to my department was as full and conclusive as it was possible for a report to be. The reply of the Customs Department at Ottawa was to send a special service officer to co operate with me. His instructions were to inform the firm of Spencer Brothers that they were charged with having smuggled into Canada about 500 head of cattle in April, 1900, that the duty paid value of these would be about $15,000, and he was to demand payment of a deposit of $7,500, subject to the final decision of the Minister of Customs. If the firm consented to pay this demand, the officer was to wire to his minister for further instructions. Accordingly, on Good Friday, 1902, Mr. Bourdonnot and I started by train for Coutts, a station on the boundary line, and from there by road eastward about 55 miles to a mounted police detachment situate in Pendant d'Oriel Coulee, within about 7 miles of the Spencers' ranch. Bourdonnot drove in a police buckboard, while I rode with George Voice, the American cowboy before mentioned. He had spent the winter on the Milk River, and gave me a great deal of information which I had not previously had occasion to acquire. We might have saved ourselves a disagreeable trip, for neither of the Spencers was at home, and we had to deal with the manager, William Taylor, who told us that he was also part owner. In reply to Bourdonnot's communication, he said that his firm had paid duty on every head of stock that they had imported, and that they would not put up a dollar. He told me that the firm then owned 6,000 or 7,000 head of cattle. He could not tell within 1,000, as they had not counted them for some time. It was known to me, at least, that they had paid duty on only 1,230 animals, 854 of which were calves under 12 months of age, and I was more disposed to believe the range gossip which assessed the cattle smuggled from Montana at from 2,000 to 3,000 head. However, there was nothing for us to do but to go home, which we did. Shortly after this I attended a meeting of the Western Stock Growers' Association, and there asked a prominent stockman what it would cost the Government to hire a round up party of 15 riders with the necessary etceteras for 21 days. George Voice had calculated that it would take that length of time to cover the range. Mr. George Lane replied, $1,500, and I then asked if he could supply the party. He said he would. I explained that the proposition was a close secret and must remain so. He finally asked what direction the round up would probably take, and I said south east. "Then I can guess what your business is," said he. "Keep your guesses to yourself at any rate," I replied, and we parted. In course of time, the Customs Department authorised the hiring of the round up, and everything was arranged with such secrecy that the only people in the West who knew anything about it were George Lane, George Voice, my orderly room clerk, and myself. On Wednesday, May 14th, the round up party camped a couple of miles east of Lethbridge, and Burton and I joined them there. I took my clerk with me, mounted, and took 2 saddle horses for my own use. Burton was driven in a light wagon hauled by a police team. The captain of the round up, William Playfair, knew what our errand was, and so did an expert cattle buyer named William Henry, whom Mr. Lane had thoughtfully included in the personnel of his party, but none of the other men knew. It was supposed to be George Lane's horse round up, whose mission ordinarily would be to scour the range for the owner's horses, and it was amusing sometimes to hear remarks as to what was Captain Deane's connection with Lane's horse round up. Voice had been lent to me by the Montana stockman for whom he was working at the time, and brought his own string of horses with him, 10 in number. The other riders were provided with 6 apiece. We should have started earlier in the year, but extensive prairie fires had in the previous autumn devastated a great tract of the country over which we wanted to travel, and so we had to wait until sufficient young grass had grown to provide for our needs. 1902 was the year of bad floods in the West, and our journey was very much delayed by heavy rains, which had the compensating advantage of helping the grass to grow. I should not omit to mention something that happened on our second day out. It was after midday dinner. The camp had been struck, and we were on the point of starting again. Voice had saddled and mounted the horse he had chosen for the afternoon, "the best in the string, but mean," as he described him, when the brute began to buck. He bucked so long and so hard that he finally threw Voice over his head, turned a complete somersault, and broke his neck in the doing of it. When we turned our eyes from Voice, who was shaking himself to see if there was any harm done, we saw his late mount balanced on his rump and on the horn of the saddle, with his feet in the air, and his head where his tail had been, stone dead. He remained in that position until he was pulled over to allow the saddle to be taken from under him. Some weeks later I wrote to his owner in Montana and asked what value he set upon the horse, as he had been killed in our service. In his reply he said, "We lose horses occasionally in about the same manner in which this one acted with Voice, and in all probability we would have lost this one sooner or later, or he might have caused the death of a man. I never regret the loss of a horse that will change ends in that way, and I am thankful George escaped, and the horse is dead. I do not wish any pay for him. With kindest regards, I am yours very truly, John Harris." Voice caught another horse out of the herd and went about his business as if nothing had happened. The chances of changes of a cowboy's life must be seen to be appreciated. At this time we were heading for a ranch on the Manyberries Creek, about 100 miles due east of Lethbridge, and it took us 4½ days to make the journey. On our arrival there I found some men and horses whom I had temporarily withdrawn from my Milk River detachments. There, too, I received a report from a special envoy who had been employed for the previous 6 weeks in watching the Spencer cattle, and this report told me where practically every hoof was to be found. Not a single head was on the Spencers' lease. They were all feeding on the public domain. We now told the men of our party what our errand was, and at 6:30 next morning we all pulled out, the round up to begin business on the nearest cattle they could find, and Bourdonnot and I to visit the Spencers' ranch, distant about 30 miles. On our way we were held up for a day and a half at Pendant d'Oreille detachment by bad weather and impassable roads, but I saw Mr. Taylor in the interval. He told us that he was very glad the inspection was to take place. It was the very thing he wanted. As the ensuing weeks wore on, Mr. Taylor's gratification visibly declined to the vanishing point. On May 21st, Bourdonnot and I found Brother John at home at the ranch. He was affability itself. He told me that he "did not know a doggone thing" about the cattle or anything else connected with the ranch. He said Taylor kept what books there were, and he, John Spencer, had never looked at them. He held Taylor responsible. This happened to be election day, and Taylor had gone to vote. We waited at the ranch for him until about 4 o'clock, and then went back to our lodgings. John Spencer promised that Taylor should bring the books for our inspection, and said that we should part good friends, whatever happened, but he could not pretend to say how we might find the cattle, as he knew nothing about them, and had never told a lie in his life. From that time onward, the recording angel had less leisure time in connection with the rancher of pious and patriarchal appearance, who was said, by those amongst whom he had lived for years, to be the crafty member of the firm. Taylor came to see us at Pendant d'Oreille next morning. He brought one book which showed the amount of duty paid on importations from the United States, but told us nothing that I did not know. On the following day, Bourdonnot and I reached our round up camp just before noon. The party had gathered about 2,500 head of cattle, out of which, in the course of the day, about 400 Americans were cut out and held. The others were handed over to Taylor's men to take and keep out of our way. Next day, similarly, about 140 head of Americans were cut out of a bunch of 600. I may as well here explain how our men were guided in their selection of what I call American cattle. The Spencer brothers had in Montana used certain brands, namely, the double rowlock on the left ribs, and bar 7K and J7 on the left side. They were not allowed to use in Canada the same brands that they had used in the United States. For instance, the Canadian brand for the double rowlock cattle was the double rowlock on the right side instead of the left. Sam Spencer was awarded this brand in that place at his own request. In the same way, Canadian brands were awarded in the case of bar 7K and J7 cattle. This story is not concerned with the particularities of brands, and for the sake of illustrating generally the system in vogue, I will use the case of the double rowlock cattle. An animal bearing that brand on the left ribs was undeniably an animal born and bred in the United States, whether it bore a brand on the right side or whether it did not. It was a common thing to find an American cow with a calf at foot and a yearling heifer or steer following her. Possibly the two offspring bore the Canadian brand without any other at all. This meant that the cow was a smuggled animal. The Spencers would endeavour to call her a stray, that is, a cow which had crossed the imaginary boundary line into Canada without their knowledge or consent. But this claim was defeated by the fact that the cow had been long enough on Canadian soil to have two calves, one over 12 months old, and the other, it may be, only a few weeks old, and the fact that the cow's progeny had been branded with the Spencers' Canadian brand showed conclusively that the cow had been in Canadian territory with their knowledge and consent, and that they had given her some attention, as the two calves were still following their mother at the date of our visit. We noticed many cases of that kind. I have previously said that the Spencers had imported and paid duty on 527 head of calves on April 25, 1900. These calves were sworn to be under 12 months old. That meant that any number of cows from 1,000 to 1,500 in number, had been despoiled of their calves for the time being, and that they had been driven into Canada at some other point, there to meet their calves. The calves were then carefully branded, the cows were not. Some of the cows were doubtless heavy in calf at the time of their importation, and their then unborn calves would be branded when the branding season should come on and opportunities would offer. The ordinary range expectation in the matter of calf crop was 1 calf to 3 cows or thereabouts. The casualties were so great, arising from wolves, coyotes, weather accidents, indifferent motherhood, etc., that John Spencer's claim that every one of their cows had a calf was a sheer absurdity. Anyhow, we found a goodly number of dry cows in their herd at the close of our visit. I will recur to this question a little later on. 2 notable things happened on Saturday, May 24th. The first was that George Lane drove into camp from Medicine Hat, a distance of about 150 miles, to see how his horse round-up was getting on, and told us that he had that morning seen 2 men, who were evidently anxious to avoid him, riding hard in a northeasterly direction. The second was that in the course of the afternoon I met Art Strong, Sam Spencer's very capable foreman. I had left word in various quarters that I should like to talk to him, and as a result of some such communication he now came to visit our camp. He had formerly been a line rider on the Milk River in the employ of some Montana stock owners, and I knew a good deal of him and about him. I knew, for instance, that although he would serve his employer's interests to the utmost, he would not swear to a lie. I feared from the first that by moving Sam Spencer's cattle he might hinder our inquiry, and I had taken the precaution, before I left Lethbridge, of laying in information and obtaining a warrant for his arrest in connection with the importation of calves in April 1900. I intended to have no scruples in putting him out of harm's way if I should have any reason to suspect him of playing tricks with us. It was this I wanted to tell him. After the usual greetings, I said that I wanted to point out to him that if he took upon himself the task of carrying out the unlawful commands of his employers, he might find a difficulty in devoiding himself of responsibility for the execution of orders which he of necessity knew to be unlawful. I told him I had a warrant in my pocket, but I did not want to execute it unless he obliged me to do so, and I also pointed out that all the Spencer cattle were now under seizure by the Customs Department, and it would be a serious matter for any person to interfere with the due process of law. He said, "They accuse me, don't they, of smuggling 1,000 head of cattle at the Bone Pile in April 1900?" I replied, "Yes, that is what they say of you." "Well," he retorted, "I didn't do it. There were only 900 in the bunch anyhow, and after I had cut out the calves for customs entry at Writing on Stone, my orders were to leave the mothers at the line, and I left them there." The bone pile, I should say, was a pile of bones which marked the boundary line. Having got such an admission as this from a hostile witness, I thought myself so fortunate that I said, "Oh, well, I'll keep the warrant in my pocket for the present, and I hope you won't give me any occasion to use it." He promised he would not, and we went on our respective ways. Strong's statement about the 900 cattle, if accepted, and I accepted it unreservedly, emphasised the fraudulent nature of the sworn customs entry as to the 527 calves being all under 12 months of age. There must have been among them a considerable number of yearlings which had reached the age of puberty, and were doubtlessly in some cases in the process of becoming mothers themselves. It was no uncommon thing to find on the range a 2-year-old heifer with a calf. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 15, Part 2. wholesale cattle smuggling. On May 25th, our herd of American cattle numbered about 750 head. Taylor came to our camp for dinner that day, and after looking through the seized stock, told Bourinot that there was not a 4-year-old steer in their herd. This was an indication of what his line of argument was likely to be, and in the course of a 30-mile ride with George Lane that morning, how a dispute as to age between our experts and the Spencers' representative could be conclusively settled. He said the only way would be to have a veterinary surgeon on the spot. As a last resource, an animal in dispute could always be thrown aside and its mouth could be examined, and a disinterested veterinary surgeon would be the best person to examine the teeth. He would be able to tell to a certainty. When Lane left us, as he did that afternoon for home, he carried with him from me a letter to the commanding officer at Calgary asking him to send his veterinary officer to join our camp, and he did so. The significance of the 2 riders reported by George Lane appeared about this time. It was proposed to move the camp in a north easterly direction for about 8 miles, and Voice was sent to look over the ground. The north east corner of the range was black with cattle when we first began our work, but Voice came back and reported now that they had been driven off. He found a trail leading south west, showing tracks of a large band of cattle and of galloping horses, which had been used in herding them off the hills into the coulees. By the sign of the tracks, this had been done within about 36 hours. We also found deep cut wheel marks of a wagon going in the same direction. This was no more than we had expected, and we were in no way disconcerted. At the worst, it could only mean that we might have to prolong our stay and go over the range again. There was no hope of the cattle being able to get away from us, as, if they went into Montana, the customs officers there would seize them, so we did not worry. Our routine from day to day was pretty much the same. Breakfast at about 4:15 a.m. or 4:30 a.m. Ride all the forenoon, dinner at noon, ride all the afternoon, supper at 6 or thereabouts. Sometimes we had to move camp every day. Sometimes it would be a fixture for 2 or 3 days, according to how we found the cattle. We had to drive with us our seized herd, wherein were innumerable calves. They had to be moved slowly, and the number of cattle, of course, increased from day to day. Matters by this time reached such a stage that some definite pronouncement had to be made as to the plan upon which the seizure was to be conducted. My colleague and I had never been able to agree upon this point. He had spent most of his life in the Maritime Provinces seizing bottles of illicit rum from fishing smacks and the like, and knew as much about cattle as a cow knew about side pockets. He was not even willing to learn. He argued that the Spencers had paid duty on 1,230 head of stock, and that we should seize all over that number of American brands that we could find. This proposition was too childish to waste time in discussing, and I told him so. For want of something better to say, he finally observed that his department was in charge of the operations, and that what he, as representative of the Customs, said was final. Considering that he was as useless as a fifth wheel to a coach, this was calculated to make a plain man mad, and I am free to confess that it made me as mad as a wet hen. I stumped out of the tent, leaving behind me as a Parthian shot, "You'll find that I settled this question, irrespective of your department's representative." I called to my clerk to bring writing pad and pencil, and together we retired to a convenient spot, where he sat on the prairie and wrote, and I walked about and dictated. The following is a verbatim copy of what he wrote: Memorandum of Details for Settlement with Spencer Brother and Company by Superintendent Deane. On April 25, 1900, they imported 527 calves. Of these, 224 were entered at Coutts as being under 6 months old. The remaining 303 were entered on the same date at the same place as being over 6 and under 12 months. As a yearling is not properly so called until he has become 12 months old, as a 2-year-old is not properly so called until he is 24 months old, and as a 3-year-old is not properly so called until he has completed 36 months of age, it will be seen that none of the 527 calves was 36 months old on April 25, 1902. By May 25, 1902, 1 month later, it might be plausibly claimed that some of them had become 3-year-olds. A liberal method, therefore, of estimating the possible number may be arrived at in the case of the 303 calves which were entered as being over 6 and under 12 months on April 25, 1900. In the first place, it may be fairly presumed that the 303 calves were half steers and half heifers. We may thus consider them to have been 152 heifers and 151 steers, place aux dames. As the age of the calves were spread over a period of 6 months, it is reasonable to divide the number of heifers and steers by 6, and thus to assume that 27 heifers and 26 steers had, on May 25, 1902, entered the category of 3-year-old animals. The entry at Coutts giving the ages of these animals, as shown by the Customs records, will, I presume, be held to mean exactly what it expresses, neither more nor less. It is important that this should be definitely understood, as, in conversation with Mr. Burton the other day, Mr. Taylor prepared the way for a change of front by saying that a mistake had been made in the entry at Coutts. He appeared to claim that a mistake had been made in the number of calves entered, but he also mentioned quite incidentally that some of the calves were 14 months old. I called Mr. Burton's attention to this remark afterwards. Upon this premise, namely, that the entry at Coutts was correct, and was made in good faith, I am, in the opinion of competent stockmen, making a liberal computation when I allow 1/6 part of the 303 calves to be classed as 3-year-old steers and heifers on May 25, 1902. This presupposes no casualties to have happened to any of them. These animals are said to have been branded double rowlock and J7 on the left side. I desire to draw particular attention to these 26 steers qualifying as 3-year-old animals, because it will account for the only 3-year-old steers of American brands lawfully in possession of Spencer Brothers and Company in Canada. On December 7, 1900, the firm imported and paid duty on 189 cows and 80 heifers. The calves, 268, imported on that occasion are too young to require attention. The brands on these animals were entered as Double Rowlock, J7, and Quarter Circle F. On April 20, 1901, the firm paid duty on 82 cows and 20 heifers, described as being then about 2 years old. The brand on this importation was entered as Double Rowlock on the left side. The total number then of cows and heifers 3 years old and upwards which Spencer Brothers and Company have lawfully in their possession on May 25, 1902, equals 189 plus 80 plus 82 plus 20 plus 27, all of which amount to 398. A certain proportion of female stock is always unprolific, being called dry stock. Competent stockmen tell me that, estimating the proportion of dry stock at 30%, is in reality an underestimate, so that, if it be conceded that Spencer and Company should receive a calf within each of the 398 cows to which they are entitled, they cannot complain of illiberality. This very number, 398, should be subject to deduction from losses, etc., but the fact that none is claimed by the Government again bespeaks liberality. In the number of cattle which had been rounded up, there are a number of steers of 3, 4, 5 years old and upwards. These animals all bear American brands, have not been entered at Customs, and are thus valuable and seizable property. I may here again say the allowance of the 26 just turned 3-year-old steers, as previously mentioned, is a liberal concession to the firm of Spencers. Following the same rule as is suggested for the steers, all cows bearing American brands of 3 years old and upwards, whether with calves or not, are liable to seizure and confiscation, and these and the steers will constitute the most valuable part of the seizure. There is no difficulty whatever in conducting the seizure upon these lines. Competent cattle men are as well able to tell the age of a 2, 3 or 4-year-old animal, etc., as they are to read the lines of a book. Mr. Lane had provided in the personnel of his round up an expert in this matter, and in the event of any dispute arising as to an animal's age, we have, upon Mr. Lane's advice, fortified ourselves with professional veterinary opinion in the person of Staff Sergeant Hobbs. The dictum, therefore, of Mr. Henry, the expert, of Mr. Playfair, captain of the round up, and of Staff Sergeant Hobbs, may be held as to be unassailable wherever they are agreed upon a point of age, and such opinion need not fear be controverted in a court of law. Spencer Brothers and Company may plausibly plead that the American branded steers, etc., now on their range here have strayed across the boundary line and joined their cattle here without their knowledge. Against that there are two circumstances to be considered. First, Arthur Strong told me on May 24th last, in connection with the entry of 527 calves at Writing on Stone on April 25th, 1900, when I told him that I held a warrant for his arrest for aiding and abetting in smuggling cattle into Canada, as per affidavit of John Rice, that he had not smuggled any cattle as charged, that on the occasion in question he had, in accordance with his orders, driven 400 head of cattle over and above the calves aforesaid as far as the boundary line and left them there. He protested that he did not know whether they came into Canada or not. Secondly, we know from Mr. Stock Inspector Bray's report that on May 2nd last, Spencer Brothers shipped 4 beef cattle branded double rowlock on the left side, that is, the American brand. It remained for the firm to show whether these animals were ever duly entered at Customs. The two circumstances are at least suspicious. I have thought it advisable to record for the information of the Department at Ottawa, and possibly for future reference in the event of the matter ever finding its way into a court of law, exactly what my views and line of reasoning are while we are on the spot. To pursue this matter to its logical conclusion, there is, in my opinion, but one course open to us. We have now over 1,400 head of cattle. After the claims of Spencer Brothers and Company have been satisfied, as aforesaid, it will be found that in the balance remaining there will still be a considerable number of steers and cows of 3 years of age and upwards, and these should be seized, as Spencer Brothers and Company cannot have them lawfully in their possession, and the onus of proving that they are so rests with them. Badwater Lake, Alberta, May 31st, 1902. As soon as a fair copy had been made, I took it to Baronot and said, "That is an outline of the basis of settlement. If you agree with it, you should sign it. If you do not agree with it, you would do well to detail your objections in writing." He studied it for a while and then said, "It's all right." So we had no further dispute. Bourdonnot left on June 3rd for Coutts, from whence he sent to his department at Ottawa a long telegram which he had concocted. The reply read as follows: "Commissioner instructs you to demand deposit of duty paid, value for stock seized, such deposit not exceeding $10,000. Forfeited stock may be sold by private sale, if you deem this advisable, in case deposit not paid." The $10,000 limit was absurdly inadequate, and rendered it useless for us to waste time and money by going again over the range in pursuit of the cattle that had been driven out of our way. So we turned over to Mr. Taylor and his men: Number 1, 398 cows, 3-year-olds and upwards, with a calf to each cow. 2, 26 steers which had just attained the age of 3 years. Taylor, as expected, kicked like a steer about everything. I explained to him our method of settling the dispute, and quoted from my record the maximum number of cows which he was entitled to receive, according to his own sworn customs entries. He retorted that he had never heard of such a thing as holding a man to months in the ages of cattle. Bourdonnot chipped in then: "I told you in March, Mr. Taylor, that we would hold you to your entries, and that is what we are doing." We were quite firm, so finally he said he was satisfied with the cows and steers, and took them over as being 3 years and upwards. Next we handed over to him some 348 head of less than 3-year-old animals which we did not want. This brought us down to the herd that we intended to seize, all 3-year-olds and upwards. We asked Taylor if he had any objection to offer in respect to these, and he and his men started in and recklessly cut out about 150 head which he claimed were 2-year-old animals. We sat round and looked on, and in some cases laughed. Several of the cows were followed by 2 calves, a yearling and a calf, and he thought it good business to take the yearlings away from their mothers, as if we were such fools as not to see through this absurdity. One amusing incident happened. Taylor and our man Playfair disagreed about a steer. Playfair said, "Look here, Taylor, I've just got $50 here. You say that steer is not 3 years old, and I say it is. I will bet you $50 on it, and if you will bet, I will take the money over to the captain there, and he shall hold it while we throw the animal and let the vet examine its mouth." Taylor was not such a fool as to give away his money in that fashion, and declined the offer. Playfair then refused to take his objections seriously. After Taylor and his men had finished their afternoon's fun, we instructed our experts to cut back into the seized herd all of the 150 animals that they would positively swear to as being 3-year-olds. They cut back all but 19 head. They said there might be doubt as to these 19, and they would not be prepared to swear without a mouth examination. This Taylor was particularly anxious to avoid. He was too good a cattleman not to know that he was wrong, and a mouth examination not only would have discredited him in the eyes of his own men, but would have subjected him to derision all over the range and in the stockman's world. It was no part of our business to compel an examination. In the first place, the Customs Act throws upon the importer the onus of proof. Taylor was the importer, and the proof lay with him. In the second place, we were dealing with Spencer's cattle. If there was any throwing to be done, it had to be done by the Spencer's men. We should never have heard the last of it if an animal had been thrown by our men and a leg had been accidentally broken, perhaps, as was always possible. It was better policy for us to concede the 19 head, which we did. We then asked Taylor if he was satisfied that the herd under seizure consisted of cattle 3 years old and upwards. He replied, "To the best of my judgment." We then proceeded to count the seized herd, and found 587 head. Taylor was nervous and lost the count. Voice gave it to him once again, but he lost it again, and was content to accept our figures. The more so as we had spent 10 hours in the saddle, chewing the rag, over this very simple proposition. Next morning the round up left us, as its work was done, and well done too. They had worked with us and for us loyally and well, and our personal relations were all that could be desired. Burtondeane and his teamster left at the same time, heading for the railway. He had an engagement to meet Taylor at Medicine Hat, there to receive the required deposit, and it was my duty to stay with the herd, with Voice and the few men that I had as herders, until I should hear from Burtondeane. The nights of the 14th, 15th and 16th June were bitterly cold, with driving rainstorms at frequent intervals during the day. The cattle were restless and hard to hold, and I was mighty glad when word came about 3 p.m. on the 17th that the deposit was made and that the cattle might be released. I sent for Taylor to come and take them over, and we counted them out to him: 198 steers, worth $42.50 each; 164 cows with calves, worth $35 each; 225 dry cows, worth $28 each. The total value was over $20,000. The prices quoted were the market prices of the day, and we knew of a man who was prepared to buy the cattle at those prices if there had been any hitch with the deposit. On June 18 we broke up our camp and started for the Mounted Police detachment at Writing on Stone, about 40 miles distant, and it was about time, for our grub had run out, the rains had spoilt most of the little flour we had left, and we had but a scanty breakfast that morning. Having to make a detour on business, I had a ride of 53 miles before I got my next meal, and that was not till 3:30 in the afternoon. We had all become a little tired of the job. The work had been very tiresome and monotonous during the last few days. We had driven an ever increasing number of cattle, which finally amounted to about 1,400 head, for about 70 miles, and had not lost even one calf. My horses had carried me for over 900 miles between May 14th and June 19th, which was as much as I dared to take out of them, considering that one was 22 years of age, Dandy by name, Dandy by nature, and the other turned out to have a poor constitution. Old Dandy delighted in cutting a refractory steer out of a bunch. He would cock his ears and watch the brute, and turn like a flash at the slightest touch of a rein laid flat on his neck. That is the cowboy fashion, and I never insulted the old chap's mouth by pretending to know he had a bit in it. He and I, on one of the closing days of the round up, had finally cut out a steer that had given us a lot of trouble. Willard Humphreys, an American cowboy, one of Spencer's men, had been looking on from the outside of the circle, and when I pulled up alongside of him, he said, "The old horse did that well, Captain, but I don't like to see him do it." "Why not?" I queried. "Oh, because he's too old. He shouldn't have to do that in his old age." "I believe you're right," said I. "I'll never do it again." And I never did. For my share in this seizure, I was peremptorily ordered to be transferred from Lethbridge to Maple Creek. I had been in Lethbridge for 14 years, so there was, as the Western expression goes, no kick coming to me. I simply packed up and went, and, by the irony of fate, stumbled upon the other instances of graft which I have previously mentioned. I carried with me the grim satisfaction of knowing that I had worked up a case in which there was not a single flaw, and which could not fail to be upheld by every tribunal in the Dominion. In spite of all the information at their disposal, the Customs Department became weak-kneed. How this malady was induced may be better imagined than described, and returned to the Spencers, or their representatives, 4,000 of the $10,000 deposit, thus defrauding the revenue of the round sum of $14,000, besides the further unknown quantity represented by the hundreds of smuggled cattle which we had not been permitted to round up. The Spencers then had the audacity to bring a suit against the Government for the $6,000 which the Customs held. This action was tried in the Exchequer Court at Medicine Hat on December 2nd, 1904. They had filed in the court a perfect avalanche of affidavits, in which they denied pretty nearly everything that had been reported against them. One instance will serve to show the class of impotent falsehood that they generated, for the falsity of every document was exposed at the hearing. One of the affidavits purported to have been made by Art Strong, wherein he flatly contradicted the story that I had told about meeting him near the camp, and said that such a conversation never took place. In the witness box, under cross examination, Strong freely and unequivocally admitted that he had met me, and had told me about his connection with the 900 cattle in April 1900. So open and ingenious was his admission that the judge remarked, "Ah, these affidavits have been prepared." One of our witnesses, Peter Enos, who had helped Sam Spencer to smuggle some 800 cattle into Canada at Pendant d'Oreille in October 1900, and was coming from Montana to tell his story under oath, swore in the witness box that while he was on his way, the then Mayor of Great Falls, a bosom friend of the Spencers, had offered him $250 not to come to court. When that inducement failed, he was plied with liquor and made so helplessly drunk that it was quite a job to sober him up in time to give evidence. However, we managed it, and he gave good evidence too. The result of the trial was a foregone conclusion. Mr. Justice Burbidge said that he could give the suppliants no relief. He remarked that the amount sued for represented only a small proportion of the value of the cattle seized, and this was an indication of the trend of his thoughts. The disappointed suppliants appealed from the decision of the Exchequer Court to the Supreme Court of Canada, which affirmed the judgment of the court below, and that settled the matter. Some years ago I cut out a fragment of some newspaper, the name of which I do not know, the following poem, with which, with apologies to the author, it seems to me I may fitly close my narrative of this episode. It was a unique experience for a police officer, and I would not have missed it for the world. The Cowboy's Prayer. The following poem, written under the above caption, signed Charles B. Clark, Jr., contains a whole sermon whose broadness might be commended to some clerical teachers. O Lord, I've never lived where churches grow. I love creation better as it stood, that day you finished it so long ago, and looked upon your work and called it good. I know that others find you in the light that's sifted down through tinted window panes, and yet I seem to feel you near to-night, in this dim, quiet starlight on the plains. I thank you, Lord, that I am placed so well, that you have made my freedom so complete, that I am no slave of whistle, clock, and bell, or weak-eyed prisoner of wall and street. Just let me live my life as I've begun, and give me work that's open to the sky. Make me a partner of the wind and sun, and I won't ask a life that's soft or high. Let me be easy on the man that's down, and make me square and generous withal. I'm careless sometimes, Lord, when I'm in town, but never let them say I'm mean or small. Make me as big and open as the plains, as honest as the horse between my knees, clean as the wind that blows behind the reins, free as the hawk that circles down the breeze. Forgive me, Lord, when sometimes I forget. You understand the reasons that are hid. You know the many things that gall and fret. You know me better than my mother did. Just keep an eye on all that's done and said. Just write to me sometimes when I turn aside, and guide me on the long, dim trail ahead that stretches upward to the great divide. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 16, Part 1 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 16. Louis Riel, executed for treason. I have often wondered whether, if there had been no rebellion in 1885, real estate in the business centre of Calgary would have been selling for $4,000 per foot frontage in the year 1912. I trow not. The subject matter of my sketch, prior to July 1884, had been living in the United States, where he had become naturalised, and where he was earning a living as a school teacher. He was induced to return to Canada by a deputation of prominent men among the French half-breeds of the North Country, with a view to assisting them in obtaining sundry rights from the Dominion government, and the redress of certain grievances which they had or claimed to have. At that time the country had rather fallen short of the expectations which had been raised about it, and settlers generally were far from being in a prosperous condition. The winter of 1882 had been a very hard one. Witness the loss of some 8,000 or 9,000 head of Senator Cochrane's ranch cattle. This was due in part to bad management, it is true, but the historical fact is indisputable. Newcomers felt that the conditions of life in the country were cruel. The winter of 1883 was also hard, and a good many people in the western country began to regret having come. Money was scarce, and, to use a popular expression, the bottom was falling out of the whole thing. I knew a man who had a place about 8 miles out of Regina, who used to make periodical trips to the Pile of Bones Creek with 3 barrels in a wagon to take home water for domestic and stock purposes. With the outbreak of the rebellion in 1885, every farmer who owned or could provide himself with a team of horses and a wagon could hire himself out to the government at $10 per day. Money poured into the country to feed and supply the troops and police. Militia officers and men visited the country on service when otherwise they would never have thought of coming so far west, and the Northwest Territories and their possibilities thus became widely known. In short, the rebellion saved the country which, as an Eastern correspondent wrote to me in 1884, was not what it had been cracked up to be. The climate alone was a factor that compelled very serious consideration. On New Year's Eve, 1884, the thermometer registered 58 degrees below zero. On the following day it stood at 48 degrees below zero, with a wind blowing at the rate of 55 miles an hour. We had a set of instruments at Regina and used to keep records for the meteorological department. It was the custom on New Year's Day for the gentlemen to call upon the ladies who remained at home on purpose to receive them, and offered to their visitors whatever refreshment they happened to have in the house, from tea to liqueurs. In this way one had to drink warily, because one was bound to take something in every house one entered, and it sometimes became a problem how to regulate oneself without doing violence to one's own feelings or of offending the susceptibilities of the hostesses, whose hospitality was always profuse. On this occasion, however, my visits were very short. I could not keep my horses standing in the bitter wind, and a handshake with a Happy New Year wish was as much as could be compressed into each ceremonial. Nor was the weather inclement only in the winter. I find from my diary that on the night of June 20th, 1885, a hard frost cut off potatoes and tomatoes, so that the climate was as uncertain as it was unsparing. All this helped to make the ordinary settler view the half-breed agitation with indifference. He had so many troubles of his own that he did not care whether the half-breeds were given scrip or not. In the north, at Prince Albert, Carleton and Battleford, it was different. The public there viewed with growing apprehension the agitation of the half-breed element, which largely predominated in the population. The prelates and priesthood of the Roman Catholic Church sent warning after warning to the members of the Dominion Cabinet, and the mounted police reports which passed through my hands sounded an ever-increasing note of alarm as the later months of 1884 and the early months of 1885 rolled on. In the autumn of 1884, Mr. Fred White, Comptroller of the Mounted Police, and Sir John Macdonald's chief political agent, came westward and travelled through the Battleford Prince Albert country in company with the Premier's son, Hugh John Macdonald. When he returned from that trip to Regina, he handed me a long telegraphic dispatch to be converted into cipher and sent to the Minister, Sir David Macpherson, who was then taking Sir John Macdonald's part of the administration, the latter having gone to England. As Mr. White was a special emissary, one would have supposed that his communication would have received some attention, but nothing was done. No steps were taken to check the conflagration which was evidently brewing, and on March 26, 1885, the first shot was fired at Duck Lake. Riel was brought to Regina by train and handed over to me on May 23 by Captain George Young of the Winnipeg Field Batteries. In reporting his arrival to the police department at Ottawa, I said I intended to allow no visitor to have speech of the prisoner without a permit from the Prime Minister. I religiously held to this regulation of my own making, and it saved me a great deal of trouble. There was a stock answer ready for everyone who applied at the guard room, and all applicants were informed that they might take it as a final reply without pestering me to death. Riel had quite a number of sympathisers in Quebec, and from that province came the funds which provided him with legal assistance at his subsequent trial. Not long after his arrival at the guard room, I was accosted one day in town by a gentleman who said he was the editor of a Quebec newspaper, and had come to Regina on purpose to see the prisoner. I replied that if he had taken the precaution of providing himself with Sir John Macdonald's permit, there would be no difficulty in arranging an interview with Riel, and I asked if he had made any arrangements to that end at the Police Department in Ottawa. He said he had not done so. He had not supposed any such course to be necessary. I had to regret then that I was not at liberty to allow him to see Riel. He looked at me with a sort of pitying smile and said, "My dear sir, I think you hardly realise that I have come all this way from Quebec on purpose to see this man." I assured him that I fully appreciated the length of the journey which he had taken, but Louis Riel, who had led 2 rebellions in Western Canada, was a very important prisoner, who would unquestionably be tried for his life, and that, until the policy of the Government was made known with regard to allowing him to receive visitors, I was not at liberty to relax the rule which existed. There was nothing more to be said or done, and the unfortunate editor returned to Quebec. It was not until June 21 that the Lieutenant Governor showed me a telegram from Ottawa to the effect that Government do not wish prisoners to be interviewed before arrival of Crown Counsel at Regina. The matter was placed in the discretion of Mr. Christopher Robinson, Q.C., the senior counsel for the Crown, and his were the only permits that I recognised. Riel himself was given to understand from the first that visitors would have no access to him. He then wanted to be given newspapers, but these too were denied to him. He was told that he might have books or magazines or literature of that nature, but nothing respecting the topics of the day. He, of course, wanted to have a spectacular trial, preferably in the East, before the eyes of the whole world, and little dreamt that his case would be disposed of by a stipendiary magistrate, a justice of the peace, and 6 jurors, in a little embryo town like Regina. A letter which he addressed to the Premier summed up his views in its opening sentence. When he had any particular clerical work that he wanted to do, I used to let him use the Commissioner's office. This was a small office opening off mine, which was not otherwise used, as the Commissioner was in the north, and Riel and his escort could sit there without inconveniencing anyone. The following is a copy of a letter he wrote. He made 3 copies of it, one for the Premier, one for the Lieutenant Governor, and one for me.
Jésus, Marie, Joseph, sauvez-nous, intercédez pour nous, priez pour nous. Prison de Regina, 16 juillet 1885. Confidentiel. Au très honorable Sir John A. Macdonald, Premier ministre de la puissance du Canada. Monsieur le Premier ministre, j'implore un procès complet et à la Cour suprême. Je désire me disculper depuis 15 ans. Si vous cédez à mes instances, si vous m'accordez toute la latitude dont j'ai besoin pour me défendre, Dieu me secourant, non seulement je me clairerai. Mais la grande responsabilité des troubles du Nord-Ouest en 69-70 et en 85 tombera lourdement sur les honorables messieurs Blake et Mackenzie et sur les journaux leurs principaux organes. Votre politique au sujet du Nord-Ouest se trouvera comme débarrassée des obstacles que ces 2 hommes puissants se sont efforcés de vous susciter depuis 69. Mon intérêt n'est pas seulement de me disculper. Je désire me réhabiliter. Si par le soutien de Dieu et la faveur des bonnes gens, il m'est permis de viser aux avantages d'une vraie réhabilitation et d'une indemnité équitable, ce serait pour rentrer dans la politique manitobaine. Je m'en coûte d'abandonner ma patrie, ma mère, mes frères, mes sœurs, mes parents, mes amis. De plus, j'ai à cœur de continuer mon œuvre. J'apprécie le grand talent des hommes qui ont gouverné et qui gouvernent, encore à l'heure qu'il est, Manitoba. Mais il me semble qu'ils ne comprennent pas sa fondation. C'est pour cela que cette province n'est pas à l'aise et que la Confédération s'en sent. La Manitoba profite, mais il me fait penser à ces personnes qui engraissent sans avoir de santé. Il ne lui serait peut-être pas inutile que j'arrivasse un jour à son ministre. Et il me serait particulièrement avantageux à moi d'y arriver pour continuer avec votre gouvernement ce qui a été commencé il y a 15 ans par l'acte de Manitoba. J'avais l'honneur de vous dire dans ma communication du 6 courant que l'Irlande, c'est que je pense, pouvait devenir heureuse et en même temps les seigneurs anglais continuer à avoir leurs revenus comme l'ordinaire. Le principe que j'aurais à proposer pour arriver à ce résultat me paraît clair et simple. Si mon pays natal m'honorait un jour au point de me faire asservir au premier siège de son ministre, je vous soumettrais mes vues. Dans le cas où il vous serait possible de les approuver, je vous les présenterai pour mettre fin aux better terms qui fatiguent la Confédération sans apporter d'amélioration définitive au Manitoba. Vous me procuriez sans doute l'avantage de modifier en mieux ce que je n'aurais pas encore assez mûr dans mes manières de voir. Après les avoir inaugurées dans la jeune province, vous seriez à même d'examiner comment mes idées fonctionneraient. Si elles réussissaient, vous pourriez les généraliser à toute la puissance. De là, Mère Patrie en jugerait elle-même. Et avant trop longtemps, peut-être, auriez-vous, vous, la gloire, et moi, le plaisir de les voir appliquées à la situation de l'Irlande par la haute autorité de Parlement anglais même. Le principe et les vues dont j'ai l'honneur de vous dire un mot sont en germe dans la Constitution, l'acte du Manitoba. Monsieur le Premier ministre, les meilleures idées ont besoin d'être comprises pour être mises en vogue. Et lors même, la main de Dieu et celle de mes amis me feraient sortir de ma prison pour me porter à la tête du ministère provincial du Manitoba, il me serait encore bien difficile de faire mon chemin s'il n'y avait pas là un gouverneur qui me comprît. Depuis que je suis à Regina, tous mes écrits ont passé par les mains de monsieur le capitaine Deane. Ce noble officier connaît mes façons de penser. Et pour ne pas le gêner, en lui faisant auprès de vous des louanges qui ont passé par son office, je vous disais tout court que ce serait, à mon avis, un honneur pour le Manitoba d'avoir un lieutenant-gouverneur tel que lui, pour l'honorable M. Aikens, un successeur d'aussi grand mérite, et pour moi, un guide dont les conseils me seraient si utiles. Mes bienveillants avocats sont arrivés d'avant-hier. J'ai eu la joie d'une entrevue avec eux. Ils vont insister pour que mon procès ait lieu en Bas-Canada et par devant la Cour suprême. Veuillez m'accorder cela à moi. Veuillez céder aux bonnes représentations de mes savants avocats. Lorsqu'on me conduira dans l'Est, si vous consentez bien que j'y sois conduit, arrangement pourrait être pris pour qu'à mon arrivée, 3 avocats conservateurs, un Canadien français, un Irlandais et un Anglais protestant m'offrent leurs bons services. Grande serait ma reconnaissance pour un tel honneur. Ma cause serait plaidée au point de vue des intérêts du parti opposé. Monsieur le capitaine pourrait me conduire. Il suivrait tout le procès. Il vous verrait souvent. Ce serait comme naturellement que vous pourriez le nommer lieutenant-gouverneur du Manitoba. Moi, j'aurais le bonheur de m'en retourner à Saint-Vital, goûter la paix qui m'y attend depuis 15 ans. Et vous, que mes vœux ne vous soient pas suspects, vous aurez augmenté de beaucoup le thème de vos récompenses. Si mes bons souhaits peuvent sortir au travers des barreaux de ma petite et sombre cellule, si ma stricte captivité n'empêche pas ma voix de se faire entendre, puissiez-vous un jour occuper le trône vice-royal de la puissance pour le plus grand bien de cette confédération canadienne dont vous êtes l'un des glorieux fondateurs. J'ai l'honneur d'être, avec beaucoup de respect, votre très humble serviteur. S.D. Louis Riel.
A perusal of this letter must to my mind irresistibly convey the idea that the writer was cracked. I do not know of any word in the English language which so aptly fits the occasion. Here was a man on the point of being tried for his life, for crimes committed in the Northwest Territories in the year of grace 1885, blandly making suggestions as to the government of Manitoba and of Ireland, of all places. It has been said that Riel's grandfather was of Irish descent, and that his name was Riley, but I have heard the statement contradicted just as positively as it was made. Be that as it may, it can excite no wonder that Louis Riel was a heavy burden for his legal advisers to carry. These gentlemen had been retained by Riel's sympathizers in the province of Quebec, and sent westward to give the unhappy man as good a run for his life as possible. Appeals had been made on behalf of the French-Canadian race in the province of Quebec, and this dispatch of counsel to defend Riel was one of the results. The names of the gentlemen in question were Mr. Charles Fitzpatrick, now Sir Charles, Chief Justice of Canada, Mr. F. X. Lemieux, and Mr. I. N. Greenshields, all of Quebec Province. With them was associated Mr. (now Honourable Mr. Justice) T. C. Johnstone of the North West Territorial Bar. The Quebec gentlemen arrived at Regina on July 15th, and Riel was arraigned on the 20th. There and then began the most momentous trial that had ever taken place in Western Canada. Mr. Osler, in his opening address to the jury, called it "the most serious trial that has ever probably taken place in Canada." At the opening of the court, Mr. Justice Richardson announced that Mr. Henry Lejeune would be the Associate Justice of the Peace. The clerk opened the court, and the prisoner was placed in the dock. In reply to a question by the presiding magistrate, Riel admitted that he had been furnished with a copy of the charge, of the panel of the jurors, and of the list of the witnesses for the prosecution. He was then arraigned. There were, based upon an old statute of Edward III, 6 charges almost identical, and the wording of them was so quaint that it is perhaps permissible to quote the first charge at length, and to point out wherein the other 5 differed from it. The first charge read: that Louis Riel, being subject of Our Lady the Queen, not regarding the duty of his allegiance, nor having the fear of God in his heart, but being moved and seduced by the instigation of the devil as a false traitor against our said Lady the Queen, and wholly withdrawing the allegiance, fidelity, and obedience which every true and faithful subject of our said Lady the Queen should and by right ought to bear towards our said Lady the Queen, in the year aforesaid, together with, on the 26th day of March, divers other traitors to the said Alexander David Stewart unknown, armed and arrayed in a warlike manner, that is to say, with guns, rifles, pistols, bayonets, and other weapons, being then unlawfully, maliciously, and traitorously assembled and gathered together against our said Lady the Queen at the locality known as Duck Lake, in the said Northwest Territories of Canada, and within this realm, and did then maliciously and traitorously attempt and endeavour by force and arms to subvert and destroy the constitution and government of this realm, as by law established, and deprive and depose our said Lady the Queen of and from the style, honour, and kingly name of the imperial crown of this realm, in contempt of our said Lady the Queen and her laws, to the evil example of all others in the like case offending, contrary to the duty of the allegiance of him, the said Louis Riel, against the form of the statute in such case made and provided, and against the peace of our said Lady the Queen, her crown and dignity. Charge number 2 read exactly like number 1, except that it charged the offence to have been committed at the locality known as Fish Creek, and the third charge quoted the locality known as Batouche. The first 3 charges averred that Louis Riel was a subject of Our Lady the Queen. Charges 4, 5, and 6 were exact reproductions of 1, 2, and 3, except that they averred that Louis Riel was then living in the Dominion of Canada and under the protection of our Sovereign Lady the Queen. The alternative charges were necessitated by the fact that Louis Riel had, between 1870 and 1885, become a naturalised citizen of the United States. Mr. Fitzpatrick then submitted a plea to the jurisdiction of the court, which, briefly, set forth that the said Hugh Richardson, in open court, with a justice of the peace and a jury of 6, has no jurisdiction to try the offences charged in the information. Counsel for the Crown entered a demurrer against the plea, and the prisoner's counsel joined issue upon the demurrer. It was a very pretty quarrel as it stood, but Providence was on the side of the big battalions. The Government had provided some legal giants to uphold their end of the stick, to wit, Mr. Christopher Robinson, Q.C., and Mr. B.B. Osler, Q.C., of the Ontario Bar, the then Deputy Minister of Justice, Mr. Burbage, together with a French advocate from Quebec named Mr. T.C. Cassegrain. With these gentlemen was associated a member of the local bar, Mr. D.L., now Honourable Mr. Justice, Scott. I should perhaps note here that Mr. B.B. Osler was a Liberal in politics, and Mr. Robinson a Conservative. The two main questions before the court at this stage were these: 1. Had the court, constituted as it then was, authority under the statute of 1880 to try the case? 2. Did not that statute interfere with and entirely override the provisions of Magna Carta? Mr. Fitzpatrick opened the ball. He dived manfully into the recesses of the Magna Carta, and stirred up the dry bones of King John's unruly barons, to show that the statute of 1880, passed by the Dominion under which Louis Riel's court was constituted, was repugnant to the provisions of the Great Charter, which provided that no man shall be arrested, nor imprisoned, nor banished, nor deprived of life, etc., but by the judgment of his peers and the laws of the land. He quoted authorities to show that a trial by jury is understood to mean ex vi termini, a trial by jury of 12 men, impartially selected, who must unanimously concur in the guilt of the accused before a legal conviction can be had. He spoke very ably and at great length, and was followed by Mr. Greenshields, who, in another speech of considerable length, contended that the statute of 1880 was entirely ultra vires of the Dominion Parliament. It was a great treat to hear Mr. Christopher Robinson's reply. He spoke easily and unaffectedly, with an absence of effort that to me was quite remarkable, and in a quiet conversational tone. He took an interest in all the odd little incidents that occurred in court. If there was a window to be opened or shut, he followed with his eyes the entire operation. A man on the opposite side of the table was sketching a head on his blotter, and Mr. Robinson seemed to take the greatest interest in this head, which promised at first to be that of a girl, but afterwards developed some hair on the face, and was possibly intended for a sketch of the prisoner. Be that as it may, Mr. Robinson watched the progress of the drawing, and any other little incident that attracted his attention, all the while dropping some such commonplace platitudes as these: "As regards the larger portion of my learned friend's arguments, which was addressed to the reasonableness or unreasonableness of those different enactments, we decline to follow them into that argument at all. Those laws are Acts of Parliament, passed by British subjects for British subjects. They have existed for years, and until the past few months their validity has never been questioned. As regards their reasonableness or unreasonableness, I would say this also, that we must have regard always to the circumstances and conditions of the country for which the laws are enacted, and it is impossible that everything which my learned friend calls the fundamental principle of the British Constitution can be extended to all parts of the Empire. But if they rely upon that argument, it is a further answer to say that there is no greater fundamental principle of the British Constitution than the supremacy of Parliament. Neither the right of grand jury, nor the petit jury, nor the right of a jury of any kind, is so much a fundamental principle of the British Constitution as the supremacy of Parliament. So that we have this course of legislation. First, we have the Imperial Legislature saying to the Parliament of the Dominion, 'You can make such laws as you think proper for the government of Rupert's Land.' Next, we have the Parliament of the Dominion under that power making laws, and then we have the Imperial Parliament again, in view of the enactment which they have passed, making this enactment valid. For these reasons, it has been thought on the part of the Crown that nothing could be plainer than the course of legislation under which this court is constituted, and from which it derives its jurisdiction." After all the arguments were concluded, Mr. Justice Richardson delivered himself as follows: "Now, if I understand the contention of Mr. Fitzpatrick, it is that this Act of 1880, so far as it relates to the trial of criminal offences such as this, is ultra vires." Mr. Fitzpatrick. My contention is that the Act of 1880, in so far as it relates to the trial of capital cases, is ultra vires. Mr. Justice Richardson. Well, as I cannot hold that, I must sustain the demurrer. The discomfited counsel's face was a study. It was certainly the face of the most disgusted man in British North America at that time. It looked around the court-room with an expression of wonderment, which seemed to ask, "Is this all the expression of opinion that is due to me? After all my research, after all my eloquence, are my arguments to be turned down by a ruling of less than a dozen words?" I followed his gaze around the courtroom and failed to see any expression of sympathy on any face there. The prevalent feeling in the Northwest Territories was this: we have taken our lives in our hands to open up a new country, and in working out our own salvation, we do not want to be let and hindered by old-time provincial prejudices. To such an extent did this sentiment prevail that the Northwest Council, which was then partly appointed and partly elective, had passed an ordinance practically prohibiting the collection from a Northwest settler of a debt incurred by him in the older provinces. This was, of course, disallowed by the Government in Council, but the feeling was very much alive all the same. The plea to the jurisdiction of the court having been disposed of, Mr. Johnstone was put up to demur to the information on the ground that the first three charges were laid against the prisoner as a British subject, and that the other three were silent as to his nationality. That is to say, that charges 4, 5, and 6 did not allege that the prisoner was the subject of a foreign state at peace with Her Majesty. Mr. Burbage replied, "In 3 counts we have charged him as a British subject, and with having violated his natural allegiance, and in 3 counts we have charged him with having acted contrary to his local allegiance. It is quite sufficient that a man may live in a country to be guilty of treason." The magistrate overruled this demurrer, and the prisoner was called upon to plead, which he did. "I am not guilty." One whole day had been taken up, and the end was not yet so far as preliminaries were concerned. At the opening of the court on the following morning, the prisoner's counsel applied for an adjournment of the trial. They said that 3 witnesses, named Dumont, Dumas, and Nault, who were in Montana, were material to the defence. Mr. Greenshields represented that they would come to court to give evidence on the assurance of counsel that they would be protected. He also said, "It is an undoubted fact, competent of proof, that the accused was confined in the Beaufort Asylum for a period of 3 years, from 1872 to 1875. The defence required certain medical witnesses from Quebec and Toronto to testify to the condition of the prisoner's mind at that time." Mr. Greenshields said, "The court can see the necessity in a trial of this kind, where life is involved, that we should be given the fullest opportunity to make a proper defence. What we want is a fair trial. That is what we are here for, and we should obtain the fullest and fairest trial. And if after a full and fair trial the court and jury find that the prisoner is guilty of the offence charged, we will have done our duty before the court and the people. The people of this country will be satisfied that no injustice has been done. If, after the production of such affidavits as these, the prisoner is forced on to trial on the charge of high treason, public feeling will not be satisfied. A trial of this kind, in which the public are all interested, must be a fair and impartial trial." This was simply playing to the gallery of the Quebec party, which was "agin the government," and Mr. Robinson, when his time came to reply, metaphorically boxed Mr. Greenshields' ears for his insinuations. He said, "I regret extremely that my learned friend Mr. Greenshields should have departed so far from what I regard as professional courtesy and professional etiquette as to make the remarks which he thought it right to make in the discharge of his duty. As to part of his remarks, I understood, and I think everyone else must have understood, that if they meant anything, they certainly meant to imply a threat against those acting for the Crown; that if they declined to accede to the contention, public opinion would be brought to bear upon them, and public opinion would not support them. We are answerable to public opinion, but we are perfectly content to be answerable to public opinion. But I repeat again my surprise that that tone of spirit and sort of address should have been thought necessary in a case of this description." The defence at this time were asking for an adjournment of about a month to enable them to produce necessary witnesses, and had represented that the prisoner was a man of little or no means, and that the necessary witnesses could not be produced without the assistance of the Crown. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, part 2 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 16, Part 1. Louis Riel, executed for treason. Mr. Osler outlined to the jury the story which he proposed to prove by the evidence, and I need do no more than record his closing remarks. I believe the facts as I have opened them to you will be fully and thoroughly sustained by the evidence, and there will be this further matter appear in evidence, that the prisoner was not there for the purpose so much of aiding the half-breeds as he was there for the purpose of utilising the half-breeds for his own selfish ends. You will find throughout the evidence in this case that it was not so much the rights of the half-breeds he was making, as the power and benefit of Louis Riel, and money that Louis Riel wanted to extort from the government. It will appear that this so-called patriot, leader of an oppressed people, was willing to leave the country and go wherever the government wanted him, if he got a sum of money from the government. Gentlemen, when he found that the church to which he belonged, to which his principal supporters belonged, was against him in the movement, he had more ground to play upon his material, and, to feed his own vanity and ambition, he had himself named as the leader and prophet of his new religion. The prophet of the Saskatchewan was the cry under which his poor dupes, and many of them should have known better, were supposed to rally, intending by combining religious power to follow on the North Saskatchewan the methods of Eastern leaders. I think you will find the evidence shows that he was utterly careless of his methods, and had but one object, his own power or money, and he did not care whose lives he sacrificed. These statements were, in every instance, fully justified by the evidence which followed. It was shown beyond doubt that Riel himself was the head and shoulders of the whole movement. In the camp of Poundmaker, an Indian chief, was found a letter in Riel's writing, signed by himself, dispatched after the Duck Lake skirmish, wherein 9 men were killed, in which he said, "Praise God for the success he has given us. Capture all the police you possibly can, preserve their arms, take Fort Battle, but save the provisions, munitions, and arms. Send a detachment to us of at least 100 men." In another letter, proved at the trial to be in his handwriting, addressed to the French and English Métis (mixed breeds) from Battle River to Fort Pitt, he said, "We will help you to take Fort Battle and Fort Pitt. Try and have the news which we send to you conveyed as soon as possible to the Métis and Indians of Fort Pitt. Tell them to be on their guard, to prepare themselves for anything. Take with you the Indians, gather them together everywhere. Take all the ammunition you can, in whatever stores they may be. Murmur, growl, and threaten. Rouse up the Indians." A good many of the Indians whom he talked so lightly of rousing were refugee Sioux, who had come into Canada after the Custer massacre, and had not gone back with Sitting Bull when he returned to the United States. Very undesirable persons to rouse up. Dr. John H. Willoughby deposed that he went from Saskatoon, where he was practising medicine, to Batoche, a distance of about 50 miles, on March 16th, and there saw Riel with about 60 or 70 armed half-breeds. Riel told him that his plans were now mature, and that, as soon as he struck the first blow, he would be joined by half-breeds and Indians, and that the United States were at his back. He intended to divide the country into 7 portions, and they were to be given to the Bavarians, Poles, Italians, German, and Irish. There was to be a new Ireland in the northwest, and the Irish of the United States were to be given a chance, as well as the inhabitants of the distressful country. He pointed to his men, and said to Dr. Willoughby, "You see now, I have my police. In 1 week that little government police will be wiped out of existence." He added that the rebellion of 15 years ago would not be a patch upon this one. Mr. Charles Nolan had the time of his life. He was a very prominent half-breed who had strongly sympathised with Riel and his aspirations, so long as he kept them within bounds. When Riel told him that he had decided to induce the people to take up arms, Nolan decided that it was time to drop the connection. He did so, and gave evidence to the Crown. He said in part, "In the beginning of December 1884, he, Riel, began to show a desire to have money. He spoke to me about it first, I think. He said he wanted $10,000 or $15,000. Question: From whom would he get the money? He said that the Canadian Government owed him about 100,000, and then the question arose who the persons were whom he would have to talk to the Government about the indemnity. Some time after that the prisoner told me that he had an interview with Father Andre, and that he had made peace with the Church. He said that he went to the church with Father Andre, and in the presence of another priest and the Blessed Sacrament he had made peace, and that he would never again do anything against the clergy. Father Andre told him he would use his influence with the Government to obtain for him $35,000. Counsel for the prisoner exploited, for all that it was worth, the argument that Riel came to Canada at the request of others, which was true, and that, having come here, he desired to return to the United States, and would have done so but for the pressure upon him by his friends. This was not true. Witness the evidence of a man who was more in Riel's confidence than anybody else. Charles Nolan. There was a meeting on February 24th when the prisoner was present. Question: What took place at that meeting? Did the prisoner say anything about his departing for the United States? Answer: Yes. Question: What did the prisoner tell you about that? Answer: He told me that it would be well to try and make it appear as if they wanted to stop him going to the States. 5 or 6 persons were appointed to go among the people, and when Riel's going away was spoken about, the people were to say no, no. Riel never had any intention of leaving the country. Question: Who instructed the people to do that? Answer: Riel suggested that himself. Question: Was that put in practice? Answer: Yes. Question: When did you finally differ from the prisoner in opinion? Answer: About 20 days before they took up arms. I broke with the prisoner and made open war upon him. Question: What happened on the 19th? Answer: On March 19th I and the prisoner were to meet to explain the situation. I was taken prisoner by 4 armed men. Question: Did you have occasion to go to the council after that? Answer: During the night I was brought before the council. Question: Was the prisoner there? Answer: Yes. Question: What did he say? Answer: I was brought before the council about 10 o'clock at night. The prisoner made the accusation against me. Question: What did you do? Answer: I defended myself. Question: What did you say in a few words? Answer: I proved to the council that the prisoner had made use of the movement to claim the indemnity for his own pocket. Question: Were you acquitted? Answer: Yes. Question: Were you in the church after that? Answer: The prisoner protested against the decision of the council. Question: Why did you join the movement? Answer: To save my life. Question: You were condemned to death? Answer: Yes. Question. When were you condemned to death? Answer. When I was made a prisoner, I had been condemned to death when I was brought to the church. It was during the cross-examination of this witness by Mr. Lemieux that the little rift between the prisoner and his counsel became apparent. The witness was about to leave the box when the prisoner spoke. Your Honour, would you permit me a little while? Mr. Justice R. In the proper time. I will tell you when you may speak to me. Not just now, though. Prisoner. If there is any way by legal procedure that I should be allowed to say a word, I wish you would allow me before this witness leaves the box. Mr. Justice R. I think you should suggest any question you have to your own counsel. Prisoner. Do you allow me to say? I have some observation to make before the court. Mr. Fitzpatrick. I don't think this is the proper time, your Honour, that the prisoner should be allowed to say anything on the matter. Mr. Justice R. I should ask him at the close of the case before it goes to the jury. Mr. Fitzpatrick. That is the time to do it. Mr. Justice R. I think you should mention it quietly to your counsel, and if they think it proper for your defence, they will put it. Mr. Fitzpatrick. I think that the time has now arrived when it is necessary to state to the court that we require that the prisoner at the bar should thoroughly understand that anything that is done in this case must be done through us, and if he wishes anything to be done, he must necessarily give us instructions. He should be given to understand that he should give any instructions to us, and he must not be allowed to interfere. He is now endeavouring to withhold instructions. Mr. Justice R. Is there not this difficulty under the statute saying that he shall do so? Mr. Fitzpatrick. I think the statute provides that he may make statements to the jury. Mr. Justice R. The prisoner may defend himself under the statute, personally or by counsel. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Once he has counsel, he has no right to interfere. Mr. Robinson. He has the right to address the jury. Mr. Fitzpatrick. I am not aware of any right, then. Prisoner. If you will allow me, your Honour, this case comes to be extraordinary, and while the Crown, with the great talents they have at its service, are trying to show that I am guilty, of course it is their duty. My counsellors are trying, my good friends and lawyers, who have been sent here by my friends, whom I respect, are trying to show that I am insane. Mr. Justice R. Now you must stop. Prisoner. I will stop and obey your court. Mr. Justice R. I will tell you once more, if you have any questions which you think ought to be put to this witness, and which your advisers have not put, just tell them quietly, and they will put it, if they think it proper to do so. Mr. Fitzpatrick. I don't think he ought to be allowed to say any more. For the last 2 days we have felt ourselves in this position, that this man is actually obstructing the proper management of this case for the express purpose of having a chance to interfere in this case, and he must be given to understand immediately that he won't be allowed to interfere in it, or else it will be absolutely useless for us to endeavour to continue any further in it. Mr. Justice R. Is that a matter that I ought to interfere in? Isn't that a matter entirely between yourself and your client? Suppose you cannot go on, and my ruling was called in question, and the question was raised, and the court allowed such and such a thing to be done? Mr. Fitzpatrick. I don't pretend to argue with the court. It is not my practice, it is not my custom. I have stated to the court what I think of this case. I think the court here is bound by the ordinary rules of law, and so long as the prisoner is represented by counsel, it is his duty to give such instructions to his counsel as to enable him to do his duty to his case. Mr. Justice R. I admit he ought to do so, but suppose he does not, and suppose counsel think fit to throw up their brief. Mr. Fitzpatrick. We are entirely free to do that, and that is a matter of our consideration at the present moment. If the prisoner is allowed to interfere, of course I have to take the ruling of the court. Mr. Justice R. I don't like to dictate to you, but it strikes me that now an opportunity should be taken of ascertaining whether there is really anything that has not been put to this witness that ought to have been put. Mr. Fitzpatrick. We have very little desire to have questions put which we, in our discretion, do not desire to put. What has this court to do with theories about inspiration and the division of lands, further than we have gone into it? However, I, of course, have to accept the ruling of the court as it is given, and then it will be for the counsel for the defence to consider the position. Mr. Robinson: It must be quite understood that no rulings of the court are given with the desire, or at the request, or with the concurrence of the Crown. We have nothing to do in the shape of interference. We must not be drawn into the position that there is a ruling of the court on a question of that kind. I think it would probably be right for the court to ask the prisoner whether the case is or is not fully in the hands of the counsel. It is for the prisoner to say. Mr. Fitzpatrick: We accept that suggestion. Mr. Justice R: Are you defended by counsel? Answer my question, please. Is your case in the hands of counsel? Prisoner: Partly. My case is partly in their hands. Mr. Justice R: Now stop. Are you defended by counsel or not? Have you advisers? Prisoner: I don't wish to leave them aside. I want them. I want their services. But I want my cause, your honour, to be defended to the best which circumstances allow. Mr. Justice R: Then you must leave it in their hands. Prisoner: I will, if you please, say this reason. My counsel comes from Quebec, from a far province. They have to put questions to men with whom they are not acquainted, on circumstances which they don't know, and although I am willing to give them all the information that I can, they cannot follow the thread of all the questions that can be put to the witnesses. They lose more than three-quarters of the good opportunities of making good answers, not because they are not able. They are learned, they are talented, but the circumstances are such that they cannot put all the questions. If I would be allowed, as it was suggested, this case is extraordinary. Mr. Justice R: You have told me your case is in the hands of the advisers. Prisoner: Partly. Mr. Justice R: Now you must leave it there until you get through. I will give you an opportunity of speaking to the court at the proper time. Prisoner: The witnesses are passing, and the opportunities. Mr. Justice R: Tell your counsel. Prisoner: I cannot all. I have much to say. Mr. Justice R: If there is any question not put to this witness which you think ought to be put, tell it to your counsel, and they will say whether it should be put. Prisoner: I have, on cross-examination, 200 questions. Mr. Robinson: We had better understand this. Counsel for the Crown are taking no part. Our inclination is, if counsel for the prisoner agree to it, to let the prisoner put any question he pleases to the witness. We don't wish to interfere in any way between the prisoner and his counsel. Mr. Fitzpatrick: Would your honour allow us, say, 5 minutes of a consultation? Mr. Justice R: I was going to suggest that you should take a little time, and that the prisoner should go with you. An adjournment here took place, and on the court reassembling, the conversation was resumed along the original lines. The conference had produced no practical result. Mr. Lemieux explained that although he and his confreres have done their very best to help the prisoner, it appears that he is not very well pleased, or it appears he thinks we did not put all the questions to the witnesses that we should have put. Mr. Robinson interjected: If the prisoner, under the special circumstances of this case, desires to join his counsel in conducting the examination or cross-examination of witnesses, the Crown do not object to it. But the prisoner's counsel were obdurate. As Mr. Lemieux put it, if the prisoner insists upon putting questions to the witnesses, we object to it, and we, moreover, say that we will not continue to act in the case as counsel. We think, however, it is too late for him to now disavow or refuse. It was a hopeless impasse. The prisoner would not discharge his counsel. He would not confide to them the questions that he desired to ask. They would not concede to him the right to ask them himself. And at one time he said, "Here I have to defend myself against the accusation of high treason, or I have to consent to the animal life of an asylum. I don't care much about animal life if I am not allowed to carry with it the moral existence of an intellectual being. Mr. Justice R. Now stop. Prisoner. Yes, your honour, I will. Mr. Justice R. I think I shall have to tell you that you are in your counsel's hands, and if you and they cannot agree, then will come another question, whether the court will not further interfere and say counsel must go on. The examination of Charles Nolan was then continued, and the witness said that the counsel that condemned him to death was one that was called exo vide. He said that the prisoner had separated entirely from the clergy, that the half-breeds were people who need religion, which had a great influence on their mind. Asked if without religion the prisoner would have succeeded in bringing the half-breeds with him, the witness answered, no, it would never have succeeded. If the prisoner had not made himself appear as a prophet, he would never have succeeded in bringing the half-breeds with him. Mr. Lemieux re-cross-examined the witness after this. The witness was asked if the prisoner did not lose a great deal of his influence by the fact that he lost the influence of the clergy, and he replied that at the time the prisoner gained influence by working against the clergy and by making himself as priest. Asked if he meant the people did not have confidence in their clergy, he said, no, but they were ignorant, and advantage was being taken of their ignorance and simplicity. Prisoner. I wish to put a question myself to the witness in the box, your honour. Mr. Justice R. If your counsel see fit to put it, they will put it, and if not, the witness is discharged. Mr. Lemieux. I asked the prisoner if he had any questions to put to the witness through me, and he said he had none, that he would only put questions by himself. Some little further conversation continued along the same lines, and another witness was called. Several papers were produced in court at different times, bearing the signature Louis David Riel, exo vide. One was a demand addressed to Major Crozier, commander of the police forts, Carleton and Battleford, calling upon him to surrender his forts to the Provisional Government of the Saskatchewan. Another was addressed to Messrs. Charles Nolan and Maxime Lapine, who were instructed to deliver the first mentioned document. A third was addressed to Major General Middleton and dated May 15th. In order to explain the meaning of the word exo vide, I have to refer to the testimony of Captain George Young, of the Winnipeg Field Battery, who received Riel from General Middleton on the evening of May 15, and remained in charge of him until he delivered him to me at Regina on May 23. This witness said, inter alia, during the term of 8 or 9 days that I was living with him, Riel, entirely, there was an immense amount of conversation. We conversed almost constantly and very freely. He conversed on almost every subject connected with the rebellion. When we found the books and papers in the council room, we found the word exo vide. This bothered us a great deal, and one of the first things I asked the prisoner was what it meant. He wrote the meaning of the word in my notebook. It is lengthy. Mr. Greenshields. No matter, let us have it. It is as follows. From two Latin words, ex, which means from, and ovide, flock. That word I made use of to convey that I was assuming no authority at all, and the advisers of the movement took also that title instead of councillors or representatives, and their purpose for doing so was exactly the same as mine, no assumption of authority. Several times, it is true, we made use of the words representative members of the council, but we had to do it until the word exo vide was understood and it would begin to become useful amongst even the men of the movement. So the council itself is not a council, being composed of exo vides. We have called the exo vidate. In examination in chief, this witness was asked by Mr. Robinson, Question. From first to last of these conversations with you, did you observe anything to arouse a suspicion or indicate that he was of unsound mind? Answer. Not at all. Certainly not. I found that I had a mind against my own, and fully equal to it, better educated and much more clever than I was myself. He would stop and evade answering questions with the best possible advantage. In the hands of Mr. Greenshields, the witness acknowledged that he had had no experience in dealing with people of unsound mind, nor had he received a medical education. Q. Do you not consider yourself in a position to give an opinion as to sanity? A. I could not give a medical opinion, but I consider that during the 9 days I was living with him I would know if I was living with a lunatic. The next witness whom I call into the witness box of this Court of Reminiscences is Dr. James M. Wallace, who told Mr. Osier that for about 9 years he had been in charge of the Asylum for the Insane at Hamilton, Ontario, but had studied insanity for more years than that. He had been present during the sitting of the Court, had heard the evidence, had interviewed the prisoner alone for about half an hour, and had discovered no indication of insanity. He thought the prisoner was of sound mind and capable of distinguishing right from wrong. In answer to Mr. Fitzpatrick, the doctor said he had heard of the particular form of mental disease known as megalomania, a term which was scarcely ever used, and that only by one writer. Note. The reader must remember that this was 30 years ago. Question. You are aware that this particular form of insanity is characterised, among other things, by extreme irritability on the part of the patient? A. Not megalomania. Megalomania simply applies to grandiose ideas. It can have no other definition than that, and these ideas, allow me to explain, are delusions. They are delusions such as a person holding or believing himself to be king, or possessed of immense wealth, and that the world is at his feet. Q. But you are quite sure that the character of irritability is not one of the characteristics of this malady? A. It is not a malady. It is merely a symptom commonly found in paralytic insanity. Q. Where the disease exists, is the idea, the result of disease, fixed and constant? A. It is the result of the disease. Q. But is it fixed or intermittent? A. In those cases it is fixed. Q. So that when a queen has taken herself to be a queen, she remains a queen? A. She usually dies a queen. Q. In her own idea? A. Yes. Q. Not sometimes a queen and sometimes otherwise? A. No. The witness to be called upon to tell his recollections was Father Alexis Andre Oblate, who had lived with the half-breeds of the Saskatchewan for about 25 years. He was one of the witnesses who were brought from Prince Albert at the expense of the Crown to give evidence in Riel's favour, and Mr. Lemieux tried to extract from him an opinion adverse to the sanity of the prisoner. Q. You have had a good deal of experience with people, and you have known persons who were afflicted with mania? A. Before answering that, I want to state a fact to the Court regarding the prisoner. You know the life of that man affected us during a certain time. Q. In what way? A. He was a fervent Catholic, attending the church and attending to his religious duties frequently, and his state of mind was the cause of great anxiety. In conversation on politics, and on the rebellion, and on religion, he stated things which frightened the priests. I am obliged to visit every month the fathers (priests) of the district. Once all of the priests met together and they put the question, "Is it possible to allow that man to continue in his religious duties?" And they unanimously decided that on this question he was not responsible, that he was completely a fool on this question, and that he could not suffer any contradiction. On the question of religion and politics we considered that he was completely a fool. Mr. Lemieux rather incontinently dropped this witness, who was taken in hand by Mr. Casgrain for the Crown. Q. I believe in the month of December 1884 you had an interview with Riel and Nolan with regard to a certain sum of money which the prisoner claimed from the Federal Government? A. Not with Nolan. He was not present. Q. The prisoner was there? A. Yes. Q. Will you please state what the prisoner asked from the Federal Government? A. I had 2 interviews with the prisoner on that subject. When he made his claim I was there with another gentleman, and he asked from the Government $100,000, We thought that was exorbitant, and the prisoner said, "Wait a little, I will take at once $35,000 cash." Question. And on that condition the prisoner was allowed to leave the country if the Government gave him the $35,000? Answer. Yes, that was the condition he put. Footnote. As we now learn from the late Lord Strathcona's biographer that nobleman himself, when he was plain Donald A. Smith, at the request of Governor Archibald, paid Riel $3,000 to leave the country for the time being, after the rebellion of 1870, and after he had perpetrated the cold-blooded murder of Thomas Scott, and as we learn from the same authority that Archbishop Taché declared that the Government authorized him to promise Riel an amnesty, it is quite evident that there was more method in poor Louis's madness than any of us at that time had any idea of. The same biographer tells us that when the Liberal party came into power after the exposé of the Pacific scandal in 1873, Louis Riel was elected for Provencher, and actually travelled to Ottawa for the purpose of being sworn in a member of the House of Commons. At this time he was a fugitive from justice. He succeeded in taking the oath and in writing his name in the book. In the hurry and confusion of the moment he was allowed to slip away from the house undetected. No one seemed to bother about him greatly, and he was, accordingly, permitted to escape. It would have meant the saving of a little blood and a good deal of treasure, but the development of the great lone land would have been delayed for at least a generation. End footnote. Question. When was this? Answer. On December 23rd, 1884. Question. There was also another interview between you and the prisoner? Answer. There have been about 20 interviews between us. Question. He was always after you to ask you to use your influence with the Federal Government to obtain this indemnity? Answer. The first time he spoke of it was on December 12th. He had never spoken a word about it before, and on December 23rd he spoke about it again. Question. Is it not true that the prisoner told you he himself was the half-breed question? Answer. He did not say so in express terms, but he conveyed that idea. He said, "If I am satisfied, the half-breeds will be." I must explain this. This objection was made to him, that even if the Government granted him the $35,000, the half-breed question would remain the same, and he said in answer to that, "If I am satisfied, the half-breeds will be." Question. Is it not a fact that he told you he would even accept a less sum than the $35,000? Answer. Yes, he said, "Use all the influence you can, you may get all that, but get all that you can, and if you get less, we will see." End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 16, Part 3 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 16, Part 3. Louis Riel, executed for treason. Mr. Osler's cross-examination of the next witness was of absorbing interest. Dr. Francois Roy was one of the prisoner's witnesses from Quebec, whose expenses were paid by the Government. He told Mr. Fitzpatrick that for more than 15 or 16 years he had been medically superintendent of the lunatic asylum at Beauport in Quebec, and it had been his duty to visit the principal asylums in the United States and see how the patients were treated there. He had made a special study of diseases of the brain. He said that the prisoner was an inmate of the asylum for about 19 months prior to January 1878, suffering from megalomania and passing under the name of La Rochelle. He was placed therein by the provincial government of Quebec. In reply to Mr. Fitzpatrick, the doctor said, "I am perfectly certain that when the prisoner was under our care he was not of sound mind, but he became cured before he left, more or less. But from what I heard here to day, I am ready to say that I believe on these occasions his mind was unsound, and that he was labouring under the disease so well described by Dagonet. In cross-examination, Mr. Osler elicited from the witness that he was one of 2 proprietors of a private asylum, having an average of from 800 to 900 inmates. He said they had a medical superintendent and a treasurer. Question: The proprietors only have a general supervision? Answer: More than that. I myself am a specialist. The doctor admitted that he had brought no books or papers. Before starting, he had looked into the register to refresh his memory as to the date of La Rochelle's discharge, and for the rest said, "I thought they would ask me my opinion of the case." Having satisfied his legitimate curiosity on matters in general connected with the conduct of the institution, Mr. Osler came at length to the disease and its characteristics in this wise. Question: You say the main feature of this disease is what? What is the leading feature of this disease, do you say? Do you say that it is a fixed idea, incapable of change? Answer: That is one thing I may say. Question: Will you answer the question? Do you say that the leading feature of the disease is a fixed idea, incapable of a change by reason? Answer: I did not succeed in changing. Question: I ask you, is that the leading feature of the disease? Answer: That is one of the features. Question: Is it the leading feature? Answer: It is one of them. It is one of the characteristic features. Question: A fixed idea with a special ambition incapable of change by reasoning? Answer: Yes, we did not succeed in changing the idea of the patient. Question: Well, that fixed idea is beyond his control? Answer: I would not be prepared to say entirely. Question: If it is beyond his control, he is an insane man? Answer: Yes. Question: Is not this fixed idea beyond his control? Answer: Yes. Question: If within his control, it is an indication of sanity? Answer: That he was trying to get better. He may have had intermissions in which he understood his condition. Question: It is subject to control. It is not a fixed idea. That is what we have agreed upon as the leading characteristic. Do you understand? Answer: I do not know what you are after. Question: If this idea is subject to control, then this man is sane? Answer: There may be intermissions when he can control himself, because then the insanity disappears. Question: And then there is a lucid interval? Answer: Yes. Question: During the period of the insanity, the idea possesses the man and it is not controllable? Answer: No. Question: Is that the leading feature of the disease? Answer: Partly. Question: Do you know of any other? Answer: I am not an expert in insanity. Question: Can you give me any other leading feature of the disease? Answer: I have no other feature to give. Question: That is the only one you can describe? Answer: I gave you the features and characteristics of the disease well enough. Question: I am going to keep you to that unless you want to enlarge upon it. I am going to build my theory upon that. You can enlarge it as much as you like now, but do not go back upon me afterwards. Is there any other leading feature of the disease? Answer: I have given you the principal characteristics of his disease. Question: I want to get the particular characteristics of this form of mania. Answer: They have intermissions, sometimes for months and sometimes for days. The least contradiction excites them. Question: There is a class of healthy intermissions. Sometimes a man likes beer and sometimes whisky. I want to get the characteristics that distinguish him from a healthy man, not those that we have in common with the insane. Answer: We always answer reasonably, but when a man comes and pretends to know everything and talks nonsense, we suspect that, to a certain extent, he has lost his reason. Question: We want to get at the leading characteristic. You have given us one feature. Is there only the one feature? If there are any other features, say so. Answer: I won't give you any. Question: Will you stick to it? Answer: Yes. Question: Then what leading idea, not subject to change by reason, is it that you have fixed upon in the evidence yesterday and today, bringing you to the conclusion that he is of unsound mind? A. It is because of some symptoms. Q. Tell me the symptoms that bring you to the conclusion that this man is within the rule you have laid down. Tell me the facts that bring him within that rule. A. The facts are that he has always kept that characteristic. Q. Answer that question. Mr. Fitzpatrick: The witness has been speaking in English for some time past. If the witness does not understand the questions properly, he should answer the questions in French. Mr. Osier: If the man wants to hide himself under the French, he can do so. Q. You understand what I mean? A. Parlez-moi français? Mr. Osier: It will be for the jury to say whether he is making the change at his own suggestion or at that of the counsel on the other side. Q. Having given a rule to test this insanity, what fact is there disclosed in the evidence which leads you to say that the prisoner comes within the rule? A. That part of the evidence given by the clergy today shows in a positive manner that the prisoner has manifested symptoms that we meet with in megalomania. Q. That is no answer to my question. I want the fact on which you bring the prisoner within the rule that you have laid down. I want to take the fact proved by the evidence. Q. Tell me the fact on which you rely. A. The prisoner gets this theory from the idea that he has a mission. Q. Do you understand that to be the fixed idea, not controllable by reason? A. I believe so, because reason has never so far succeeded in changing the idea that he has. Q. Is that the only reason you have for saying that the prisoner is insane? A. It is, and I believe it to be sufficient. Q. Is it consistent with labouring under an idea not controllable by reason that he would abandon that idea for $35,000? Mr. Fitzpatrick: I object to that. That has not been proved. His Honour: What is the question? Mr. Osier: Is it consistent with a man having an idea not controllable by reason that he will abandon the idea for $35,000? Let that be a hypothetical question. Mr. Fitzpatrick: I object to the question. His Honour: He can put hypothetical questions. Mr. Osier: My learned friend must know that the question is regular, and should not interfere at a critical part of the examination so as to give the witness a cue. Mr. Fitzpatrick: I did not have any such intention. We have the right to object, and intend to exercise that right. Mr. Osier: You should not exercise it in such a way as to give the witness a cue. That is the second cue that you have given the witness. You gave him a cue in regard to speaking French. It would be unprofitable to follow Dr. Roy's evidence any further. He was hopelessly out of his depth, and his counsel had to do something desperate to save his face. When, in order to evade answering a question, he told Mr. Osier that he was not an expert in insanity, a good many people who heard him wondered what he was doing there at all. Mr. Osier finally dismissed him with a gesture of great contempt, and in these words: Well, doctor, if you will not answer the question in French or in English, I may as well let you go. You can go. He then turned his broad back upon him, and the doctor stepped blithely out of the box as if he were a hero. Father Vital Fourmond was another of the prisoner's witnesses, brought from Prince Albert at the expense of the Crown. It was he who consulted the other reverend fathers as to whether Riel should be allowed to continue in his religious duties. He told Mr. Lemieux that Riel had extraordinary ideas on the subject of the Trinity. The only God was God the Father, and God the Son was not God. The Holy Ghost was not God either. The second person of the Trinity was not God, and, as a consequence of this, the Virgin Mary was not the Mother of God, but the mother of the Son of God. Instead of saying, Hail Mary, Mother of God, he said, Hail Mary, Mother of the Son of God. He did not admit the doctrines of the Church of the Divine Presence. As to his political ideas, he wanted first to go to Winnipeg and Lower Canada, and the United States, and even France. He said he will take your country even, and then he was to go to Italy and overthrow the Pope, and then he would choose another Pope of his own making. Mr. Lemieux: Have you made up your mind about the prisoner being insane as far as religious matters are concerned? Father F: We were much embarrassed at first, because sometimes he looked reasonable and sometimes he looked as a man who did not know what he was saying. Mr. Lemieux: Finally? Father F: We made up our minds that there was no way to explain his conduct but that he was insane. Otherwise he would have been too big a criminal. Father Fourmond gave this evidence on July 30th as a witness for the defence. He was somewhat less guarded on August 7 following, when he made an affidavit appealing for mercy on behalf of Philip Carnot, Maxime Lafime, Moisey Oilet, Pierre Perentneau, Emmanuel Champagne, and Philip Carnot, all of whom I firmly believe, so the affidavit runs, were kept in the rebel camp through terror of their own lives and for fear of their families being punished should they attempt to escape. The following extracts from the same affidavit: To impress the people and keep them within his power, this man, Riel, reverted to all kinds of trickery. Often have I seen him praying aloud, prostrating himself in prayer, and ordering all the others to do so. Then he made a deep impression on his poor, ignorant dupes, and so convinced them of his divine mission that it was impossible to convince them that he was a trickster, and would lead them to destruction. Riel so played on their ignorance that he made them believe in his power to work miracles. They firmly believed this. I heard them say that Riel could make it thunder and could cure disease without medicines. Riel himself declared that he was once the victim of an incurable disease of the heart, but that on May 24th he had cured the disease by his divine power. He also declared that if he should be killed, it did not matter, he would be with them again alive, and that would prove to them his divine mission. He cried, "It is the Holy Ghost that speaks. Who shall dare disbelieve me? Oh, my poor people!" I could not restrain them. They were under the infatuation of this arch traitor and trickster till he got them committed by the effusion of blood. I heard him say and proclaim, "Death, death, death to any one who tries to desert." And many of the poor people had guns pointed at their hearts by Riel's orders, because he suspected them of wishing to get away, and to complete his terrorism over the poor people, he declared it to be his determination to put me, this deponent, in the front of the battle. This affidavit, of which I have quoted a very small part, is interesting as showing that a week's further reflection was sufficient to bring the Reverend Father to the conclusion that, after all, criminality and not insanity was the preponderating weight in the scale. The insanity plea was ridiculous from the first. What did a couple of partisan doctors, hurriedly imported from the East, after one or two brief interviews, know about the prisoner and the state of his mind compared with us who were in daily communication with him? It was no uncommon thing for us to have lunatics in our charge, and very skilful and sympathetic treatment they used to receive at the hands of Dr. Jukes, the senior surgeon of the force. He was in daily communication with Louis Riel in the discharge of his duties, and never had any reason to suspect him of insanity. Nor had I, nor had Sergeant Pigot, the provost in charge of the prison, and we had had the prisoner in custody for over 2 months. I was asked at the trial if I had ever seen anything to indicate that the prisoner was not of sound mind, and I replied, "Nothing whatever." Question: Anything to indicate the contrary? Answer: Yes, I think so. He always gave me the impression of being very shrewd. As I left the witness box to return to my place in court, I had to pass the dock, and as I did so, Riel said to me, "Thank you, Captain," and he meant it. He particularly resented the imputation of insanity, and did not seem to realise that it was the one hope of saving his life. I have no doubt in my own mind that if Father Fourmond had laid an information before a justice of the peace that Louis Riel was insane and dangerous to be at large, and had adduced in corroboration of his complaint some of the evidence which he embodied in his affidavit before mentioned, the accused man would have been committed to one of our grand rooms for temporary detention, pending inquiry and observation. This was not done, and as Father Fourmond and his confreres held their peace, the outside world knew nothing of the prisoner's eccentricities as alleged. If the matter had been brought to the notice of the mounted police, they would have been glad of an opportunity to remove this firebrand, and would have attended to it. But in truth, insanity was never mentioned in connection with Riel's name until his counsel originated the idea at the trial. Mr. Fitzpatrick made a long and very able address on behalf of his client, and at the close thereof the prisoner was informed by the court that if he had any remarks to make to the jury, then was the time to speak. This is a special privilege accorded by statute to a person charged with high treason, and before Riel opened his mouth, Mr. Lemieux told the court that his counsel must not be considered responsible for any declaration he might make. Riel made a long, rambling speech, from which it is not an easy matter to make extracts. The following is, however, material to the question of sanity or otherwise. "To-day, when I saw the glorious General Middleton bearing testimony that he thought I was not insane, and when Captain Deane proved that I am not insane, I felt that God was blessing me and blotting away from my name the blot resting upon my reputation on account of having been in the lunatic asylum of my good friend Dr. Roy. I have been in an asylum, but I thank the lawyers for the Crown who destroy the testimony of my good friend Dr. Roy, because I have always believed that I was put in the asylum without good reason. Even if I was going to be sentenced by you, gentlemen of the jury, I have this satisfaction if I die, that if I die I will not be reputed by all men as insane, as a lunatic. A good deal has been said by the two Reverend Fathers Andre and Fourmond. I cannot call them my friends, but they made no false testimony. I know that a long time ago they believed me more or less insane. As to religion, what is my belief? What is my insanity about that? My insanity, your honour, gentlemen of the jury, is that I wish to leave Rome aside, inasmuch as it is the cause of division between Catholics and Protestants. The 19th century is to be treated in certain ways, and it is probably for that reason I have found the word exovede. I prefer to be called one of the flock. I am no more than you are. I am simply one of the flock, equal to the rest. If it is any satisfaction to the doctors to know what kind of insanity I have, if they are going to call my pretensions insanity, I say humbly, through the grace of God, I believe I am the prophet of the New World." Mr. Robinson closed the case for the Crown in a magnificent speech, and freely castigated the counsel of the other side who preceded him. I should explain here that we had in the barracks at that time some 50 half-breeds and Indian prisoners, including Poundmaker, the Indian chief, and these men were all awaiting trial for treason felony. Mr. Robinson said, among other things, "It will not be necessary to go over the evidence in detail, for a reason we seldom find in cases of this kind. There is no contradiction, there is no dispute, there is not a single witness whose word has been doubted, there is not a single fact proved on the part of the Crown which anybody has been called to contradict, and it stands, therefore, as an admission, and an admission made by counsel for the defence, that the case as presented has been made out beyond all question. What my learned friends' addresses amount to was practically this. They told you, in fact, that this rebellion was justifiable. My learned friend, Mr. Greenshields, told you that the men responsible for the blood that was shed were the people who had refused the petitions which the half-breeds made under the direction and guidance of the prisoner at the bar. In the next breath he told you that this rebellion was directed and carried on by an irresponsible lunatic. My learned friends must make their choice between their defences. They cannot claim for their client what is called a niche in the Temple of Fame, and at the same time assert that he is entitled to a place in a lunatic asylum. What, in reality, is the defence which you, as sensible men, are fixed to find by your verdict? You are asked to find that 600 or 700 men may get up an armed rebellion, with its consequent loss of life, its loss of property, that murder and arson and pillage may be committed by that band of armed men, and we are to be told that they are all irresponsible lunatics. It is my duty to put these facts to you plainly and strongly, because it is our duty to protect society. And all that I can say is that, if such folly as finding this man insane is possible in this country, you say in effect to men who desire to come here to live that there is no sufficient protection by law for either life, property, or liberty. Are you prepared to say that? Because that is the single issue placed before you by the counsel for the Crown. Disguise it as you like, speak of it as you like, that is the simple result and the plain consequence. My learned friend, Mr. Fitzpatrick, must have forgotten what is due to a prisoner when he charged those who were acting for the Crown with some warmth for not having called Poundmaker to prove the receipt of that document. Note. That is the letter signed by Riel, found in Poundmaker's camp. He was good enough at the same time to say that those who were conducting the case for the Crown were persons who understood fair play. It was because we did understand fair play, because it would have been improper to have called Poundmaker to swear to that we did not call him. If we had attempted to put Poundmaker in the box to prove the receipt of this document, we would have been asking Poundmaker to declare on oath his own complicity in this rebellion, and Poundmaker would have said to us, "I decline to answer your questions," and any judge would have said to those who acted for the Crown, "Gentlemen, you had no business to put a man in that position." Now that it is our answer on the part of the Crown to the charge that we did not call the prisoners to prove their own guilt out of their own mouths. Those who are guilty of this rebellion, and those who have not a proper excuse, have taken the step upon their own heads, and they must suffer the punishment which the law from all time, and which the law for the last 5 centuries, has declared to be punishment of the crime of treason. The case was left to the jury in a very full charge, and the law, as regards the defence of insanity, clearly stated in a manner to which no exception was taken, either at the trial or in the Court of Queen's Bench of Manitoba, or before the Privy Council. The jury brought in a verdict of guilty, with a recommendation to mercy, and were discharged. The prisoner was asked if he had anything to say why sentence should not be pronounced upon him, and made a very long, rambling speech, after which he was sentenced to be executed at Regina on September 18th. An appeal was taken to the Court of Appeal in Manitoba, and also to the Privy Council, but the judgment was affirmed by both courts. Riel, after his sentence, was not long in attending to his spiritual affairs, and was then received once more into the bosom of the Church. Before this could be done, however, he had to recant his errors, which he did in a long manuscript document, dated the 4th day of August, and of which a translation is as follows: Renunciation made by Mr. Louis Riel, whose name is also David Riel, of all his errors, in the presence of the Reverend Father Fourmond, Oblate of Mary Immaculate, his father confessor, the 4th day of August, 1885. I, the undersigned, Louis Riel, being in full possession of my faculties and of my free will, without any other motive than to ensure my eternal salvation, in reconciling myself with the God whom I have offended, and to amend the scandals which I have been so unhappy as to cause, do solemnly abjure all the errors which I have believed, professed, and taught contrary to the doctrine of the Holy Apostolic and Roman Church, beseeching her, in the person of her charitable ministers, to bestow upon me her holy absolution for all my crimes and iniquities, as I renounce my false mission of prophet, the prime cause of my errors and of all other backslidings. I particularly abjure my sins against the most holy and adorable Trinity, against the divine motherhood of the august and immaculate Mother of God, against the most holy and adorable Eucharist, against the eternal punishment of hell, against the infallibility of the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church of Rome, and of her visible head, the Holy Father the Pope, against the authority and integrity of divine inspiration of the Holy Scriptures and of the Catholic tradition, against the Apostolic institution of the Sabbath day. I believe with all my heart and with my mouth freely and fervently confess that there is one God in 3 persons, consubstantial and perfectly equal in all things. That is to say, that the Father is God, the Son is God, like unto the Father, begotten by him from all eternity, consubstantial with his Almighty Father, eternal, infinitely perfect, like unto himself, who, when he, the divine Son of God, abased himself so as to make himself like unto us, except as to sin, took our likeness upon him in the womb of the blessed and immaculate Virgin Mary, ever a virgin by the operation of the Holy Spirit, and consequently mother of the person who is God, mother of God according to the Catholic faith, solemnly confirmed at the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus. I believe, therefore, that there are two natures in Jesus Christ our Lord, the divine nature and the human nature, although he can only be one person, the person of the Son of God. He is perfect God and perfect man, so that when he says that his Father is greater than himself, it is not the teaching of the Holy Catholic Church that he is not holy man and holy God. I further believe that the Holy Ghost, the third person of the most holy and adorable Trinity, is God, like unto God the Father and the Son, proceeding from the Father and the Son, being one God with the Father and the Son. I believe in the 7 sacraments of the Holy Church, and more particularly that an ordained priest only can hear the confession of Christians and give them holy absolution. That the Blessed Eucharist is a sacrament instituted by our Lord Jesus Christ in his abundant love for us, and that it contains in verity and truth his body, blood, soul, and divinity, under the holy species of bread and wine, living in that adorable sacrament not only for this mortal and temporal life, but more for the glorious and eternal life, enjoying in his body and in his Holy Spirit all the priceless treasures of his triumphant resurrection. I believe in the infallibility of the Church and of our Holy Father the Pope, speaking ex cathedra, and as the lawful successor of St. Peter, in his supremacy over all other bishops, of whom he is the one visible head on earth, as well as in his authority and jurisdiction over all priests and the faithful, believing that to him, as to Peter, it was said, "Feed my sheep, feed my lambs." I believe in the eternity of the pains of hell, that they will forever endure and never cease, purgatory alone having temporal punishment proportioned to trespasses against divine justice. I believe that the Holy Sabbath Day is at least an apostolic institution designed to replace the Sabbath of the ancient law, and that, consequently, the divine obligation to keep it holy is as binding upon us as was the obligation with regards to the ancient Jewish Sabbath, abolished by the new dispensation. Most humbly I solicit pardon from the public at large, particularly from the venerable representatives of the Holy Catholic Church, from the representatives of the civil power, and all my Christian brethren, for the scandalous offences which I have committed against God and his ordinances, commending myself to the pity of all men, and particularly so to that of the Almighty God, whom I have set at naught. Signed, Louis Riel, or Louis David Riel. Witness, V. Formond, OMI. Witness, L. Cuchin, OMI. Riel asked to see me one day, and handed me the document of which the foregoing purports to be a translation. So far as I recollect now, a recantation in the foregoing form had been presented to him by the priest for acceptance and signature, and he stipulated that he should be allowed to make a copy of it. This copy he then entrusted to me, asking me to keep it. Why, I do not know. He did not ask me to publish it, or I would not have received it, for it was not a time in the country's history when it would have been advisable to add fuel to the fire. Having explained what the foregoing document was, he then handed me another paper, which was to be signed in my presence by the two priests, Father Fourmond and Cuchin, and was witnessed by myself. This document also was to remain in my custody. A translation of it reads as follows: We, the undersigned, certify as witnesses the authenticity of the answers made by Louis David Riel, and of his recantation, and of the authenticity of the document of his renunciation, and we declare ourselves responsible before God and man for the legitimacy of the questions which we have put to him, and for the legitimacy of the recantation which we have required from him as ordained priests. Regina Prison, 7th August 1885. SD V. Formand, OMI. SD L. Kuchin, OMI. Witness R. Burton Deane, Superintendent, Northwest Mounted Police. He made a great point of my witnessing this document, and I did so, although I did not want to be involved in any matter which might give possible offence to the priests. Similarly, I did not want to give offence to a moribund man, and accepted both papers from him accordingly. After a lapse of 30 years, I presume there is no harm in publishing historical documents. I never discussed religious subjects with Riel. The only occasion on which he ventured to obtrude his pretensions on me was November 14th, 1885, 2 days before his execution, and long after the recantation of his errors, when he sent me a note by the orderly officer, written by himself, which purports to be: "The narration of a vision as seen this evening, 14th November 1885, by Louis David Riel, Prophet of the New World, care of Mr. the Inspector Dowling." On the other side of a half page of foolscap was written: "Captain R. B. Deane. A little before half past 8 o'clock this evening, as I knelt down to make the way of the cross, my eyes being shut, while I was beginning to pray, and being turned towards the west, I saw before me, at a distance of about 20 or 25 yards, a man, dark complexion, black moustache. It struck me that it was the Honourable Hector Langevin. While I was considering his face, his features changed, and reminded me the decomposed features of the late Sir George E. Cartier, and he disappeared. An instant after, my mind was in doubt whether those features were not those of the Honourable Minister of Militia." The before mentioned appeals to the Manitoba Court and the Privy Council had necessitated the postponement of the execution, and it was not until November 15th that the Commissioner of Dominion Police brought the death warrant from Ottawa. We had known, of course, that it was on the way, and arrangements had been made for the morning of November 16th at 8 o'clock. Riel was informed by Sheriff Chapleau of the arrival of the warrant at about 9 p.m. on the 15th, and said in reply, "I am glad that at last I am to be released from suffering." The strain upon him during the previous 3 months had been tremendous, and he had become constitutionally weaker, although his mental condition was unchanged. He was attended at the last by Fathers Andre and McWilliams, and died with the courage of a man and a Christian, and it was not possible to doubt his sanity. He had asked that his body should be given to his friends, to be laid at rest in St. Boniface, the French cemetery across the Red River from Manitoba, and we handed it over to a Mr. Bonneau upon an order from the Lieutenant Governor for conveyance thither. While the coffin was thus awaiting transfer to Mr. Bonneau, it was kept in a corner of the prison yard, and while there, report was made to me that a rumour was in circulation that after the dead man had been cut down from the scaffold, a brutal mounted policeman had, to the accompaniment of a blasphemous oath, stamped his booted foot into the dead man's face as it lay on the ground. It seems now, as I write these words after the lapse of more than a quarter of a century, that it is almost incredible that such an improbable, senseless story should have obtained currency, but it is to be borne in mind that race prejudices and passions were running high, that the neighbourhood was seething with excitement, and that it was impossible to allow the body to pass out of our possession until the falsity of this report had been demonstrated beyond all question. Colonels Irvine and Macleod were both in barracks, as were Superintendent Gagnon and Dr. Jukes, and I took them all across to the prison yard and had the coffin opened. Gagnon was a native of Quebec, so it was very fortunate that he was able to be there. As was expected, there was no trace of any disfigurement of any kind. A few locks of hair had been taken from the brow, but this had not been done by any unsympathetic hand, and the lie that had found its way into circulation was killed in its infancy. If this had not been done, we should never have heard the end of it. I will close the story of Louis Riel, so far as his life came into conjunction with mine, by reproducing a poem which he handed to me on July 13th, 1885, and which I believe was his own composition.
Jésus, Marie, Joseph, sauvez-nous, intercédez pour nous, priez pour nous. Béni soit Dieu, qui glorifie le règne de Victoria. C'est en Dieu que je me confie, puisque c'est lui qui me créa. Dieu veuille que la reine voie l'éclat des plus beaux cheveux blancs, et qu'elle avance dans la joie du plus gracieux de ses ans. Fasse Jésus-Christ qu'elle atteigne ce grand âge qui n'est pas vieux, où la grâce des années règne plus en remontant vers les cieux. Plaise à Jésus-Christ qu'elle vive pour le moins encore 20 ans, que sa majesté soit active, en bonne santé, tout le temps, qu'elle aime, mais sans préférence, le peuple canadien-français, que toute la Nouvelle-France trouve auprès d'elle un libre accès. Sous son admirable couronne, sous son règne majestueux, puissante race anglo-saxonne, rendez les Irlandais heureux. Que Jésus, le Fils de Dieu même, fasse étinceler sur les mers et les terres le diadème de la reine dans l'univers. Au bureau du commissionnaire à Regina, 12 juillet 1885. Dédié à Monsieur le capitaine R. B. Deane. Complimentary for my being allowed to write in the Commissioner's office.
End of chapter 16, part 3. Chapter 17, Part 1 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 17, Part 1. 3 Trials for Murder. The Tucker Peach Murder, 1910. The Benson Murder and Arson, 1913. The Wilson Murder and Robbery, 1914. The Tucker Peach Murder. On June 29, 1910, a dead body was reported to have been found in the Bow River, not far from the Roman Catholic Industrial School at Durbow. A coroner was notified, and, in company with a mounted police constable from Okotoks, visited the spot the following day. The body had been washed against the trunk of a fallen tree in the river. Part of it, which was out of the water, was very much discoloured, and the whole of it was considerably decomposed. When brought to land, there was found to be no head on the body. A shirt and undershirt were all the clothing, and these gave no clue to the identity of the man who had come to so untimely an end. No one was known to be missing, and after a somewhat perfunctory examination, the coroner issued his order for burial, and the remains were buried on the river bank by a couple of nearby settlers who volunteered to do the work. It happened that my wife and I were at this time on a month's holiday in British Columbia, and it was not until the month of November following that I first heard of the occurrence. In the course of that month, a long-distance telephone message informed me that a skull had been found in the bed of the river, just under the tree where the body had been discovered, and that a hole in the forehead indicated foul play. Detective Sergeant Murison was sent to the spot. He found the skull as stated, and close to it, half buried in the sand, a blanket, cowhide, and 2 pieces of rope. These were matted together and frozen solid, and it took a long time to thaw them out. The skull had a small, clean hole in the centre of the forehead, such a hole as could only have been made by a bullet, a piece of cotton batting in one of the ears, and a slight dent, apparently the mark of an old injury received during lifetime some years previously, which extended both ways across the forehead from the centre. Obviously, the first thing to do was to find a name for the dead man, and to take that as a starting point for further inquiries. Gradually it transpired that one of the earliest settlers in that sparsely settled district, a man who had been settled there for upwards of a quarter of a century, had, earlier in the year, disappeared in a mysterious sort of way. That is to say, he had gone away without saying good-bye to sundry neighbours, who were surprised at his omission to go and see them before he left. It was common talk that he had sold his place and his horses to a young fellow who had taken possession, but this unceremonious departure, without a word, rankled in the minds of the neighbours, because there was no reason for it, and they could not understand it. The absentee's name was A. C. Tucker Peach, but he was popularly known as Old Tucker. A few neighbours, those who knew him, said from the first that the skull, with its few iron grey hairs, its missing teeth and general contour, looked like Old Tucker. One witness subsequently deposed how the deceased man came by the wound on the forehead when a horse had kicked him in his own stable many years previously, and how he had helped dress the wound. The same witness said, speaking of the iron grey hair, "Many a time I've cut it," with the suspicion of a tear glimmering in his eye. The skull was sent to the provincial bacteriologist at Edmonton for examination, and very masterly treatment it received at the hands of Dr. Revell. The body, which had been buried on the Bow River bank in June, was exhumed, but the cleansing and thawing of it for the examination took several days, and nothing was said about it at the inquest, which was opened on November 29th at Okotoks. Dr. Revell showed the coroner's jury how a bullet had entered the skull at the forehead, and after a somewhat eccentric course had emerged at the inside corner of the left eye. He told the same story to two other juries later on, and they all believed him. The inquest was called for November 29th, 1911, and on November 28th our position was this: we believed that we had evidence enough to convince the jury that the body was Tucker Peach's, and that he had been murdered by a bullet wound in the head, but as to how or by whom the fatal shot had been fired, we were in complete ignorance. We had not, however, been idle since the finding of the skull on November 12th. We had been searching high and low for Tucker Peach, and making inquiries as to his business relations with T. M. Robertson, the young man to whom he was alleged to have sold out. Robertson at that time was working as a brakesman on the Canadian Pacific Railway between Calgary and Medicine Hat, and we found ourselves depending exclusively on him for any intelligence whatever respecting his deal. Robertson had left word with the postmaster at Gladys to forward to his care at his Calgary address any mail that might arrive for Tucker Peach, and a report had in some manner become circulated that Tucker Peach had written to him from England, where it was known that he had a sister living. On being served with a summons to attend the inquest, Robertson told us that he had bought the Peach Ranch of 160 acres for $26 per acre, half down, half payable in 12 months; that after the deal was made, Peach went to Carstairs, and from there to England, and that in the month of September Peach had written to him asking how he would be able to meet the remainder of the payment. Immediately on receipt of this report, I sent a non-commissioned officer to Carstairs, but no trace of the missing man could be found there. Robertson was interviewed as soon as he returned to Calgary from Medicine Hat, and told a slightly different story. He said now that he had paid $1,000 down by a cheque on the Bank of Montreal, Calgary, and that the transfer had been drawn up by Peach's lawyer. He said that he had received his money by means of a draft from P. Coates and Company, and that Tucker Peach had written to him from Lancashire, where his sister was living. The transfer, he said, he had left at Medicine Hat, and he did not know the name of the lawyer who had drawn it. We ascertained without difficulty that his account of his monetary transactions was fictitious, but beyond that we had nothing to warrant our depriving him of his liberty, and my men had positive instructions to say nothing which might alarm him at all. Another report as to Peach's whereabouts, namely that he was in Stettler, was investigated and found to be untrue. There was nothing for it but to wait and see what the inquest might bring forth. On the day before the inquest was due to be held, Robertson duly started by train for Okotoks, about 30 miles from Calgary, but instead of stopping there, went on to Macleod, some 80 miles further south. Arriving at Macleod in the afternoon, he went to a sporting house, where he gradually became maudlin under the influence of liquor, and eventually said that he was escaping from the police, that he had stolen about $75,000 in Alaska, that the police were after him, and that he wanted to catch the Spokane Flyer that night. The woman of the house wrote a note to the officer commanding the mounted police at Macleod, and Robertson was gathered into the fold. At the guard room, where he was searched, the summons to the inquest was found on his person, a coroner's warrant was applied for and issued, and Robertson was presented in custody at Okotoks next day. He was feeling very much the results of his potations of the previous day, and was in no condition to withstand the gruelling examination which he was called upon to undergo. In the witness box he told a story different from any of his previous stories. He said now that he had bought 2 quarter sections from Tucker Peach, being 320 acres, at $26 an acre, which price included the 20 horses on the place. This purchase money, to the extent of $5,000, had come to him by bank draft from Scotland to the Bank of Montreal at Calgary, where he cashed it for notes and gold. He did not remember the respective amounts of each, and so the silly story went on, until at last he was informed that the Bank of Montreal officials could and would be called to contradict his statements in detail, and he was asked if he had any explanations to offer as to the conflict of evidence between himself and them. His answer to that was, "Well, I guess this is not the place to say it. I do not wish to say anything further." Inspector Duffus, the officer who was watching the case for the police, saw that the psychological moment had arrived. He obtained the coroner's permission to speak to the witness, asked the latter if he had anything he would like to say to him privately, and, on an affirmative gesture, took him to another part of the house. There, having given the prisoner the full caution enjoined by the Criminal Code in presence of witnesses, he wrote down Robertson's confession and asked him to sign it, which he did. The confession briefly set forth that on the morning of King Edward's funeral, Robertson and one John Fisk had murdered Tucker Peach in his own shack, that they had wrapped the body in the dead man's blanket and cowhide, and with his own wagon and horses had carried it into the middle of the stream. The jury, of course, brought in a verdict accordingly, and the question was how to arrest John Fisk before he could be warned by his sympathisers. It happened that he had recently bought a livery stable in a new place called Carbon, about 75 miles from Calgary, in a northeasterly direction. It was after 10 o'clock before I had heard and digested the reports made by the returning inquest party, and there was no time to lose. We had a detachment at Carbon, but the wires were down, and we could not communicate with them, in addition to which there was the possibility that both men might be away from home on patrol, so there was only one thing to be done. Soon after midnight of November 29th, the most powerful motor that I could hire in Calgary, containing 2 non-commissioned officers, crept quietly out of the city on its 75 miles run to Carbon. The men had positive orders to wait for the opening up of the stable in the morning and to take Fisk while he was engaged in his work, for he was well known to be a desperate man, who would not scruple to use firearms if he had a chance. The arrest was effected without difficulty, and the motor discharged its passengers into Barracks in Calgary by 1 p.m. of November 30th. 13 hours at $5 per hour paid the motorman's account. Now that the 2 perpetrators of the murder were secured, there was obviously only one course to pursue in order to convict both men, namely, to use Robertson's evidence against Fisk and Robertson's confession against himself. Robertson never weakened in the stand that he had taken. On the contrary, he seemed to be anxious to tell all he knew. A great load seemed to have been lifted off his mind, and he never was dull or dispirited from first to last. He told the cross-examining counsel at Fisk's preliminary hearing that he was not afraid to meet his God, and even later, 10 days before his execution was due to take place, before the news of his reprieve had been received, a fellow prisoner remarked of him that he was cracking jokes and laughing, and did not seem to realise at all the terrible position in which he was standing. But I am anticipating. Only one person was allowed to talk to him, and that was the officer to whom he confessed at the time of the inquest. To him, after he had been a day or 2 in the guardroom, he, Robertson, made an amplified statement, and this revealed such an extraordinary state of affairs that I reproduced it as it was given. This was not used in court, of course, and was intended for our guidance in hunting up corroborations of the story of an accomplice. As to the law on that very important point, I had, many years ago, to wit, in the month of November 1889, clipped from the Weekly Times and pasted in one of my textbooks a little nugget of wisdom enunciated by the President of the Parnell Commission on Wednesday, November 13, 1889. There had been a conversation between the President and Sir Henry James as to the principle of law governing the admission of an accomplice's evidence, and the President disposed of it in these words: "I rather regard it as a doctrine of expediency and prudence than a principle of law. Juries are strongly recommended not to act upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice, but it has never been a rule of law. I may add that the corroboration required is only of the surrounding circumstances, so as to lead up to a general presumption as to the truth of the evidence. It would be an absurdity to say (the italics are mine) that no evidence of an accomplice can be received unless corroborated by other independent testimony, because then there would be no need of an accomplice's evidence." Robertson's confession was as follows: The latter end of January 1910 I was working at Bob Begg's, at the corner of the Bow and High Rivers. One day in February, Jack Fisk drove down with a team and bobsleigh to Begg's place. Mrs. Begg, the two children and I were the only ones there. He sold her a washing machine and a couple of patent fasteners for horse collars. This was the first time I met Jack Fisk. 2 or 3 weeks after this, old man Tucker came down to the river at Begg's for water. He said Jack Fisk's pigs disturbed the water at the top of the hill and he couldn't drink it. He took a barrel of water with him in his wagon. I rode the range for Begg for about a month looking after the cattle, and one day I rode over to Begg's gate at the northeast corner of his place, where I met Jack Fisk chasing his milk cows into Begg's place. I had some conversation with him about some horses, and he told me that old man Tucker was getting after him about some horses which he, Tucker, had lost. He said, "I'm scared the old man will get me into trouble." And as Tucker had no friends and no relations, and no one to take care of him, he thought it would be a good thing to get him out of the way. I said, "If you have his horses, the old man is right, and you should get into trouble." He then said to me, "If you will help me get Peach out of the way, you can have his land, and I will take his horses as I want them." I didn't say anything about this, as I was scared. He then threatened me and said, "If you say anything about this, I will put a shot into you." I said nothing to anybody and rode home to Begg's, and he went on rolling his fall wheat. I used to meet him nearly every morning after this when I was riding, and he would ask me what I thought about it, and if I had said anything to anyone. We discussed the thing on and off for about 2 months, until the last Saturday in April. I think it was Saturday when I came into town to see about my job on the Canadian Pacific Railway, and stayed at the King Edward while in Calgary. Begg was in town and stopped me at the Dominion. The two of us went home on Monday. This would be the beginning of May. That afternoon the team I was working got up in a bunch and got away from me. Mrs. Begg sent me up to the top to look for them. While I was up on the hill I met Fisk, and he began talking about getting rid of old Peach, and said that if I helped him I could have the land and he would take the horses. He was to take them at any time he wanted them. I then agreed to help him. 2 weeks after this I went into Calgary and started working on the Canadian Pacific Railway as brakesman. I made a couple of trips and went out to Fisk's place the following Wednesday. Before going out to Fisk's I hired a rig from Frank Passac, who runs a store at De Winton, and told him that I was going to drive to Tucker Peach's. When I got to Fisk's place he sent me to Tucker's shack, about 300 or 400 yards away. This was Thursday afternoon. I helped Peach to clean his grain that afternoon, and talked to him about selling his place and horses. He made a memorandum on a sheet of paper which is now in Medicine Hat in my box. The memorandum showed what he wanted for the horses, land, etc. I went back to Fisk's that night and slept there. Fisk and I agreed that night we would kill Tucker Peach the next morning. He was to fire the first shot and I was to fire the second. He wanted me to fire the first, but I wouldn't. The next morning, Friday, the day of King Edward's funeral, about 6 o'clock, Fisk and I went to Peach's shack and tried to look into the window. We couldn't see anything, as it was covered over with a tent. Note: the old man had an instinctive dread of Fisk, and on that account always fastened his door and covered his window. he would not have opened his door to Fisk. I knocked at his door, and the old man called, "Who is there?" I said I was there, telling him my name. He opened the door. He had his drawers and shirt on. He sat down on his bed, which was on the floor, and started to put on his trousers. Fisk then fired a shot at Peach with a revolver. Blood started to trickle down his face and he fell back. Fisk handed the revolver to me and told me to do the same. I took the revolver, pointed it at Peach, and fired. I don't know whether I hit him or not, I was so excited, but I guess I did. Peach never spoke. He was dead after the shot. We both came out of the shack and looked round to see if anyone was there, but there was no one in sight. We then hitched up Tucker's team and drove up to the door, rolled the body in some blankets, and drove it down to the Bow River at Tucker's lower place. We drove it into the river along the west fence on the west side of his property, and dumped the body into it. The blankets and cowskin which we rolled him in were tied round him. The river at this point runs east. From what I heard, the body was found about a quarter of a mile from where we dumped it. After this I came into town, having stayed at the Durbow School on Saturday night. I told some of them that I had bought the place. The team I took in were Peach's. I sold them to the Alberta barn for $200, and put the money in the savings bank of the Bank of Montreal. I was to give Fisk any money he needed. I gave him two payments. One was $50 and one $30. The amounts show in my passbook. I went back to the ranch in about 2 weeks. I saw Ernest Adams there, and he told me that Fisk had been looking after the horses, and that 4 two-year-old horses were missing. Adams said he thought Fisk had stolen them. I didn't say anything. Shortly after this the body was found. Fisk, I think, was living on his place at the time, but shortly after this left for Carbon. Shortly before the body was found, I brought one of Peach's horses into town and traded it for one belonging to Mr. Gilmore, the plumber of 827 5th Avenue, West Calgary. I sold the horses I got from him to a grocer who had a store east of the post office for $18. I gave him a bill of sale. I sold a stud about 2 weeks ago. My cousin sold it for me. My cousin is E. Davis and is looking after the place for me. He knows nothing about this affair. Fisk threw the revolver we shot Peach with into the middle of the river. Signed, Thomas M. Robertson. With these details to guide us, our next task was, of course, to verify the story. We tried first to find the revolver in the river. I sent Robertson with Inspector Doofus and others in a motor to the spot. The days were short. The distance from Calgary was about 25 miles, and nothing but a motor could cover the ground in the hours of daylight. Slush ice was found to be running down the river. The water was very cold, up to a man's middle. It transpired that Robertson could not tell within 100 yards where the pistol had been thrown in, and the party returned without having accomplished anything in the way of corroboration. The headless trunk was at this time lying at an undertaker's place in Okotoks, and was in process of being cleaned and thawed out. When it was ready, Dr. Ravel's services were again called in. He spent several hours with the evil-smelling corpse, and the thoroughness of his examination was manifested when he found the bullet which Robertson had fired tucked away under the skin, just over the 8th rib on the left side. In the shirts that were on the body when found there were holes corresponding to the situation of the bullet. Adhering to the .32 calibre bullet were some minute particles of the underclothing through which it had passed, together with a single red fibre from the blanket, where it had passed through a stripe. The indications were that the bullet had struck the floor and glanced upwards. Robertson had said that his hand was very shaky. In the floor of the shack, close under the bed, which consisted of nothing more than a few gunny sacks filled with hay, we found an indentation made by the bullet in its course. The corroboration of Robertson's story, therefore, in that particular, was complete. We had once before examined this shack in a search for the dead man's money. He was known to have a sum variously estimated at from $1,200 to $1,500, but nobody knew where he kept it. He would not entrust it to a bank, and we were able to place in the witness box only one man who had ever seen him with a large sum of money in his hand. When we first entered the shack we found that it had been thoroughly ransacked and the money evidently found and carried off. We were utterly unable to place before Fisk's jury any evidence to connect him with the missing currency, but in April 1911, after Fisk's conviction, the one man who could have supplied the missing link permitted himself to talk to a neighbour, and I soon heard of it. It happened that he met Fisk at a little place called De Winton, and had supper with him at the Minto House Hotel. He saw Fisk pay for a 25-cent supper with a $10 bill, drawn from a large roll of bills which he had in his hand. He was surprised to see so much money, as Fisk was notoriously impecunious. This incident is a fair sample of the difficulty we experienced in collecting evidence. John Fisk seems to have terrorised the entire neighbourhood. It was no uncommon thing to hear a witness say, "If Fisk gets off, I shall have to quit the country." It was some weeks before I could obtain corroboration of Robertson's story as to the conveying of the body to the river, but it presently transpired that a settler named Robert Jones, who lived between Tucker Peach and the river, was working at a fence on his quarter section with an Indian boy when the funeral cortege passed down the trail. Both he and the boy recognised the Tucker Peach team and wagon, saw John Fisk in a khaki coloured shirt, sitting on the front seat with the reins in his hand, and a person whom they took to be Robertson at the rear of the wagon box. A bitter controversy raged over this testimony when at length it was given, and desperate attempts were made to discredit it. One witness went the length of swearing that on a particular Sunday after church service he had had a conversation with Robert Jones, who had told him that he had not seen the team and wagon on the road to the river. This evidence was offset by a constable of the Mounted Police, who deposed that on the Sunday in question he spent the forenoon with Robert Jones, and that Jones did not go to church at all that day. It came out later, after Fisk had been hanged, that another settler and his daughter had also seen the team and wagon as described by Jones and the Indian boy, but refrained from saying a word about it for fear of Fisk's vengeance in case of his acquittal. Both father and daughter had given valuable testimony, but suppressed this important item. After sentence of death had been carried out, as I have said, the father met a juryman at High River and said, "Your conscience may be quite clear about the verdict you gave. John Fisk was guilty all right." He then intimated, in a roundabout way, affected by the denizens of the Western States, that he and his daughter had seen the outfit, and that what Jones and the boy had said was true. Robertson was mistaken in telling us that the murder was committed on the day of the late King's funeral. It doubtless would have taken place on that day but for the circumstances that, when Fisk looked round in the morning, he saw Ernest Adams, Tucker Peach's nearest neighbour, moving about on a hill between their two houses, which commanded a view of Peach's shack, and his attention would possibly have been attracted by any shots fired then. Robertson went to visit Tucker Peach that afternoon, at Fisk's suggestion, and found him fanning some barley which he had contracted to sell for seed, and to fan which the old man had borrowed Adam's fanning mill. Robertson's evidence was to the effect that, after the barley had been cleaned, he helped Peach to load the mill onto his wagon, and he, Peach, returned the mill to its owner at about supper time. Adams, on the other hand, deposed that his mill was returned to him by Peach at dinner time midday. He said he couldn't be mistaken, because he asked Tucker to stay to dinner on that occasion, but the old man declined. Fisk was being defended by the most eminent criminal lawyer and K.C. in the province of Alberta, and he was not slow to make the most of this conflict of evidence. Robertson was in the witness box for 2 whole days, and the learned counsel, in effect, said to him, "You have admitted spending with Tucker Peach his last afternoon on earth. You killed the old man then, and now try to lay the blame on John Fisk." Herein, to my mind, lay the one chance that Fisk ever had of provoking a disagreement of the jury, and if his counsel had stopped there a reasonable doubt might have been raised, particularly as we were unable to show the money motive on Fisk's part. but the difficulty settled itself. Lord Brampton, in his Memoirs, gives an interesting instance of a counsel who did not know when to stop cross-examining, and in consequence lost his case. There was something of the same sort here. Cross-examination, prolonged usque ad nauseam, presently elicited the fact that, in the course of the fanning operations, a man with a team and wagon arrived to fetch the seed barley for the purchaser, and took it away. He had to wait until the work was finished, and his evidence was conclusive proof that Robertson was right, and that Adams was wrong in saying that the mill had been returned to him by midday. This, too, disposed of the suggestion that the murder was committed by Robertson that afternoon. This evidence was all news to me. Nobody knew the name of the purchaser of the barley, and we were only able to secure his attendance at the last minute before the trial closed. From him we learnt the name of the hired man who had fetched the barley, and after extensive search found him near Montreal. He arrived just in time to give his evidence against Robertson, and deposed that the dead man had told him that he was in the process of selling out to Robertson. The trial of John Fisk began on February 21st, 1911, and lasted 10 days, 41 witnesses being examined for the prosecution. The jury brought in a verdict of guilty with a recommendation to mercy. This was to salve the susceptibilities of one of their number who was not in favour of capital punishment, and who required that concession. It had no effect whatever at Ottawa so far as mitigation of the penalty was concerned, and John Fisk was executed in the guardroom yard at Calgary on June 27, 1911. A Western politician once remarked in my hearing that he admired the Mounted Police, not so much for what they did, but for what they prevented. I wonder under which category such cases as this would come. Robertson's trial began on May 16th and continued 4 days. 43 witnesses were examined for the Crown and 6 for the defence. The jury appended a strong recommendation to mercy to their verdict of guilty, and the death sentence was in due course commuted to life imprisonment. There is no ground for any such supposition, but one might very readily believe that Robertson was acting under hypnotic suggestion. Sir Allan Aylesworth, the Minister of Justice, remarked to the Comptroller of the Mounted Police that these murder trials were the best worked-up cases that had ever come under his notice. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 17, Part 2. The Benson Murder and Arson. The following extract from a newspaper published in the state of Missouri, USA, tells so concisely and accurately the story of a brutal murder committed on the confines of my district in May 1913 that I reproduce the item intact. The Alberta coroner's explanation, as given to us afterwards, of his reason for not having had a post-mortem examination made, was that there was no doctor within 50 miles, that an adjournment of the inquest for the necessary 3 or 4 days would have caused great inconvenience to every one concerned, including the widow, and that, so far as he and his jury were able to judge, there was no necessity for incurring the expense of the professional services and of the delay. From the Kansas City Star, Sunday, December 21st, 1913. Justice at Quick Step. The story of the swift-moving court of Canada and a Missourian who will be hanged. A man from Missouri was sentenced last week to be hanged in Canada. The manner in which the Canadian government prosecuted the case, the surefire way in which the murderer was brought to justice without technicalities to befog the issue, the directness and speed of it, are lessons the court of this country might take with profit. The 10 witnesses who were taken by the Canadian government from Missouri to Calgary, Canada, to testify against the murderer, at a total cost of $3,000 to that government, have returned. They are loud in their praise of the sureness and swiftness with which the sword of justice is swung up there, compared with the leisurely manner in which it is wielded here. One of those witnesses was M. E. Feltus, Sheriff of Caldwell County, Missouri. "The courts of Canada waste no time in technicalities, dilatory tactics, or meaningless legal phrases," he said. "It would be a good thing if our courts would copy them in some things." The crime. Last April, John B. Benson, a lawyer of Braymer, Missouri, and William Jasper Collins, a young near well-to-do of the same town, went to Canada to take up land claims. Benson had $3,500, Collins had no money, and Benson paid all of his expenses for the trip to Canada and for filing on the homestead. Benson built a small frame house and barn on his claim, which was in the country, 150 miles from Calgary, and Collins lived with him. Benson sent for his wife and young son to come, but before they reached Calgary she got word from Collins that her husband had been burned to death in a fire which started from an exploding oil stove. She went on to the claim, where the body of her husband, the face disfigured with burns, awaited her. The coroner in that district held an inquest, and as the indications were that Benson had been burned to death, the verdict was to that effect. Mrs. Benson, her son, and Collins returned to Braymer, Missouri, with the body, Mrs. Benson loaning Collins the money to pay his fare. None of the money which Benson had when he died was recovered, and the supposition was that it had been destroyed in the fire, which burned the greater part of his clothing. With $1,800 in his pocket. Soon after the funeral in Braymer, Collins began spending money freely, and this excited suspicion. The Masonic Lodge in Braymer, of which Benson was a member, engaged a detective from the Pinkerton Agency in Kansas City, and he went to Braymer last August and exhumed the body of Benson. The Pinkerton detective made it appear that he was working in the interest of an insurance company that wished to make sure that it was Benson's body before it would pay the policy it had on his life. This was to quiet any suspicions Collins might have. The body was identified by J. A. Neville, a dentist who had put some bridge work in Benson's mouth. An examination disclosed that one side of the skull was crushed in as if with the blow of a club, and a revolver bullet had entered the breast and pierced the heart. Collins was arrested, and in his pocket was found $1,800, consisting of 90 $20 bills, all new and all of consecutive numbers, issued by the First National Bank of Braymer. The bank officials said they had paid those bills to Benson just before he departed for Canada. In the pockets of Collins were also found a bunch of keys and a knife that had been owned by Benson. Collins made a full written confession, telling how he first stunned Benson with a blow on the head, and then shot him, robbed him, and poured oil on his body and set it on fire. The Canadian authorities were notified, and within a few days the Canadian government in Ottawa sent to President Wilson in Washington a request for the extradition of Collins, a document without two wits. If this had been an official request from this government to Canada for the extradition of a person charged with murder, it would have been a formal and lengthy document, full of antiquated verbiage and numerous whereases and to wits, and as aforesaid. But the request of the Canadian government was couched in fewer than 50 words. It stated simply that on May 1st, 1913, William Jasper Collins had murdered John T. Benson in the province of Alberta, Canada, and that Collins had taken refuge in the United States and was in jail in Caldwell County, Missouri, and the Canadian government requested this government to deliver him to the Canadian authorities at Portal on the national boundary in Manitoba. President Wilson put his OK on the brief document and gave it to W. J. Bryan, Secretary of State. He OKs it and sent it to Governor Major, who sent it to the Sheriff of Caldwell County. Then began delays. A hearing must be had to determine if Collins should go. That was held in Chilkoot, Collins fighting against extradition and repudiating the confession he had made. But in due time, having exhausted every legal cudgel for the prevention of his extradition, the court said Collins must go to Canada for trial. Meanwhile, the authorities in Alberta had their plans all set for a speedy trial once they should get Collins in custody. They sent enough money to Sheriff Feltis for him to bring to the Canadian border Collins, Neville, the dentist, E. H. Michaels, the undertaker, James Burnett, a constable, William H. Pye, a merchant, Dr. H. A. Schroeder, Dr. Gus S. Dowell, Louis W. Reed, prosecuting attorney of Caldwell County, the widow of Benson, and the Pinkerton detective, all to be used as witnesses against Collins. They promised to pay all their expenses from the time they left home until they returned, and, to see that Collins had fair play, they paid all the expenses of his brother from Caldwell County to Calgary and back home again. The total cost was $3,500. The party was met at the international boundary by the Canadian officials and went straight to Calgary, where it was met by a party of witnesses from the scene of the crime, who had come 150 miles. A preliminary next day. The day after arrival in Calgary, a preliminary hearing was given Collins in the barracks of the Mounted Police. The Government appointed an able lawyer to defend him, but how different from the American method! There were no motions for continuances, no changes of venue, nor any other dilatory tactics whatever. Within 24 hours after his arrival in Calgary, Collins was given a hearing and held for trial. Only one day intervened between the preliminary hearing and the beginning of the trial, which was held in the Supreme Court room in Calgary before Chief Justice Harvey, with James Short as prosecutor for the Crown. In any American court a day or two at least would have been consumed in getting a jury, and in many cases, in murder trials in Missouri, weeks and even months have been spent at this. It took just 20 minutes to select a jury to try Collins. In America, a jury of 12 men try a man for murder. In Canada, a jury of 6 does it. A jury in a hurry. There was no quibbling. No man was asked if he had conscientious scruples against concurring in a verdict of guilty if that verdict might mean the infliction of the death penalty. All the long and complicated questions asked jurors in this country were omitted. 12 men were called from the venire and were sworn. The State struck off 3 names. The defence struck off 3. The remaining 6 were sworn to try the case fairly and return a verdict according to the law and evidence. All done in 20 minutes, and the trial began at once. It lasted 2 days. There was not a quibble, nor a trick, nor a subterfuge in the whole of it. Only one objection was made by the defence throughout the trial, and that was to the introduction of the confession made by Collins. His lawyer rose to object to it, and was stopped by the judge, who raised his hand in warning and said, "There is no use wasting time in arguing that point. The court decides that the confession was given voluntarily by the defendant, without the use of threats or promise or hope of reward or clemency. It will be introduced in evidence, and he will be hanged that day." The different witnesses told their stories. Collins declined to testify in his own defence. There was no witness nor evidence for the defence. The arguments were made very briefly. The jury retired, and within 10 minutes returned with a verdict of guilty, and the judge, without leaving the bench, sentenced Collins to be hanged on February 17th. And he will be hanged that day. His lawyer will appeal, and it will be passed on at once. No delay of 2 or 3 years, as in this country, and no hope of reversal. February 17th. Collins will be hanged in an enclosure in the barracks of the Mounted Police, and his body will be buried there in an unmarked grave, for it is a rule there that the body of a person hanged for murder cannot be claimed by relatives nor others. The party of Missourians who assisted the Canadian authorities in the enforcement of Canadian law was given a banquet before they returned, and Sheriff Feltis of Caldwell County was told that if he could come back to Calgary to see Collins hanged, all his expenses would be paid by Canada. The 50-word communication alluded to in the foregoing was a night lettergram sent at my instigation by the Attorney General's Department to the Secretary of State at Ottawa, asking him to expedite proceedings, and the result as described followed. The Wilson Murder and Robbery. John Wilson was a chief clerk of the Canada Cement Company, which had its works at Exshaw, on the line of the Canadian Pacific, about 40 miles west of Calgary. The company used, in the month of May 1914, to pay their men every fortnight, and the money for this purpose was transmitted by the Bank of Montreal in Calgary, by means of the Dominion Express Company, to the Cement Company at Exshaw. It was part of the duty of the chief clerk in question, on receiving notification from the Express Company that the necessary currency for paying the wages had arrived at their office, to go to that office and receive the package of money. On May 22, 1914, the package consisted of a small sack, at the bottom of which was the silver, while the bills were on top. It had been the custom, for about 12 months preceding this date, for one of the other officials of the company to go with the chief clerk to fetch the money, and on this occasion a young man named James Gordon went with Wilson. The company had provided an automatic pistol for the use of the chief clerk on these occasions, and he was in the habit of letting his assistant carry the money and of walking a pace or so behind as an armed escort. This little procession was within about 20 yards of the railway gate, giving egress from that company's premises, when it was met by 3 men, who had just come in from the outside. These were Russians, whose names were Max Menelek, Afancy Sokoloff, and Serkey Kunach, alias Joe Smith. Without a word being said, Joe Smith walked up to young Gordon, presented a revolver at his head with his right hand, and with his left grabbed the bag of money which the boy was carrying in his right hand, and ran off. In his surprise and dismay, Gordon called out to Wilson to the effect that the money was gone, and almost simultaneously heard 2 shots fired behind him. Wilson fell dead. Someone, probably Sokoloff, came up behind Gordon and felt his pockets, and then Sokoloff and Menelek followed Joe Smith into the bushes fringing the Bow River. Sokoloff, before going, took Wilson's pistol out of his pocket and carried it off. Wilson was killed by a bullet which entered his body at the fleshy part of his left arm, passed through both lungs, and was found between the under and outer shirts on his right arm. The pistol carried off by Sokoloff and Joe Smith were automatic luggers, wicked-looking weapons, sighted up to 2,000 yards. It happened that there was no mounted police detachment at Exshaw, and so pursuit of these ruffians devolved on the men on the spot. Within 15 to 20 minutes of the occurrence, a force of 6 men started after the murderers, crossing the river on a raft as their quarry had done. On the other side this party split up, and Ingram Dobson, carrying a shotgun, and William Murby, carrying a rifle, came upon fresh footmarks which they followed. Dobson saw one of the fugitives hiding behind a stump, and promptly emptied his gun into his stomach, while Murby covered him with his rifle and ordered him to throw up his hands, which he did without loss of time. This man turned out to be Max Menelek, the only one of the 3 who was not armed. His captors took him into custody and handed him over to the police. They had certainly earned the reward of $200 offered for the capture of each of the 3 murderers. Within half an hour of the receipt of the telegram reporting the murder, some constables were dispatched in a motor to Exshaw, upon which point the 3 neighbouring detachments at Canmore, Morley, and Banff were also ordered to converge. Joe Smith and Sokoloff managed to get away from their pursuers, and the next we heard of the former was shortly after midnight on May 23rd. A freight train had pulled into a place called Cochrane, where a mounted police constable was stationed, and he, with the assistance of the railway police, organised a thorough search thereof. Joe Smith was found in a car, loaded with timber, and after a desperate struggle was arrested by Constable Watts and 2 of the railway police. It was a fortunate thing that the safety catch of his lugger revolver had become jammed in some way, so that he was unable to use it, or somebody would have been hurt. On his person was found the stolen money, $2,340.20, the silver in one of his pockets, and the bills, together with the Bank of Montreal pay slip, in the bag inside his shirt. This aroused queries as to what had become of his companion, for it seemed incredible that he should have allowed Joe Smith to carry off all the plunder. I was so much of the opinion that the third man had been disposed of that I circulated the offer of a reward of $200 for Sokoloff's body, dead or alive, but nothing came of it. The Calgary City Police Force had on its staff at that time a detective named Ernest Shoup, who, in addition to fluent English, could speak German, Polish, Slavish, Bohemian, Russian, Ruthenian, and another Slavonic language. He was thus a most desirable accessory to a police force having to do business in such a cosmopolitan city as Calgary had become. He managed to obtain from a Russian information that Sokoloff was hiding in a northern suburb of Calgary, and on June 2nd the chief constable went thither with a strong squad of his men. The hiding place turned out to be an empty grocery store which had a small cellar, and in this the fugitive proved to be. As he would not respond to polite invitations to come out, the chief sent for the fire brigade, and shortly had 2 streams of water pouring into it. After a while a knocking was heard, and a voice in Russian said, "I come out, I give up." Sokoloff passed up his pistol and cartridges first, and then came up himself. Shoup's next move was to obtain from his informant John Wilson's pistol, which Sokoloff had taken from the dead man's pocket. He had been trying to sell this to the man who gave information of its whereabouts to the detectives. The 3 prisoners were tried together on June 16th and 17th, and the jury, after 45 minutes' consultation, found them all guilty, with a recommendation to mercy in the case of Manelek. They were sentenced to be hanged in the Mounted Police Guard room at Macleod on August 26th following, and were sent thither next day. After sentence was pronounced, Sokoloff asked Shoup to go and see him, as he had something of interest to tell him, and in order to explain what followed, it is necessary to go back a little. The man who gave the information as to Sokoloff's whereabouts was a Russian named Fred Erenenko. He was a witness at the trial of the murderers, and told how Sokoloff had admitted to him that he had shot Wilson, and that he had tried to raise money on Wilson's pistol. He admitted having been intimate with Sokoloff and Joe Smith, and the trend of his cross-examination went to show that he had been more or less the prime mover of a gang of ruffians, of whom Sokoloff and Smith were the principal tools. Erenenko was asked by the prisoner's counsel, "Why did you give Sokoloff away?" and he replied, after a moment's reflection, "I had to." At all events, as I have said, Sokoloff sent for Shoup and told him that Erenenko had tried to persuade him to kill Shoup on the ground that he was the only man in the country that he had to fear. He made several suggestions as to how this should be done, but Sokoloff either thought that the proposed methods were too risky or did not want to hurt Shoup. One plan that Erenenko proposed was that they should visit Shoup at his home and kill him with some blunt instrument. They should visit the house a few times so as to become thoroughly acquainted with the plan of it, and Shoup then remembered that Erenenko had gone to him on 2 or 3 occasions in the previous winter with some papers which he professed himself unable to understand. Shoup refused to receive the reward payable for Sokoloff's arrest, and said he had promised to have it paid to Erenenko. In connection with this matter I received from the Attorney General's Department the following letter: 27/5/14 Department of Attorney General, Edmonton, May 26, 1914. Superintendent Deane, Royal North West Mounted Police, Calgary, Alberta. Sir, I beg to convey to you the appreciation of this Department for the very efficient manner in which you have conducted the Wilson murder case. The Attorney General is home and is much pleased with the result of your work. I trust that you will be able to capture the third man. I am writing Mr. Short, the Attorney General's agent at Calgary, to arrange for trial of prisoners as soon as possible, as I deem this is a case in which justice should be meted out speedily. I have the honour to be, Sir, your obedient servant, (Signed) John D. Hunt, Acting Deputy Attorney General. I replied that we could not have done what we had done but for the valuable assistance received from the Canadian Pacific Railway Police and the City Police of Calgary, both of whom helped us to watch all avenues of escape. Mr. Deputy Attorney said he would write a letter of thanks to each of the departments in question. The judge, in summing up, gave due credit to everybody concerned. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 18 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 18. Incidents of Mounted Police Life. A drowning fatality. A very sad accident occurred in June 1889, whereby a promising young constable named Albert Perry lost his life. He was one of a small detachment of a corporal and 3 mounted men who were camped on the right bank of the Little Bow River, where it runs into the Belly River on the west side thereof. This detachment had been placed there in the spring of 1889, and was intended to furnish protection to a large number of cattle, which ranged over a great tract of land, much of it affording excellent feed, in a locality where settlers were very few and far between. The few settlers that were in the neighbourhood were much afraid of the Indians, whose main fault was their insatiable curiosity. Men, women, and children were all curious to see the inside of a white man's house, and to that end would prowl about the premises, peer in at the windows, and eventually try the doors. If the doors would open, the entire outfit would probably walk in, sit on the floor, and wait to be asked if they had an appetite. We had already had an hysterical complaint from the CY Ranch, where there were men enough to stand off a few inquisitive Indians, but it devolved upon us to send a patrol, which tore down the visitors' tents and ordered them back to their reserve. There was always the possible making of trouble in a proposition of this kind, for the Indians were under no obligation to confine themselves to the reserves. Their treaties with the government made no provision of that kind, and it is a certainty that they would not have signed them if they had. As it happened, our bluff was never called by the Indians, who invariably did as we wanted them to do. The owners of the large number of cattle that ranged in the Little Bow country were naturally apprehensive that a body of Indians travelling at large would not hesitate to kill cattle if they happened to run out of grub. This was the raison d'être of the mounted police camp on the Little Bow, which was situated at a distance of about 20 miles from Lethbridge in a direct line. But Lethbridge is on the east side of the Belly River, which it was thus necessary to cross. All mountain streams are very dangerous to cross during the spring freshets, and strong teams of horses or oxen with wagons have been known to be carried off their feet and swept away by the rush of water. There was a ferry across the river at Lethbridge at the time of which I speak, and by that route the distance to the Little Bow camp was about 35 miles. This increase in the distance was caused by a large coulee which struck westward from the river, and round which it was necessary to make a detour. Opposite the mouth of the Little Bow there was a ford across the Belly River. The ford was freely available in low water, but not in the month of June, when, owing to the melting of the mountain snows, the river was running like a torrent. It was the custom of all detachments to render weekly reports to divisional headquarters, and Constable Perry had been sent to Lethbridge with his detachment's returns, etc., and had been instructed that the Belly River could not be forded, and that he must travel by the long route. He delivered his reports, etc., at Lethbridge, and, in the ordinary course of routine, left barracks one morning to rejoin his detachment. 3 or 4 days later, a man rode in to ask what had become of Perry, as he had not returned to camp. we began to make inquiries. The ferryman told us that he had taken him across in the morning, but had recrossed him in the evening, as the boy had come back and had said he had lost his way. He announced his intention of taking the shorter cut in the morning, but the ferryman warned him against trying to ford or swim the river, and advised him to go to Barracks and tell his troubles. Poor Perry was afraid of the inevitable chaff as to being a tenderfoot, which would make his life a burden in the barrack room, and disregarded the ferryman's advice. He took the trail instead to a small settlement known as the 8 Mile Lake, about 8 miles east of Lethbridge, and there asked a rancher to put him up for the night. No rancher in those days ever refused such a request as that, but when he heard of the young man's predicament, he earnestly remonstrated with him as to attempting to cross the Belly River in flood. Remonstrances had no effect, and Perry started out in the morning after breakfast on his foolhardy errand, and that was the last we could hear of him. As soon as the last report of his being missing reached me, I organised a large patrol to scour the country within a radius of 20 miles or so, and started with Staff Sergeant Charles Ross at 4 o'clock next morning. We went first to the 8 Mile Lake, where the aforesaid rancher, whom we knew well, told us all that he could tell, and we then headed for the mouth of the Little Bow. Ross was a very highly trained and experienced plainsman. Perry's horse was shod in front but plain behind, and we had not long left the lake when Ross said, "Here's his trail." Now and again we had to stop and cast about when crossing a hard piece of clay prairie, but for the most part we followed that trail at a hand gallop for from 10 to 12 miles, eventually arriving at the river and seeing Perry's horse, saddled and bridled, standing under a cut bank on the opposite side of the river. There was nothing for the poor beast to eat, and he must have felt pretty sorry for himself. Fortunately, Ross knew of a punt that was in the neighbourhood, and having borrowed that, we made the horse re-swim the river to our side. Perry's body was recovered about a fortnight later, some 20 miles further down the river. There was nothing to show how he had come by his death. He was said to be a first-rate swimmer, and had apparently fallen a victim to over-confidence. Singularly, some light was thrown upon the subject a few years later, when the same horse, Reg. No. 1570, I have never forgotten the brute's number, was on detachment duty on the St. Mary's River. At this detachment we used to run our herd of spare horses, and as the river bounded the Blood Indian Reserve, it happened occasionally that some of the herd would cross the river and graze on the other side. One afternoon, when it was nearly time to give the horses their oats, before locking them up for the night, the corporal in charge ordered one of his men to cross the river and bring back some of the herd that were there. No. 1570 happened to be the horse whose turn it was to perform such duty for the day, and on his back the constable rode into the river, which was, fortunately, not at high water mark. The corporal stood on the bank, watching the proceedings, and saw the horse, as soon as he found himself out of his depth and obliged to swim, deliberately roll the rider off his back. In the circumstances, no harm resulted on that occasion, but there is no doubt that this is how Perry lost his life, and no man was ever after asked to ride that particular brute into swimming water. Lynch Law. On the evening of February 13th, 1895, it was reported to me at Lethbridge that a man named Willis had blown his brains out. I went to his house and found that the report was in no way exaggerated, as brains were scattered all over one of the walls of his bedroom. He had put the muzzle of a Winchester rifle into his mouth and pressed the trigger with his great toe. The deceased, whom I had known for some years, had had good situations, but had lost them through drink, and he had been steadily going down the hill for some time, his earnings being very precarious. At this time he was out of work, and the wolf was at his door. The household, in fact, was kept going by a lodger named James Ronald. But for him, Mrs. Willis had said on one occasion, we should have had nothing to eat. Willis had, however, frequently complained to various people of the undue intimacy between his lodger and his wife, an intimacy extending over a period of years, and not a little indignation had been aroused by the treatment which the husband complained of having received. It was said that on one occasion, when Willis arrived at home somewhat the worse for liquor, he found his wife sitting in her lodger's lap, and when he remonstrated with them, the lodger put him quietly but firmly out of the house, shut the door, and turned the key in the lock. Ronald had been away from Lethbridge for a time, but had now returned, and it is no disregard of the obligation de mortuis to say that, when Willis readmitted Ronald to his household, he knew what his past experience had been. Ronald attended the funeral as chief mourner, and it was said that this helped to precipitate matters. Be that as it may, soon after midnight on the second day after the tragedy, a band of masked and armed men broke into the house on the outskirts of the town, occupied by James Ronald and his brother Maxwell, who were in bed together at the time. Maxwell was covered by a rifle and ordered not to move. His brother James was pulled out of bed, tarred, feathered, dressed, and led with a rope round his neck by a half-mile route to the front door of the Lethbridge house, which was the principal hotel in the town. He was pushed into the hall, the door was temporarily fastened from without, and the masked gang rapidly and quietly disappeared. James Ronald was then at liberty to make his way home without molestation. It was rather a stormy night, with drifting snow, a night on which few people would be about the streets, and no noise was made. Maxwell was detained in bed under the guard of 2 men, and was forbidden to stir for 20 minutes. At the end of that time his guards departed, and he was allowed to dress and to find his way to my house, where he arrived at 1:15. I rang up the town police station and asked the sergeant in charge what had become of James Ronald, and he replied that Ronald had gone home. There was nothing to be done that night. Maxwell had told me that the masked gang were very sparing with their words. Any orders that were given by a stranger, who acted as captain, in a quiet, incisive voice with a drawl. Neither of the brothers was able to identify any of their assailants, nor could they give us any information which would help us to trace them. So they decided to let the matter drop, and James left town at once for the east, declining either to make or support a complaint. The incident, however, found its way into the papers, and in a few weeks' time I received from Mr. Ronald Senior, the father of the brothers, a letter urging me very strongly to bring the masked gang to justice. He said he made a great point of this because a new association had come into being, calling themselves the Patrons of Industry, and one of the planks in their platform was the abolition of the mounted police. I felt there was a covert threat in the letter, but as I had no intention of letting the matter drop, I could not understand why the old man should write to me in such a strain. The reason, which I heard some months later, will appear in its proper place. In my reply to the old man, I said that the matter would unquestionably receive my serious attention, provided he would guarantee that his son James would return to the West to give evidence when called upon to do so. Ronald Senior readily gave the required guarantee, and as soon as it came into my hands I issued for execution a warrant which had been locked up in my drawer for some little time. Just here I must go back for a little space to recount some circumstances that had taken place in the interval. I had not actually imputed blame to the sergeant in charge of the town detachment for, 1, having permitted this outrage to take place, and 2, for having no trace of the perpetrators, but I allowed him to see what was in my mind, and it was no surprise to me when, a few days later, he asked to be relieved of his charge and to be returned to duty in the barracks. He was subsequently, in the course of that duty, exercising a horse when the brute bucked, threw him against the stable wall, and broke his arm. Thereupon he went into the hospital. We had our own hospital within the barrack grounds. A few days after this accident, it came to my knowledge that Sergeant Fair was one of the members of the Tar and Feather gang, and that he had been seen on that eventful evening with a black mask in his possession and tar and feathers on his Winchester carbine. About the same time, while I was corresponding with Mr. Ronald Senior, his son Max came to me one day and said that he had found the captain of the gang. He said that, in an idle moment, he was smoking a pipe and basking in the afternoon sunshine in front of the Lethbridge house when he heard a voice, the incisive drawl of which he can never forget. He abandoned all other business that afternoon and devoted it to studying this man and finding out all about him and where he was living. The man's name was Charles Warren. He was an American citizen, and had been in town for a few months, doing no work, and having no visible means of support, but quiet and inoffensive withal. He habitually carried a six-shooter in his breast pocket, and had been asked to lead the gang because he was supposed to have had previous experiences in like exploits, and there was less chance of his voice being recognised. Entreating Max to keep his secret rigidly to himself, I took his information and issued a warrant for Warren's arrest. It was then that I began to look rather anxiously for a reply from Mr. Ronald Senior as to his son James's intentions. I should explain here that the entire community, ministers of religion, men, women and children of all sorts and conditions, were of the opinion that poetic justice had been done. The Presbyterian minister voiced the sentiments of the local public when he said to me one day that James Ronald had committed a moral offence, for which the law was powerless to punish him, and it was not well that he should go unpunished altogether. He admitted that he was in no way in favour of mob law, but he could not regret what had happened. "Of course, Captain," he queried, "you have to do your duty, and I suppose this matter will have to come up some day." "Oh, yes," I replied, "it will go into court some time before Christmas, and in the meanwhile I am not losing any sleep over it." With such a feeling of sympathy with the lawbreakers in the minds of the public, it can be readily understood that any punitive proceedings had to be very warily undertaken. I took but one person into my confidence, and he was a man whom I could trust out and out, Staff Sergeant P. H. Belcher, who was then Quartermaster Sergeant of the division. He had a little room wherein he lived, behind the storerooms, and to him I betook myself. I could not myself have visited Sergeant Fair in the hospital, and held lengthy conversations with him without attracting a certain amount of attention, and I therefore deputed Staff Sergeant Belcher to tell him that I was in possession of evidence which would enable me to convict him of disgraceful conduct under the Police Act, and to give him 12 months' imprisonment, in addition to any other sentence that might follow a conviction for burglary in the Supreme Court. I desired that he would take time to think it over, because if he should choose to turn Queen's evidence, I would undertake to lay no charge against him at all. He took time to consider whether he would tell what he knew or take his medicine, and finally decided that he would tell all. I asked in the first instance for the names of the gang. There were 8 of them altogether, and 2 had left the country by the time I wanted them, so that I had only 4 to locate, and that was soon done. On June 7th, Warren was arrested by Sergeant Brymer, and summonses to witness were at once served on 3 members of the gang. I issued a warrant for the 4th upon information sworn that he would probably leave the country rather than obey a summons. I held the preliminary examination myself, the Crown being represented by Mr. Conybeare, the private prosecutor by a Mr. Wrigley, a young barrister of repute, and the accused by an ex-partner of Mr. Conybeare's, who thought he could make more money by defending than by prosecuting criminals. In accordance with the authority conferred upon me by the Criminal Code, I informed the legal gentleman at the opening of the court that I intended the inquiry to be private, and that I proposed in the first instance to examine the witnesses myself. This rule I designed to apply more particularly to the 4 witnesses who had been participators in the outrage, and I took them very minutely over the whole of the evening of February 13th, and pinned them down to a sworn statement as to where they were and how they spent that particular evening from about 7 or 8 o'clock until well after midnight. They told their respective stories with an amplification and lucidity of detail which not only branded them as most prolific liars with a wonderful fertility of imagination, but showed also that they had no knowledge of the tar and feather proceedings, the making of the masks, etc., and eventually headed off any question of an alibi for the accused. There was no need for counsel to examine further or cross-examine these witnesses, and after their perjured testimony had been duly recorded and signed by themselves, they were allowed to depart. Max Ronald was examined and cross-examined in the usual way, and on his evidence the accused was committed for trial, as he reserved his defence. The next step was to obtain a change of venue, and this was granted by the judge upon the affidavit of Messrs. Conybeare, Wrigley and myself that we believed ourselves to be the only residents of Lethbridge who were of the opinion that the accused would not receive an impartial trial in that town. The trial was set for July 6 at Macleod, a place about 32 miles westward, and thither the accused was sent by a 4-horse team in good time. Thither, too, was dispatched James Ronald on his arrival from the east. As he, like his brother, would be able to identify Warren by his voice alone, I asked Superintendent Steele, who was in command of the Macleod post, to arrange to have some conversation with the accused within the hearing of James the witness. This was easily brought about, and Superintendent Steele told me that, on hearing Warren's voice, James became so nervous that he trembled and could hardly stand. It became a grave question whether or not we could put him in the witness box at all. He had permitted himself at the inquest to say that he had had no improper relations with the woman, and the defence made no secret of their intention to produce the woman to contradict him if he should repeat such a statement. During my journey to Macleod on the day before the trial, while my team was crossing the Old Man's River, the first rain fell during that year. The country was in a terrible state of drought, and the grass would hardly grow on the prairie. The seasons had been growing gradually drier ever since 1888, and the climax was reached in the year of which I am speaking, 1895. During those dry years we invariably had hard winters, with some snow, which furnished the only moisture that the soil received until the autumn, when heavy rains set in, generally when our hay crop was being harvested. At Lethbridge the only hay that we could get at that time was grass cut round the edges of sloughs or swamps in the Milk River Ridge district, 40 miles distant, and often it happened that contractors, after hauling the racks into our barracks, had to unload and dry their hay before stacking it. In the following year, 1896, when the Liberals were returned to power, the wet cycle began, and there was a plentiful growth of green grass, and Sir Wilfrid Laurier was held accountable for the era of prosperity which then set in and has continued ever since. So far as the trial went, we did not fare much better at Macleod than we should have done at Lethbridge. There had been at Macleod a pigeon shooting match between the gun clubs of the two places, and the visiting team had imbued the residents with their own ideas, as we very soon found from their conversation. On July 6, Charles Warren was placed in the dock to answer 2 counts of burglary and 2 of riot. Some members of the Lethbridge Gun Club had told their friends in Macleod that Sergeant Fair had been a member of the gang, and this reached Mr. Conybaire's ears, with the result that he insisted on his being called as a witness. I explained to him that my word was pledged to the non-commissioned officer that he should not be prosecuted, and that he must take the responsibility of calling Fair a witness. I sent a telegram to Lethbridge ordering Sergeant Fair to be sent to Macleod next morning in time for the opening of the court, and met him at the door of the courthouse on his arrival. It was rather fortunate that I did, for I had an inkling that he might deny all knowledge of the affair, and I think that is what he would have done. That would have attracted attention to himself, all the sympathy of the 2 towns, by whose residents he would have been hailed as a hero and a martyr, and I should have been placed in an awkward position by reason of the promise I had given him. I pointed out to Sergeant Fair that in the event of his taking such a stand as that, it might be my duty to convict him of perjury. This would not conflict with my promise, and I should assuredly be able to do it. I said this because evidence had already been given by the proprietor of the Lethbridge Hotel that he had seen the masked gang conducting their victim down the street, and indeed he seemed to think it an excellent joke. He had made the audience in court laugh once or twice, and did so again when he described James Ronald as looking not unlike a Red Indian, when the judge looked up from his notebook and asked the Crown Prosecutor, "Why has this man not been indicted?" "Well, my lord," began the counsel, cudgelling his brains for a suitable answer. "Have it done at once," said his lordship, and down went the witness's jaw as far as it could go. There was no more jocularity left in him. As a matter of fact, neither counsel nor I knew what the witness would tell until he found himself in the box. The evidence of this witness, in conjunction with that of my original informant, would have sufficed to convict Sergeant Phair of perjury, and, on my advice, he finally consented to tell the truth. He went into the witness box and confirmed Maxwell Ronald's story as to Warren being the man who had stood at the end of his bed with a revolver in his hand and had superintended the proceedings of the lawless gang. James Ronald was in such a state of nervous prostration that he was unable to give evidence at all, but the case was proved to the hilt, and his absence did not seem to matter. Counsel for the prisoner called no witnesses and made no defence. Counsel for the Crown waived their addresses to the jury, and prisoner's counsel thus secured the last word. The judge summed up against the prisoner, and the jury disagreed. The law required only 6 jurors, and of these, as we learned later, 2 were determined to convict, 2 were determined not to convict in any circumstances whatsoever, and 2 were in a state of indecision. There was no prospect of their coming to an agreement, so they were discharged and a new trial ordered. It was unmistakably established afterwards that this impotent conclusion was brought about by a juror who was playing to the gallery of Lethbridge, where he had 1 or 2 bosom friends who sympathised with the prisoner. He had so little sense of truth and honour as to falsify his oath of office, which bound him to render a true verdict according to the evidence. Towards the close of the afternoon on which the jury were discharged, I was in a room in the Macleod Hotel, changing from uniform into plain clothes, when I was drawn to the window by the sound of a heavy shower of rain and the patter of footsteps on the sidewalk across the street. I looked out and saw 2 men taking shelter under the overhanging eave of a doorway in a house opposite. They were the jurymen of whom I made mention, and the learned counsel for the prisoner. They were both well loaded, and it was enough to make a cat laugh to see them fall on one another's necks. The jurymen were obviously taking credit for holding out against a conviction, and the other was only too willing to give him all the credit he wanted. I stood at the window and watched them until the shower ceased as suddenly as it had begun, and they staggered off arm in arm. A new trial was ordered for July 10th, and on the night of the 9th Sergeant Phair deserted. The new trial was not unlikely to make some trouble for sundry prominent people in Lethbridge, in that the charge was to be altered so as to dispense with the intervention of a jury. A subscription of $100 was hastily raised by the persons most interested in Sergeant Phair's absence, and he was persuaded to leave the country. Sergeant Phair's arm was at the time in a plaster splint, and he could move about freely. The hospital wherein he was housed stood in the southeast corner of the barrack enclosure, within a few feet of a road, with nothing but a wire fence intervening, and Sergeant Phair was persuaded to climb into a waiting buggy and was driven across the international boundary into Montana. He only received $40 out of the 100 which had been subscribed, as the driver thought that 60 was due to himself. Warren was released on bail until the winter assizes, and took advantage of his freedom to cross the boundary. One of his sureties followed him. The case was called at Macleod in the following November, but the accused did not appear, and his bail was ordered to be estreated. The prosecution, however, had its effect, and was such as to discourage further experiments with lynch law. A little later in the summer, when I was inspecting my Milk River detachments, I met a well-known rancher, who chatted about the tar and feather episode. He told me that the men, who were mainly instrumental in carrying out the project, had written full accounts of it to their friends in Ontario, and in one of the letters occurred the expression, "And the Chief of Police was the biggest toad in the puddle." That, of course, explained Mr. Ronald's letter to me. He knew that I was Chief of Police, and actually supposed that I had taken a hand in the business. Pagan Frank. Pagan, pronounced Pagan, Frank, was a Blood Indian whom I engaged as a scout soon after I went to Lethbridge in 1888. As the Blood Indian Reserve was close by, it was necessary that we should know something of the movements of the Indians, for it was the policy of the Government to keep them on their reserve as much as possible, and in order to do that we used to employ a couple of scouts who would visit the reserve and bring us news at first hand. An interpreter was attached to the headquarter post, as very few of the Indians could speak English, but it happened that Frank could understand and speak it fairly well. He applied for the job, was recommended by the Indian agent, and was consequently engaged at $10 a month and rations. Scouts were required to mount themselves, but they were very particular in exacting the issue of a saddle and revolver. This was the outward and visible sign of their high calling as mounted police scouts. One afternoon I was busy in my office and heard the sound of wheels outside. In a minute or two it was reported to me that Pagan Frank had brought in 2 prisoners, but that it was not exactly clear what was the charge against them. They came into my office, a young man and a woman, nicely dressed, well-mannered, good-looking, and obviously in the courtship stage. The young man had hired a buggy for the afternoon and was taking his best girl out for a drive in the country when that villain Frank came across them and ordered them back to the village, for no earthly reason whatever except to show his authority. As he had his revolver drawn, they thought it best to do as he told them, and turned their horse's head round without delay. I apologised profusely for the Indians' behaviour, and the young couple were very nice about it, and were not disinclined to look upon the whole thing as a joke. Before they left my office, however, I ordered Master Frank to hand in his pistol and saddle, and then to go straight back to his reserve and to tell the agent he had been discharged because he was no good. The sweethearts then resumed their drive. I did not set eyes on Pagan Frank again for many years, not, I think, until 1900, when he applied to me for a job. We were very short-handed at that time, so many of our men being in South Africa, and I happened to have a vacancy which the Indian could very well fill. I established him in camp in the detachment grounds at Kipp, a place half-way between Lethbridge and Macleod, where the trail crosses the Old Man's River. He was always on the lookout for me when I made my weekly journeys between the 2 places, and attended strictly to business. In June of 1900, the superintendent of the Canadian Pacific Division of that company's Crow's Nest Pass line, stationed at Cranbrook, BC, informed me that the eastbound train of the previous evening had found a cartwheel laid across the rails near Kipp, and that an Indian had been seen in the distance walking south. As a matter of fact, there were some camps of Indians, haymakers, in the vicinity. The superintendent said that he had been talking to the sergeant in charge of the Pincher Creek detachment, who suggested that it would be a good plan to have a mounted policeman travel on each passenger train within certain limits, and the superintendent thought the suggestion so good that he brought it to my notice. Had the sergeant in question been within hailing distance, I should have given him the rough edge of my tongue for talking such rubbish, particularly when he knew how short-handed the division was. But to the superintendent I wrote and asked, in effect, if the constable in police charge of a train in the course of his journey sees something suspicious by the roadside and desires to investigate, will he have the authority to stop the train for that purpose? If not, he might just as usefully be lying on his bed in his barrack room. It did not surprise me that I did not receive a reply to that letter, although I enlarged on the effect that might be produced upon passengers by redcoat accoutrements, boots and spurs, and all the paraphernalia of war, and the matter rested until I drove to Lethbridge on the Saturday following. At Kipp my scout was, as usual, waiting for me. "Frank," I said, "someone is putting things on rails, mile and a half west of here. You go and find out who does it. Move your tent over there." "Yes, sir," said Frank, and I continued my journey. Next week, as I did not want a bad railway accident to occur within my district, I drove back on Monday instead of Tuesday, a day earlier than usual, and thus I had no expectation of seeing Frank at the river crossing, but there he was beaming. "Injun chillun," he reported. "Put iron brake shoe on rail, and then go and sit on hill and see sparks fly when train comes." He had learned this from a little boy named Shines in the Night, and presently the little chap went with Frank and me to the spot and showed us how he and two companions a little older than himself had placed the brake shoe on the rail and some stones in front of it, and how they had retired up the hill to enjoy the fireworks. The two other boys were called the Lizard and Slapmouth, and Frank had orders to bring them all into my office at Macleod on the following Wednesday. He was to notify the Reverend Mr. Owens, who conducted a Church of England mission on the Blood Reserve, that I should like him to be present, as I intended that these boys should go to his school, and he was to tell all the relations and friends of the boys in question that the poor little fellows were in the hottest kind of water, and that it looked as if the penitentiary doors were opening to admit them. The difficulty with the Indian parents was that they would not send their children to school and keep them there, and now I had a grand opportunity of disposing of some of the young rascals, and did not intend to let it go. Frank rubbed the fear of God into the parents and relations in great shape, so that, when my solemn investigation began at 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, the poor Indians were ready to agree to anything in order to save their progeny from prison. The two older boys tried to put the entire blame upon Shines in the Night, but the brake shoe, a heavy lump of iron, was in court, and I told the boy to lift it. He was barely strong enough to raise it, much less to carry it, and so that story did not go. The end of it was that the boys' parents undertook to let the Reverend Mr. Owens have the care of the children until they should become 18 years of age, and he agreed to receive them into his mission school and to look well after them. To prevent any further mischief of the same sort, I stationed an Indian scout to watch the railway across the reserve so long as any Indian camps remained in that neighbourhood, and there were no more complaints. End of chapter 18. Chapter 20 of Mounted Police Life in Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mounted Police Life in Canada by Captain Burton Deane. Chapter 20. Some Early Reminiscences. Prairie Fires. Prairie fires used to be the bane of our existence in the early days, for the simple reason that we had to put them out. There was no one else in the country to do it. Many of these fires were started by locomotives, and the rest, in most cases, by criminal negligence. A careless camper would fail to extinguish his camp fire, or possibly, after lighting his pipe, would throw the lighted match on the prairie and set fire to the grass. The most furious fire I ever saw occurred in the month of February 1889. In the course of the forenoon I noticed a column of smoke arise from the valley of the St. Mary's River at a point about 7 miles distant from Lethbridge, and sent a constable to see what it was. Our herd of horses were at pasture, in charge of a constable in the same valley at a point to the eastward of the smoke, and I was apprehensive of their safety in case a wind should spring up. Within an hour of my constable's departure, the wind rose from a gentle breeze to a furious gale. It blew from the west in the direct line of our horses. It was about 12 miles to where our camp was, and Sergeant Ross and I galloped out, but the fire crossed our path like a flash. It was a beautiful grazing country, with long grass known as bunch grass, and this made the fire burn more fiercely. A bunch of grass would be lighted at the roots. The wind would catch it up, all blazing as it was, and carry it 50 or 60 feet at a leap. There it would set fire to another bunch, which would be similarly caught up and flung ahead, to repeat the same process. Long before we could reach our herd, the fire had passed away out of sight, and when we came to the horses we found them bunched up together behind a mound or butte, which was blackened on the windward side, but green on the lee side. Here there was a little pear-shaped patch of grass, just big enough to contain the herd, and it looked as if they had had the sense to shelter themselves there. The constable in charge was busy saving the house, etc., of a settler who was away from home, and he arrived just in time to do so. As the feed was gone, we had to take all our horses into barracks and to feed them with hay. Another instance, which occurred in April of the same year, is a notable illustration of the difficulty in judging the distance of a prairie fire. Mr. Howell Harris, the manager of the Conrad Brothers and I. G. Baker's ranches, came to me one evening and asked for assistance to put out a large fire, supposed to be from 12 to 15 miles north of us, which was threatening his range. It certainly was a very alarming fire to look at, as there was a line of flame which extended over a great many miles. I happened to be very short of men just then, but went myself with a party of 9, taking with us a wagon, oats, canned corned beef, and some tea, etc. We had first to find a ford across the Belly River, then to climb the opposite bank upon a road of our own making, and next we headed straight for the centre of the line of fire. We left barracks at 8 o'clock in the evening and travelled until 3 o'clock next morning. We seemed then to be just as far from the fire as when we started, but were fortunate enough to find some water, so we halted for an hour to rest and to feed the horses. Then, as we were not rationed for a lengthy trip, and as there was great uncertainty about the supply of water, I decided to go home. We reached the Belly River at 11 o'clock and rode into barracks just as the people were sitting down to their midday meal. We afterwards found that the fire was burning in an arc, and that the centre was really further from us than either end. We must have travelled over 50 miles. As we neared our journey's end, the wind gradually freshened, and after 2 days of such encouragement, the fire came within striking distance. It was then credibly said to be within 7 or 8 miles, and I went out again with another party at 9 p.m. In spite of the distance, as estimated, we had to ride 15 miles before we reached it, and by the time we had put it all out it was 5:30 a.m. We reached home, having travelled nearly 40 miles. These fires were for the most part extinguished by means of gunny sacks, the business ends of which were saturated with water, and with these the fire was flogged out. Old brooms, too much worn for prolonged household work, were very useful too, and we used to preserve our old brooms for the purpose. The wetting of the sacks necessitated a supply of water, and thus a barrel of water was carried in a wagon, so that process could not be very rapid. It was a happy time when the settlers had become so numerous that our duty was mainly limited to warning them to turn out and fight any fire in their own vicinity. Suppressing illicit liquor traffic. No history of Mounted Police work would be worth its salt unless it could give some instances of the manner in which the law prohibiting illicit liquor was enforced in the early days. During the first half of the year 1889 we paid particular attention to the unlawful importation of the poison that had been in the habit of coming into the country from Montana. There was no railway in that section connecting the two countries, and the liquor must, perforce, travel by wagon or by pack horse. Yet for a man who understood how to carry it on, the illicit trade was the most profitable business in the country. The stuff itself was known as 40 rod, red eye, rot gut, and other similarly expressive names, and it was invariably of overproof strength, so that it might be doctored by the retail vendor. In most cases it was little other than coloured alcohol. In December 1888, Staff Sergeant Ross received information that about 100 gallons of this stuff was cached on the prairie a few miles to the south of the town of Lethbridge, and, after a diligent search, found them. He was unable at the moment to provide transport for more than 30 gallons, which he brought into barracks, and being assured that if he left the balance where it was he would see it again no more, he broke up the rest of the kegs and let the liquor run out on the prairie. It was a provision of the law that seized liquor could be so disposed of. We were never able to prove ownership, so the other 30 gallons went the same way, killing the weeds upon a barrack road. I had occasion to remember this find, for just at that time my groom came to me and said that my team was a little above itself and wanted more exercise than it had been getting lately. Would it not be a good plan to take them for a 10-mile run into the country to steady them down? I did not want the horses that afternoon, and told him to do as he proposed, dismissing the subject from my mind. I learnt some little time afterward that the owners of the 100 gallons previously referred to had lost a 10-gallon keg of so called brandy which had fallen off the load, and my enterprising groom in some way came to hear of where it could be found. By means of my team and a buckboard he recovered the keg and sold it for a good round sum, putting the money, of course, into his own pocket. I discovered subsequently what a thorough-paced blackguard he was in this way. My trooper, which had been bought for the force in Ontario in 1885, was a well-blooded golden chestnut, bred, as I understood, in Kentucky. He had been used on a trotting racecourse, and his paces were quite unsuited to the saddle. I had ridden him with Lord Lansdowne's escort in 1885, and again with Lord Stanley in 1889, and on the latter occasion one of the staff asked me, when my old friend was playing the kitten, whether he was a young horse. I could only reply, I wish he were. He was aged when he was bought, and could not be expected to last for many years longer. Well, I had taken a great fancy to the horse, and allowed no one to ride him besides myself and my young son Percy, who was one of the best riders in the country. After many months of labour I had taught the old horse to canter quite pleasantly, and had always been very careful of his mouth. He showed his breeding in so many ways. No matter how long the day or how tedious the road, he had always a spare leg to fall back upon, and one day I had occasion to cross the St. Mary's River, when the floe ice was floating down, and wasn't quite sure how the horse might take it, having never seen it before. He just cocked his ears and looked at it, and passed through without a second thought. My groom, as it transpired, resented not being allowed to ride the horse, and one day I received, forwarded from the Commissioner at Regina, a very badly written, ill-spelt letter, in which he was informed that if he knew how Percy Deane was permitted to ride his father's horse he would not allow it. Not very long after this it happened that my groom wanted a night pass, wrote it out himself, and brought to me to sign. I at once recognised the writing as being identical with that of the anonymous letter, and sent both documents to the Commissioner, with the suggestion that my groom should be at once transferred to some northern division, which was done. He was subsequently sent to the penitentiary for burglary. The two following instances are good illustrations of the manner in which the detachments used to watch the illicit liquor dealers. Sergeant A. E. Macdonell of Milk River Ridge Detachment, about 14 miles from the international boundary, was quite well aware that an old-time whisky smuggler named Tom Purcell had a cargo of liquor in the proximity of the line, on the Montana side, which he was intending to run in whenever opportunity might offer. The 4th of July, American Independence Day, was approaching, and it could hardly be celebrated in gala fashion without a little stimulant, so on the evening of the 2nd Tom decided to make his venture. At 7 o'clock that evening Sergeant Macdonell started out on patrol, came across a fresh wagon track, followed it up, and overtook Purcell, who had 6 5-gallon kegs of firewater in his wagon. Macdonell escorted the outfit to Lethbridge, where Purcell paid $100 fine, and where his wagon, horses and harnesses were seized, confiscated, and sold by the Customs Department. Sergeant Macdonell was the richer by $50, as half the fine was payable to him as informer. During the same month I had sent out a working party from Barracks to construct a bridge over a bad hole in the Fort Benton Trail, which our teams carrying supplies had to cross. It was about halfway between Barracks and the Milk Ridge Detachment, that is, at a distance of about 30 miles. About 25 miles to the west of where this party was working, a detachment was stationed on the St. Mary's River. This detachment was provided with a pack outfit so that it could act as a flying patrol, and by means of its pack horses carry its own small A tent, grub, etc., for a few days. The detachment was commanded by a live young corporal named Elliot, who never left anything to chance. Corporal Elliot, in the course of his patrol, came across wagon tracks, and, on general principles, followed them. The country at that time was overspread with smoke from bush fires in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, and the surrounding view was accordingly very limited. At a particular spot on the trail, Elliot noticed that the tracks of the wagon ahead of him grew rapidly fainter and fainter, and he reasoned from this that the load in the wagon had, for some reason or other, become decreased. On investigation, he found that 5 10-gallon kegs of whisky were reposing at the bottom of a bank, down which they had been rolled out of sight from the trail. He went on his way, rejoicing, and rode into our bridge building camp, where he found a noted whisky runner named Red McConnell, with horses and an empty wagon. McConnell, who was familiarly known to his confreres as Reddy, had had a long and merry life at his trade, and had never yet been caught. They all had supper together, of course, and after supper McConnell hitched up his team and drove off into the smoke. Corporal Elliot went back to the kegs and watched them all night. Bright and early next morning, Red McConnell returned also to his kegs, and began to move them to a more convenient and accessible spot. Elliot allowed him to remove one, and held him up, with the second in his arms. The poor man was helpless. Nothing could be done except to obey the command to load the kegs into his own wagon, and to drive them into Lethbridge and pay the $100 fine which was exacted from him. After this experience, Red McConnell did not again operate in my district. The Animals Contagious Disease Act. Among our multifarious other duties, we were called upon to enforce the provisions of this Act, and a great deal of work it caused us from time to time, until at length the Dominion Veterinary Department took over and performed its own duties, some years subsequent to the time of which I am now writing. At the Parliamentary session of 1897, the disease commonly known to stockmen as Big Jaw or Lumpy Jaw, and to the veterinary profession as actinomycosis, was added to the list of those scheduled in the Animals Contagious Disease Act. This complaint was very prevalent on the range, and it was contrary to the new law for an owner to dispose of an animal suffering therefrom. In October of that year some 500 head of cattle were shipped from Lethbridge in 2 trains to Hochelaga. Complaint was made to me by a local stockman that 9 head of big jawed steers were included in this consignment, and that they were all loaded into one car, together with 9 cows. This car was the leading car of the train, and it was destined to carry its freight to the cannery. The stockman who brought the complaint to me had been incited thereto by some of the men who had helped to load the cattle, and it was said that the 9 steers were suffering from a very advanced stage of the disease. The lumps on the jaws all had burst, and the sores were exuding matter and blood, and it seemed to be a very exaggerated case. As the trains carrying the cattle had left before the complaint was made, it was fortunate that an inspector of brands was present, as he could, and did, give excellent independent testimony as to the condition of the suffering animals. Being an appointee under North West Ordinance only, he held no authority to interfere under the Contagious Diseases Act, which was a Dominion statute, but his attention was drawn to the facts, and he took his own notes. The case was tried summarily before an Associate Justice of the Peace and myself, a charge being laid against one of the shippers, to whom 3 of the steers were said to have belonged, that he had disposed of the said animals, knowing that they were suffering from an infectious disease. Oddly enough, no one would obviously they could if they would explain how it happened that the 9 diseased animals foregathered in one particular pen. It seemed to be a remarkable instance of animal sagacity. With a small effort of the imagination one could imagine these poor suffering creatures calling aloud in their bovine language, "Unclean! Unclean!" singling themselves out from the maddening crowd, and, with self-sacrificing resignation, placing themselves on board the first car to hasten to the cannery. I asked one witness how the cowboys had, in the course of conversation between themselves and the shippers, alluded to the diseased animals, and he replied, "Them with the wattles." But not a solitary member of the combination would admit driving or seeing anyone else drive the infected steers into the No. 1 pen. It did not matter. The charge was proved beyond a shadow of doubt, and the defendant was ordered to pay a fine of $100. He gave notice of appeal, and as Mr. Conybeare was acting for him, I had to request that some counsel should be appointed to uphold the conviction. The Crown Prosecutor of another judicial district was instructed to attend to this duty. He duly arrived in Lethbridge in the month of March following, and the case was heard by Mr. Justice Scott. I looked up the learned counsel on his arrival, told him that all the witnesses were present and so on, and that he had a perfectly straight case to handle, and felt not a little surprise when he intimated that the sitting magistrates had taken considerably more evidence than was necessary to a conviction. I did not concede that point, but said nothing, as I had had no experience then of his capacity as counsel. When the trial came on, it was, of course, incumbent upon him to prove his case de novo, and I was literally staggered when, after he had perfunctorily examined a couple of witnesses, he said, "That's the case for the Crown, my lord." So much had been left undone, that when Mr. Conybeare rose and said to the judge, "I submit, my lord, that there is no case for my client to answer," the judge simply queried, "You don't expect me to uphold the conviction upon such evidence as that, Mr. Blank, do you?" The man had no answer whatever to make. The appellant, whom he was paid $25 a day to convict, was a stalwart of the Liberal party, which had been returned to power a couple of years previously, and the inference was irresistible that, in contemptuous disregard of his reputation as a professional man and of his obligations as a man of honour, he had deliberately wrecked the case for the Crown in the interests of a political partisan. CHAPTER 20. An end of mounted police life in Canada. Recording by Esther.